This Italian dictionary.
I'm looking up under sports. I can't find anything. Valenzuzi, their kicker. Italian.
Sounds good to me.
Hey, guess what do we know about libraries? I'm going to get some help.
Why are we whispering? I can't believe they let us in this library.
Where is everybody? Let's check out this computer. Got to be some answers in here.
Hey, Craig, I've been reading this Greek book about this Plato guy. I bet you ain't any smarter than Spurrier. Italian books, Greek books, what are you doing? Hey, I bet you don't know how to run the shotgun.
Happens. Who's who in America books? Can't find my name, your name, fella thing. Lester's in here. That's not the answer, but this place is deserted. There's nobody in here. What time is it?
Hey, there's a football game going on.
Well, that's huge news around here now.
We got to get out of here. We got a show to do.
College Game Day slices into the home of the deep dish, where the Wildcats look to carry out their pie-in-the-sky title hopes. While some teams try to avoid elimination from the bowl menu, the top two fight to hold their piece of the championship as the Huskers visit Lawrence, and the Buckeyes take on the Illini, fighting foes on the field, unified on and off.
We're together to do this.
The top team in the Big East doesn't have to get defensive, or does it?
On the national level, they have to reckon with it.
College Game Day serves it all up from the shores of Lake Michigan. Next. That's Lake Michigan today. Welcome to Northwestern, the only campus in all of Division I with its own beach. No one is bag and raised today. Here was our Plan A at 5:50 this morning. A heroic effort by the crew to save us from that and bring us inside. We are next door to Northwestern's Dyke Stadium. You know, Craig and I want to do the show outside. Mr. Corso vetoed it. He insists we come inside.
Absolutely.
Kudos to the crew, and welcome to College Game Day from Northwestern. Chris Fowler, Lee Corso, and Craig James. You've brought this show to a lot of hotbeds. Ann Arbor, Alabama, Tallahassee, Lincoln, South Bend. We have a habit of taking it wherever the best teams are. This year, one of the best teams right here at Northwestern. The odds are like 10,000 to 1 before the season that we would be here. Lee, 10 weeks of traveling around, what's on your mind?
Well, first of all, the three most asked questions I get all the places, airports, radio shows, any place I go. Number one, who's the best football team in the nation? It's Nebraska because they play the best defense of the top teams. Who's going to win the Heisman? Tommie Frazier. He's the most versatile guy. And can't you guys do something about the Alliance? I say go back to the old bowl system with the conference tie-ups, with no early sign-ups, then have a championship game at the end of the bowl system to see who's the number one team in the nation, which last year would have been Nebraska and Penn State. I think that solves the problem, Craig.
I tell you what, we're still blow smoke. We're inside.
You always blow smoke.
Hey, there are a lot of questions out there, but I have an opportunity for the Cotton Bowl. They can establish a big-time identity for all of these other teams, these left-out teams from the Alliance. There's some great teams out there, Kansas State, Northwestern, Tennessee, because there's not enough room. They may not have a big-time bowl to go to. Create an opportunity for those teams. Every year, because of the Alliance and the structure that you have right now, there will be some good teams that you can fill it with, highly rated teams.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, next door, about an hour and a quarter from now, Northwestern will take this field for the final time in '95. It's a group that has shaken up the status quo, transformed the image of its school, and in a surprisingly business-like, unemotional way, become one of the best teams in the country and one of the best sports stories of '95. So, who isn't impressed? How about Iowa coach Hayden Fry? He's pointing to Iowa's 21-game winning streak over the Wildcats and implying that Northwestern is a one-hit wonder.
This is a 1 year, what do you call it, a Cinderella year or whatever, and that's wonderful. That's great. I think it's great for the Big Ten Conference. It's great for Northwestern. But what's going to happen next year, or the next year, the next year, the next year?
I think it's a little bit out of Hayden's personality. He doesn't really do these sort of things very much, and so I think he's just pretty wadded up about this game, it looks like. And
The Fly Fox is up to something, though, making a statement.
You're not just a kid. He knows he's trying to plant that 21-game losing streak in our kids' heads. We're not going to do it.
Not a popular guy here today, Hayden Fry. What's he trying to do? Is he trying to spark a team that's lost 3 in a row or crawl inside the Wildcat skulls?
Well, first of all, you got to remember, Hayden Fry has a psychology degree, and he's working psychology on these guys. And number one, remember, he's the same guy that has a pink dressing room in Iowa. And also, he's always doing the same thing. He's always working mind games. He did the same thing with me in Indiana. But remember one thing, Craig, mind games work best when you have the best team. And I don't think he's got the best team today.
No. When you talk about mind games and things, I've been around and I've talked to a lot of coaches, and there's a situation out there, I believe, where there are a lot of the older generation coaches like a Hayden Fry and these guys, Howard Schnellenberger, that just will not accept the fact that the young whippersnappers are moving in. These young coaches like Rick Neuheisel, Terry Mountain, they are having an impact in college football. Excellent coaches. The old regime, almost on the way out. These new guys coming in.
Barnett, a whippersnapper, he's 49.
Hey, he is compared to some of those other boys.
He didn't have a psychology
You're a young
degree.
whippersnapper.
He didn't have a psychology degree, but Barnett's certainly a good master motivator, and he and his staff did a great job forgetting a play that would still cost them the Rose Bowl, even with a perfect record. Final minutes off a point against Miami. The backup snapper, Larry Curry, filling in for Paul Janis, who hurt his shoulder earlier in the game, rolls one back, sets up Miami's game-winning field goal back in week 2. Could have been devastating following the win against Notre Dame, but Barnett and company would not let it.
We let go of that game. I think it took us 3 days. We were traumatized. If we hadn't lost, maybe we wouldn't be where we are today. I mean, winning so many, you got that feeling of what it's like to lose, and we don't want that feeling ever again. 2 of my best friends play for Miami, so I really don't hear the end of that. You know, every time I call home and talk to my buddies, they remind me. We took the lesson, absorbed it, and gone on and tried to use that lesson when we needed to.
Coming up a lot more in this game, including how the atrocious weather out here might affect the Iowa Northwestern game. Meanwhile, the Kansas Jayhawks were told this week not to use the N-word. Nebraska. Linebacker Keith Rogers says it, quote, takes the godlike status away from the Cornhuskers. None of the Jayhawks had even been conceived the last time Kansas beat Nebraska back in 1968. If they do it today, they clinch at least a piece, for all intents and purposes, of the final Big 8 title, and they would crumble the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl. Steve Cyphers is on the Kansas campus. Steve, despite taking huge favorite Nebraska to the wire in the last meeting at Lawrence, nobody is giving the Jayhawks a chance.
Chris, one reason the 10th-ranked team in the country is such a big underdog at home is Nebraska's offensive power and the Jayhawks' young defense. In its first 6 games, Kansas allowed 15 points a game and 1 rushing touchdown. But in the last 3, it's more like 27 points a game and a total of 6 rushing TDs. Now it's Nebraska, the best rushing team in the country.
There are some obvious physical mismatches, but I'd take the faster, smarter player than the stronger one any day.
We've not played exceptionally well the last couple weeks, and we're capable of playing better. No way are we in a position because our youth to be a dominant defense. In fact, earlier in the year, you alluded to, we were giving up a lot of statistics, but we weren't giving up a lot of points.
Mason isn't putting all the pressure to contain the Huskers on his defense, though.
Obviously, you got to play some good defense. You just can't let them run through you. More importantly than that, you got to play some good offense to keep their offense on the bench because Frazier can't do much when he's sitting on the sideline.
I am playing probably the best football I've ever played. And, I'm out there reading the defenses like I designed them.
Frazier and the Huskers haven't turned the ball over in 4 games. Lawrence Phillips had a good week of practice and should get more carries than last week. So do you think Mason had a sleepless night? Hardly. While his daughter Chris cheered, Mason watched his son, Pat, number 57, block and tackle for the Lawrence Lions in a state playoff against number 1 ranked and undefeated Olathe North last night, and Lawrence won. Now Dad has his own number 1 team to deal with, but he won't have to battle the snow, Chris. Sun's out, temperature could soar all the way to 40 degrees.
Good, enjoy yourself, Steve. It's not a high school team he's playing that's ranked number 1 today. Kansas defensively, they're improved. They're playing pretty well. They just have one little problem, the option.
And Tommie Frazier runs the option. Tommie Frazier also leads the Nebraska offense, which is leading the nation in scoring, averaging 55 points per game. Tommie has not been sacked this year. The one play that reminds me of Frazier and Nebraska the best is Colorado. The defensive lineman who weighs 240 pounds right there gets a hold of Frazier. He throws the ball to Amon Green for 35 yards down the field. This play indicates the great athletic ability of Nebraska. Nebraska has too many weapons. They just go and bomb Kansas and score and score and score.
We were on the sidelines, watched that play. We thought he was on the ground. He comes up, makes an awesome play. When you consider Amon Green catching the ball, that's one thing. But look at what he does whenever he is running the football. Nebraska's never had a freshman running back to rush for 1,000. As a group, these guys average 8.1 yards per carry. What does this mean for their ball club? It means this. They don't have to worry about becoming complacent and falling off. Competition on the Nebraska football team is the reason they never drop off. If you're a number 2 or 3 guy and you don't watch it, you're going to be number 1, and the other guys coming to the bench, you're out there averaging 8.4 yourself.
And if they win today, the last hurdle for the Fiesta Bowl, the folks in Tempe can breathe easy, is a home game against Oklahoma. From those all-world tailbacks you're talking about to some all-world tailgaters. Nothing stopped the folks here in Evanston. We'll come back for college game day. And meanwhile, in warmer climates, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar of the Bruins goes for a 4th consecutive 200-yard game. We'll talk about the Buckeyes and the Illini. The weather is also pretty bad in Columbus today. That could impact that critical game.
This is a document in the digital office where you capture ideas and share them effortlessly. Whether they're on paper or on your screen, this is the space where Xerox works, giving you a simpler way to do good work.
The average stay at an ordinary hotel. The average stay at Residence Inn. Residence Inn by Marriott, the next best thing to home. And for the best way to call home, the AT&T True Choice calling card. Apply now by phone or pick up an application at any participating Residence Inn and get a $10 AT&T long distance certificate.
All right, gentlemen, tomorrow your butts are mine. Lights up.
Man, I'm hungry. Russell Athletic Wear is made to handle the toughest situations on and off the field. Hot dog, crisp fries, hamburger, tacos grande, pizza. Coach, going somewhere, ladies.
Hard work.
Dedication, commitment. Get Russell Athletic. Get tough.
Get up there, hard work. Go, go.
The Tradition is brought to you by Russell Athletic. For really tough athletic wear that can survive anything, get Russell Athletic. Get tough.
Tragic is really not a deep enough word. A young life, a promising career, gone with one accidental pulling of the trigger by his best friend. The outpouring of grief from his teammates surprised even the coaches. Marcel Price's name is not mentioned much at Northwestern here, but his presence is felt. The Northwestern Wildcats draw inspiration from a player who never played in a game and never will. It was July 16th, home in Nashville for the summer. Marcel Price went out with some friends for the night. One buddy was fooling around with a gun. Marcel was killed.
Oh, that was one of the most horrible nights, days in my life. But, I pray and I put it in the hands of God, and, I've asked a lot of questions why.
He was just a special guy. And he was one of my guys playing for me. I had recruited him and I had gotten to know him. And, see a young man, his life taken just like that, it bothers me.
Redshirted as a freshman, Price would have seen some time this season at defensive back.
He didn't start off like a house on fire when he got here, but when we got into spring football, hey, I want to tell you, this man could play some football. He could play.
We didn't just lose a kid, we lost a really good football. I mean, I'm talking about a kid who beat all Big Ten before he was going to be finished here.
And even before he started, Price stood out.
It was just amazing. All those names on the back of those jerseys were all juniors coming back or sophomores.
And then there's Marcel elevated above all of them, jumping up. And it was just one of those things that worked out the way it did.
Given the number 31 as a redshirt, he was going to wear number 6 this season, the number he wore at Whites Creek High School, a place where he made a name for himself in 4 sports, a place where no one will ever wear number 6 again. But in Evanston, that is the number his team now wears in his honor.
Each game, Coach Barnett reminds us during the pregame that we should go out and dedicate at least one play to Marcel Price and play that for him. And it's an emotional thing for the team.
This is the game ball from the victory Northwestern over Notre Dame. And they presented it to us on the 50-yard line at the Penn State game. It was a moving event. This was the most significant one because of the event in the fourth quarter when the Notre Dame quarterback lost his footing or whatever, and they felt that Marcel had a hand in him being tackled.
Marcel will never die. His body is gone. He's not in our presence, but Marcel will never die. He lives within his friends and me, his niece, his father.
He was an inspiration. They dedicated the entire season to Marcel. And they're playing like champions. The news immediately called them the Cinderella team. But they're playing ball.
For a guy who never played the football game, Gary Bennett told us Price must have had a remarkable impact on the team. And the coaches are never sure what goes on inside the locker room. But after his death, guys from all classes, guys of all races, all positions, had a tremendous outpour. Many of them flew to his funeral. Coming up on College Game Day, we'll get back on the field. We'll talk about some of the better defensive teams in the country. Nebraska's Black Shirts. The Arizona defense. Wildcats still in the hunt for a bowl. So are Texas A&M, the Wrecking Crew, and a lot more as we continue.
Hey, this feels nice. Who's putting on my shirt? It's me, Johnson, fool. Is this Russell Athletic?
Sure, I feel like cover stitching. Must be that new blend fabric.
Yeah, it's tough, strong, and no little fuzzballs.
By the way, anybody got the ball?
I think I got it.
That's not the ball. Oh, sorry.
Looking for really tough athletic wear? Get Russell Athletic. Get tough.
Fighting personal injury claims takes time and money, but there is never a charge at our firm to find out if you have a case. Hi, I'm Bob Monroe with the law firm of Monroe & Monroe & Carney. Worried about medical expenses and lost wages due to injury? Call me. Let's talk it over and see if you have a case. Our firm has been representing injured people for 65 years. Everyone can afford our services because we don't get paid unless you do. If you've been injured and think you might have a case, call now. It's free.
Be original. Go to Copycat Printing if you have an idea you want to say in a way that sets you apart. Much more than a copy store, Copycat is a graphic design studio with the latest technology to make your presentation as professional looking as possible. Copycat is also a full-service print shop and able to handle jobs of almost any size. But if you just need copies made, Copycat is the place for full color and black and white copies. If you want a look that sets you apart, go to Copycat Printing, downtown Kearney in the old Fireside Building.
It's gotta drop the gloves. Neely and Stevens, they don't fight anymore. They're respected around the league. And besides, I think penalty minutes doesn't equate to toughness in my book. I mean, when I think tough, Doug Gilmore's tough. Mark Messier's tough.
You need some more rouge.
Here? Mm-hmm. Thanks. You know, your foundation has looked great lately.
Thanks.
America's least glamorous, most underappreciated program can clinch a piece of its first Big East title and only its second conference title, period, in 48 years of playing in a conference. Today in Washington's RFK, where many D.C. area Virginia Tech alums will no doubt shout out the few intrepid Temple souls who show up. It's the 100th game at BPI for Coach Frank Beaver, and outside of Blacksburg, not 100 people could pick him out of a lineup. That, plus the remote location, the gaudy colors, that goofy gobbler mascot, the mysterious Hokie nickname, added up, And as Bonnie Bernstein tells us, the Virginia Polytechnic Institute and State University is one tough program for outsiders to appreciate and an even tougher one to beat.
Autumn at Virginia Tech, a gentle fog rolling through campus, changing leaves, enhancing the landscape of stone.
I think Tech, the architectural design is excellent foundation, very hard foundation.
Two solid teams together. The Rock and Virginia Tech defense. I don't know. The stone on campus is real beautiful and pretty, and I think we're totally different than how people are pretty.
Okay, maybe not pretty, but the Hokies defense is rock solid. They've held opponents to just 74 rushing yards a game, 1.9 yards a carry. That's tops in the nation against the run. Hardly anyone's noticed. Does that bug you?
Exactly. It kind of comes down to a respect factor. It goes to the big name schools are always the ones that always get mentioned. The respect is not going to come into you in the winning business, I think, for at least 5 or 6 years. We've only been in 3, so I think the respect will come along with winning.
There's a lot of new things happening here, a lot of things that's happening that haven't happened in a long time. We went up and beat West Virginia at Morgantown. We've been to back-to-back bowls, beating Miami.
Tech has staked its claim this season as the new beast of the Big East. Perennial power Miami managed just 51 yards on the ground. Syracuse, 167 total. By year's end, Tech could have an Orange Bowl bid in hand after winning its first conference title.
Big East Championship is a once-in-a-lifetime deal. I wanted more because my time is almost up here, and I want it before I leave. I think, we have earned it.
Brown's done his fair share of the work in the Hokies' quest for the Big East title. But as strange as it may sound, the MVP of the defense never even leaves the bench.
Apparently, Coach Sharp was founded in New Jersey, some old coal miner's lunchbox. He goes everywhere. Practice, games. Goes to every meeting, goes on the plane.
And we felt that we need to come up with some type of slogan or philosophy or something that we felt we could, sell with our defense football team.
We don't have a lot of blue chip high school players. We're mainly a bunch of guys that are blue collar type guys that have to work hard to get what we got. Every player on defense's goal is in here. And whenever times are tough, we kind of look to this and remember what goals we have already set for ourselves.
The goals are now near completion for Virginia Tech. And with every block, every tackle, this blue-collar defense solidifies the foundation for a winning tradition.
Hokies are going to take that lunch pail to a bowl. They say they don't want to go to any bowl that doesn't want to have them. That means the Orange Bowl at this point, according to you. As far as this bowl alliance, it's still controversial because the bowls maintained the right to select any team that has a piece of the conference title in that final draft of the agreement. And it's not as fair as a bracketed playoff would be because you got politics, you got TV appeal, ticket sales, all that stuff factored in.
Choice is killing these schools right now. ESPN Net, I'm on there the other night, and these engineers from Virginia Tech, they're all over me because they are furious that they're going to be left out. Not only are they going to be left out, Virginia could be left out. These teams will be co-champions and not have a chance to go. And why not? They don't have tradition. Well, here's what they're saying to me. They're saying, hey, look, how can we establish tradition if you never invite us to a bowl game? Which is true. It's an unfair situation, but one that is real, and it's an unfair deal for those schools. They got to get used to it.
Life's not fair, my friend. Let me tell you something. Pac-10 and the Big Ten, when they got together, the Alliance people got together and visualized what this bowl system would be like, they thought that Nebraska, Florida State, Florida, Texas A&M, Miami, and Notre Dame would be battling for number one. But a problem happened. A&M, Miami, and Notre Dame have 7 losses among them, and now they're not fighting for the national title. So the Alliance says, just like the old Brooklyn Dodgers used to say, wait till next year because it's all screwed up now.
If life were fair, you'd have gotten to coach in one of those big bowl games.
Absolutely, I should have been.
I see the point about Virginia Tech, but remember, they did lose 2 games at home. They lost to BC, and they were shut out at home by Cincinnati, so they had a chance on the field to make it a no-brainer for a major bowl.
They beat the teams that will be going.
That's true. It's a good point. On our weekly on-campus roundup, one of the 2 sport athletes in college football and basketball, a 5'6" freshman phenom, and a sweet moment for the team that made the old Northwestern team look successful. Bates College took the field last Saturday against Bowdoin, looking to end the New England record 37-game losing skid and the misery of its fans.
Bates! Black Bates! Black Bates!
With Bates leading by 4 and time running out, Mike Holt and Brendan Cullen stopped Bowdoin's Ramon Martinez at the 2, setting off pandemonium. The fans were primed for a celebration as Bates' last win also came against Bowdoin in 1990. From a huge accomplishment to a tiny spark plug, Emporia State's Jarrett Pita, a 5'6", 150-pound freshman, caught 21 passes in a win over Northeast Missouri State last week, giving him 83 grabs for the season, a new NCAA record for freshmen. Tight end Ricky Dudley isn't breaking any records, but he is an integral part of Ohio State's run for a national title. Not bad for a guy who came to the school to play basketball and picked up football in his junior year.
Carlos Davis, the lob to Dudley. Nice.
He should have played football every year, maybe.
Last season, Dudley did just that, joining the Buckeye Hoopsters only 2 days after playing in the Citrus Bowl, after some undercover December workouts.
After the Michigan victory and the time we were working out for Citrus Bowl, I kind of went into the gym a little bit and shot around a little bit.
Coach Cooper know you were sneaking in the gym and shooting the ball?
I'm not sure if he knows, but I'm sure he'll know now.
As good as Dudley's been this season, Coach Cooper probably doesn't mind. Coming up, we'll talk about the Buckeyes and the Illini. If any Ohio State fans here today, freezing rain could make it tough for Eddie George and company. We'll also talk about the most racially unified team in college football, the Illini. That's ahead.
Wouldn't it be great to save on all your calls wherever you may be?
Sounds like a great plan.
Introducing AT&T True Reach Savings, the first plan ever that lets you save on every type of U.S. call you make.
You can use your card, you can use your fax, you can use your cellular phone, and you still know you're getting that 25% off.
Save 25% off your AT&T phone bill guaranteed when you spend $25 a month.
Right back to AT&T. Definitely.
It's simple, it's guaranteed. That's your true choice, AT&T.
Car rental was born at the airport, not long after man's first flight arrived. But soon man discovered reasons to rent that had nothing to do with flying. That's when thrifty car rental got rolling right in the neighborhoods. Such conveniences made Thrifty's historically low rates a way of life, whether or not you happen to be flying. Your neighborhood thrifty car rental, historically known for low rates.
Wrangler jeans are soft and comfortable, and they get more soft and comfortable every time you wash them. Wrangler Real Comfortable Jeans.
Hi, Mike. 3 friends. 3 pair of Wrangler jeans. Everybody's comfortable. Even the fish. Wrangler Real Comfortable Jeans.
The postseason picture's coming into focus. This Saturday, the Bull Hungry kick it off in a triple header. First at noon, Purdue and Michigan square off in Ann Arbor. Then at 5, Auburn takes on Georgia between the hedges in Athens. In the nightcap at 8, the undefeated Florida Gators take their national title hopes on the road to South Carolina. 3 big-time matchups. Today on ESPN.
Introducing Membership Rewards from American Express, a rewards program that makes every dollar you spend add up to a world of choices just by using the card. For a gift, something you need, the possibilities seem endless, and all of them are free. With the Membership Rewards program, you decide where to use your rewards and what works best for you. So enroll today in Membership Rewards. Call 1-800-AXP-EARN.
College Game Day is brought to you by American Express.
Big horseshoe today. There's a lot more at stake than that wooden turtle trophy known as Illabuck. New number 2 Ohio State's playing for a national title, the Rose Bowl, and payback for last year. Illinois is playing for any bowl bid at 4-4. They need a win. Lou Tepper told me he would love to help out his former office mate on the Colorado staff, Gary Barnett, win the Big Ten title by upsetting the Buckeyes today. Ohio State a 3-touchdown favorite. We're going to find out more about the Buckeyes in the coming weeks as they face the two best defenses they faced all year, Illinois and Michigan.
And they may have to face them without Terry Glenn, their All-American wide receiver. He apparently practiced this week, which is great news for them. He's going to have to deal with range of motion. Can he go up and catch the ball? And pain tolerance. If he can't play in the game and be successful, Eddie George really has to carry the burden. And with bad weather throughout the North, you've got to figure between the tackles, he's got to have Big Ten power running. And Ricky Dudley, the tight end, along with Buster Tillman, the other wide receiver, they've got to have excellent games. It's a great opportunity for Ohio State. Big day for them because they can blame a close game on bad weather.
Yeah, but they got to remember about the Illinois defense. Illinois defense is ranked 10th in the nation. It's the highest ranked defense the Buckeyes have faced this year. And the key man on Illinois' defense is linebacker, defensive back, Kevin Hardy. He does it all. Watch him here. It's a 1st and 10. He intercepts the passes like a defensive back. Now he gets up on the line. He's got 85 tackles this year, 8 of them on sacks. The guy is all over the field. Now, Illinois is confident. Illinois is battle-tested. This is going to be a close game. It's going to be so close that Illinois knocks the Buckeyes out of number 2 into number 3 on Sunday. And they're 8 people.
But Ohio State wins, you think?
Hey, Ohio State wins the game, but it's so close.
If the voters don't consider the fact that bad weather can make this a close game, they're crazy.
They won't consider it.
Can't wait to see Simeon Rice. Can't wait to see Simeon Rice against Orlando Pace, 2 of the 4 Lombardi finals, one of the best line matchups all year long. You know, Illinois told me that this is right where they want to be on the road. They're 10-3-1. Big Ten road games under Tepper, only 5-10 at home. It's just one unusual aspect to Illinois' program. You see, Tepper has made his program a unique laboratory for racial unity, hoping to make a small difference in an age when more and more issues threaten to divide us.
Mark Furman.
He has the power over his witness. We must accept the responsibility.
When things like the Simpson trial, Million Man March, when things like that come up, we're able to talk about it, we're able to joke about it. I mean, because of the unity that we have, sometimes we talk about it jokingly, sometimes we talk about it seriously. And the tendency that I find is guys try to be open as much as possible.
Put it on.
Our players make promises before they come that they are willing to work with, to live with, and to love all races.
I was like, okay, whatever. But I was like, it's good to hear that you believe that and you want to get that done. But I didn't think it's going to get done.
And I was shocked, but I was kind of excited because it was something different.
We get so many situations where we'll have inner city blacks who have essentially never known a white.
Well, I'm from East St. Louis, where it's 99.9% black, and that's why most people I've been around.
And most often our whites really don't know our blacks.
I came from a predominantly white school, and I really hadn't had a chance to be around black people and get to know some of them.
Those who are opposed to them, those who have a little prejudice, they don't come here.
Those who do come to Illinois are immersed in Tepper's Unity program from day one, when they were assigned a roommate of a different race for 3 weeks of training camp.
My freshman year, I was with Martin Jones for the camp, and I wasn't used to being with a black person, and it was different. But we hit off real well, actually.
You talking about golf, as a matter of fact. I named Mr. Van Halen. So,
what'd you teach him?
I let him listen to TLC.
During the school year, players may room with whoever they choose, except on road trips when room assignments are interracial. In Columbus, Simeon Rice is bunking with his backup, redshirt freshman Ryan Murphy.
Hey, Ryan. What? Hey, Carl, we're living here.
Back at home, a seating chart dictates that in major team meetings, if you talk to the person next to you, he probably will be of a different race. And each Thursday is Unity Night, when players are asked to have dinner with someone they don't normally hang out with.
We have one quote in the coaches' locker room, one quote we have, and the coaches have to abide by that, but it's prejudice is a great time saver. It enables you to form an opinion without giving facts.
Tepper's resolve comes from experiencing prejudice at an early age, as a farm kid treated differently by the city kids he went to school with.
Because of my upbringing, because of my faith, equality between races was something that I really saw. I thought was good, right, just. And so it's something that we've tried to promote.
The Illini players can't recall a single example of racial tension within the team, even though they've endured a 2-year-long quarterback controversy between Johnny Johnson and Scott Weaver, the kind of choice that created friction last year at Miami.
I hear it all the time. We hear it all the time that Johnny, he's not playing because he's black, or, Weaver's playing because he's white. And that's just the ignorance of them. I mean, because everybody knows that Tepper and the whole coaching staff stress this unity, and they could care less, black or white.
Mark Furman. So for now, amid a rising sea of racial tension, the Illini appear to exist on a small island of harmony. But will their experiment have lasting results?
We'll just hope that through 4 or 5 years of this program that they're forced to get to know each other. And once you know anyone, like or not, my guess is you're going to love them.
I think it's made me a better person and a better man to get to know different people of all different races and creeds. And it's just going to help me in my life.
I think guys can go through the program and deal with it like now, because I mean that's what we're stressing. I mean that's what coach is stressing, and then maybe down the line change their views. I mean it's like I said, that's just the nature of us being human beings and us being different races. I mean that's the way it is. You have a type of negative attitude toward the races before I did when I first came down here, and it's kind of all wiped away now. Matter of fact, it is, because I get along, go to parties with these guys, I play hard with these guys, I talk to these guys, we win together, we do this together, celebrate, and it's all different now. It's a different aspect that I've taken to it now, but that's up a lot in this program.
All the Illini players we talked to echoed James' statement. By the way, Tepper's got pretty much all aspects of the off-the-field program in place. Last year's graduation rate, 100%. Since he's been there at 93%. They have some good student athletes at Northwestern as well. The Big Ten's leading tackler, Pat Fitzgerald. We'll talk more about the Wildcats' battle with Iowa and the Gators. Tuning up for the Seminoles by taking on South Carolina. That's ahead.
At Transamerica, we've helped 1 million people live a better life with consumer loans. And millions more plan for retirement. We've provided the security of life insurance for 15 million lives and provided millions to finance educations. We also underwrite hopes and dreams. Transamerica. Life insurance, retirement plans, commercial and consumer loans. Every day, you and your employees struggle against a formidable foe. The dark specter of uncertainty. The ever-present threat of serious illness, of an unforeseen disability, of the end of life itself. Protect your employees with the knowledge you can depend on for long-term disability and other employee benefits. Fortis, a $100 billion world leader providing solid answers for a changing world.
Enter the ESPN Football Fanatics Sweepstakes, sponsored by Visa, to win a trip for 2 to Super Bowl 30 or one of hundreds of other prizes.
God, I love football.
Watch this week's ESPN Sunday Night NFL game between Denver and Philadelphia.
And no end zone fans.
Call the 800 number displayed during the third quarter and answer a question about the game, or enter on ESPN Net Sports Zone.
I'm telling you, it's a wonderful thing.
The ESPN Football Fanatics Sweepstakes, sponsored by Visa, the official card of the NFL.
Up next on ESPN, Purdue visits the Big House, needing 3 wins to go bowling, including one over Northwestern. Bad weather in Ann Arbor, that could be a factor. Oh, bad weather inside the Metrodome today. On ESPN2, you can see the game at 7 o'clock Eastern Time. Wisconsin also must win out to go bowling. Besides the Boilers and Badgers, other teams on the bowl bubble facing a must-win today. The SEC could very easily finish with only 4 bowl-eligible teams. LSU has to beat probation-saddled Ole Miss, then Arkansas. South Carolina out of the hunt without 2 wins. Georgia Tech must win out, and then hope the CarQuest Bowl falls. So obviously a very tall order for the Gamecocks as they host Florida today. The 2 highest scoring offenses in the SEC. Problem is South Carolina has the second to worst defense. Gators nicked up a bit. Riddell Anthony, the wide receiver, Fred Taylor, the running back, both out of the game with knees. Mike Adamle, who's set a lot of records in this field right in front of us right out here, checks in now from Williams-Brice Stadium. Mike?
Thanks, Chris. And down here in Columbia, South Carolina, the forecast is for rain for tonight's game, and we may find out whether or not Florida's high-powered run-and-gun attack, or air ball, as Steve Spurrier likes to call it, is waterproof. Surely an off-field is South Carolina's best hope to slow down a Gator offense that to date has been unstoppable. A look inside the Florida offense, and the numbers suggest that South Carolina is in for a long night. The Gators are second in the nation in pass offense, third in the country in points per game, and on pace to shatter the SEC record for yards per game. Staggering stats generated by a coach with an undying belief in his system.
When he does something, he's confident that he's doing the right thing. Now, I think he portrays that to his players. I think his players pick it up, too.
Coach Spurrier in Florida are masters at just doing over and over and over again the same things, but yet making just enough differences that gives defenses a lot of problems.
This past offseason, South Carolina hired longtime Spurrier assistant and quarterback guru John Reeves, anxious not to get left in the offensive dark ages. The Gamecock Steve Tannehill has been the immediate beneficiary as he leads the SEC in completion percentage, yards, and touchdowns. His understanding of the drop-back passing game much more profound. They say that imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, but is Florida's offensive system the wave of the future for other teams? Well, Chris, with apologies to the late, great Woody Hayes, the answer is maybe.
Well, they've made it very apparent that you don't have to run 3 yards in a cloud of dust to be a winner in this game.
The chain gang, the officials better be ready to move up and down the field in this one. Spurrier concerned the Gators don't look ahead of the big ball game, the game of the millennium against Florida State.
Well, Chris, the South Carolina-Florida has an interesting twist in this game. 80% of South Carolina's offense and defense is exactly the same as Florida State's. The reason? Head coach Brad Scott and defensive coordinator Wally Burnham were longtime assistants to Bobby Bowden. Now, I talked to 4 head coaches this week that feel it's a tremendous disadvantage to Florida because Florida State will get an opportunity to see this Gators' philosophy and theories against the offense that mirrors themselves and a defense that does. I think this is a tremendous disadvantage to Florida. I think Florida State has a good chance of beating them because of that. But speaking of this game, South Carolina will score, but Florida scores a lot more and wins this one.
All right, let me give you another option at this deal here. I agree with what you're saying there. But if you're a Florida fan, it could help you too because South Carolina could look just like a scout team of Florida State. So you're able to see what they're going to look like and how they adjust down the road. In terms of this particular ball game, Steve Tannehill could be the thorn in Florida's side. If he gets hot and goes out and throws for 21, 28 points, he'll keep them from jumping to number 2 like my friend thinks they're going to do. Tannehill could be the difference in them going back to number 2.
At times, South Carolina has looked like a scout team. We're only kidding. Florida's pass defense tested are getting better. They've really simplified things in recent weeks. The first half of our SEC doubleheader tonight, critical game for the seasons of Auburn and Georgia, and perhaps for the embattled and unlucky Ray Goff. Hines Ward with a broken wrist once again starts at quarterback for Georgia. Today, really the end of an era. One of the sacred symbols in college football. All the hedges at Sanford Stadium cut down next week. The hedges will have to make way for Olympic soccer next summer. Soccer, of all things, destroying one of the sacred symbols of college football. This is an important game, besides the reason for the hedges final game.
I'm glad you brought that up. I think it's a huge ball game for Auburn. They have to win one more game to get into the bowl situation. They don't want to have to depend on beating Alabama down the road so they get a bowl invitation. It's a big weekend for the SEC. They need Auburn and Georgia to win out. They're trying to fill bowl slots out there. And what really they look back in the future and say is these Division I AA teams that we're playing, it bites them in the fanny because they don't have a chance to get those 6 Division I A wins, which qualifies you for a bowl.
Who do you like?
I take Auburn Tigers.
Not so fast, my friend. Not so fast. Georgia, talked to Ray Goff this week. He's got some of his best players back. I think Auburn's road losses to LSU and Arkansas took something out of them. I'm taking Georgia to upset Auburn tonight.
I like it when you guys disagree.
Absolutely.
Find out who's right. It's an SEC doubleheader at a special start time, 5 o'clock Eastern time. A bit of fun. Farewell to the hedges. Then right after that ball game, it's off to Columbia. The number 3 Gators. Will they score enough points? How's those pollsters to reconsider? Remember, it's very, very close, their lead, or their deficit against Ohio State. Meanwhile, the Seminoles are tuning up. And we'll talk about the Wildcats. Darnell Aubrey and company set to rumble through the snow here in Evanston. A lot more coming up on Game Day.
Hi, I'm Gary Boyle, Chairman of Columbia Sportswear. My son Tim, our president.
demonstrate our interchange system. The liner zips in for maximum warmth. The outer shell is weatherproof. Wear it together or separately. Best of all, it comes in dozens of styles.
I voted against the Columbia interchange system.
Oh, isn't that cute?
What?
You guys are like the three bears. You're double whopper, whopper, whopper junior, bing, bang, boom.
I'm hungry, so what?
Well, nothing just sort of struck me as funny.
What are you saying? I'm like the mama bear?
A Whopper value meal for any size appetite, starting at $1.99 every day at Burger King. That's getting your burger's worth.
Hey, baby bear, you gonna finish those fries?
Yes.
Ooh, somebody needs a nap.
This season, HBO confronts today's major issues, like corporate takeovers,
You just lie back and let me be the boss.
water conservation, the blood shortage, and, of course, politics.
I gotta pay.
Stay in with HBO Saturday nights with a brand new to HBO movie every Saturday night guarantee. It's the intelligent thing to do. HBO, simply the best.
Most new car radiators are made of aluminum, as thin as the top of this can. But Prestone antifreeze bonds with aluminum, forming the Prestone zone of protection against corrosion. It's your car protected in the Prestone zone.
Did you get the page?
I think you got it.
We'll page him again.
Well, I'll page him again.
We'll page him again.
I'll page him again.
Page him again.
Introducing SkyTel two-way paging with guaranteed delivery. Can your pager do that? Call 1-800-SkyTel.
Lee Corso moonlighting before we did the show. Went out and cleared off the stadium here. The crew hard at work, as you can see, on artificial turf. So it shouldn't be too bad. The snow has stopped here in Evanston. The wind dying down a little bit, but you would not call it pleasant for the ball game between the Wildcats and the Iowa Hawkeyes about to unfold here behind us. Now, defense obviously can play an important role if the offenses are hampered by the weather. And the leader of Northwestern's defense is junior linebacker Pat Fitzgerald. Check out the butt fist comparison here. These guys, Zach Thomas, Kevin Hardy, Simeon Rice, 3 of the 10 butt fist finalists. Mr. Fitzgerald not on the list of finalists somehow. Now, he has played one more game than those guys, but look at the tackles. And as a middle linebacker, he'll have maybe more tackles than those guys, but still he has 3 sacks. That's Craig's guy, wants you to remind. Absolutely. Now, if Fitzgerald is the defensive bell cow, the leader of the star of the offense is Darnell Autry, although star is not a word that he himself would want to use. Autry is a drama major at one of the nation's great drama schools. So you might see this week's SI cover boy on the cover of Variety or Entertainment Weekly down the road. But as Steve Cyphers reports, Autry would prefer it be as part of an ensemble cast.
It's the feel-good flick of the fall, featuring an outstanding performance by record-breaking running back Darnell Autry. A sophomore majoring in theater, he dreams of being an actor.
I'll be the villain, I'll be the good guy, I'll be the action hero, I'll be the worst. It doesn't matter. I'll be the first guy that dies on the film, it doesn't matter. I couldn't see him as a soap opera, kissy lovey, or cookie baby, that type of thing, but
That's not Darnell?
No, that's not Darnell.
This is Darnell.
I see him starting a lead role in the National Football League somewhere down the road. What doesn't he have? You know, he's got everything you want. He's got the size, the speed, the toughness.
Tell me what it's like blocking for Darnell Autry.
Oh, it's easy.
Is it easy?
Oh, it is, because, I mean, you know, you do your job. He's a defense. He always hits the hole. He really does. He hits it so hard. I think I break tackles pretty well. I think I run hard, and I think of the team more than I do myself. I think the fact that he knows he's just one player on a team of 11 when he's on the field, and on a team of 95 when we're all on the field. As much as anything, he's a we player, not a me player. If there's a third down, I have to get it for the team, not for Darnell Autry. If I have to score, it's not for Darnell Autry, it's for the Northwestern, it's for the Rose Bowl, it's for everything but myself.
And according to his supporting cast, that attitude is not an act.
You won't hear Darnell talk about, I this, I that. I mean, he's totally for the team. I mean, I love him so much. I mean, it's kind of hard to say, but
you can feel the greatest, and you can think you're the greatest, but if the offensive line don't feel like doing their job or don't feel like they have any faith in you, you won't go anywhere. You won't be anybody. If the defense doesn't stop anybody, you can't do your job. So, I mean, everybody else has to do their job before I can even start to think about mine.
At Northwestern, Autry's role is to run the ball and then run it some more. The Big Ten leader in rushing, he averages 32 carries a game. Tolerating injury about as much as praise, Autry actually appeared hurt against Illinois.
A couple of linemen wouldn't grab him, pick him up, and, you all right? He said, fine. Next time you get the ball in the 8-yard game, he was hurt. You could see in his eyes, but a little pain or a little tired is not going to stop him.
You get tired out there, or do you want the ball more?
Both. I mean, I get tired, and I get so tired, but I know that I want it more. Just keep coming, and I can handle it.
Why? If you're a wee guy, why do you want the ball more?
Because I like to try to start a fire.
Northwestern's fire is burning out of control in the Big Ten. It's the stuff movies are made of. But watching it play out before him, Autry says green season is all wrong for a title. He would call it,
it's the way it's supposed to be.
That's the name of the movie?
That's the way it's supposed to be. That's the name of the movie.
That's the way it's supposed to be. Is it fair to say starring Darnell Autry?
No, absolutely not. I think it'd be fair to say starring everybody but Darnell Autry, because I am nobody without anybody else.
Here we go now. Mr. Autry from Florida, never grew up watching weather like this, but he's a tough guy. Sprained knee last week before the Penn State game, didn't practice Tuesday or Wednesday. He comes out Saturday, never showed pain. One of the many tough guys, Barnett seems to attract that kind of player.
Well, Chris, I tell you what, it's obvious that the National Coach of the Year will be Gary Barnett. But if I was picking an assistant coach of the year, I'd take strength coach from Northwestern, Larry Lilja. And I'll tell you why. The guy changed the attitude and the work ethic around this place. They used to have about 10 to 15 guys stay in the summer. They had 50 players stay here from Northwestern during the summer to work out. They ran Mount Rushmore. They pushed cars. They ran on the beach. They did a tremendous job. 12 players at Northwestern broke the weight training record here at Northwestern. I tell you what, this is the best physical, strongest, best conditioned team that Northwestern has ever had. In weather like this, tremendous advantage. I think that's one of the reasons they beat Iowa.
I agree with that. They played this all year. This is a letter that you sent to Lil J back in 1974, congratulating him for playing such a good game against your Indiana ball club.
Is that right?
Pretty special. I think it's a sweet little thing you did. The guy kept it too. Hey, this is a huge weekend for Northwestern, a big season for Barnett and his recruiting process. He has 30 top athletes in here right now. It says he has about 14, 15 big-time blue chippers in here. He needs to go out and find a way to sign as big and strong a class as possible. The problem that he has, as I see it, too many guys coming back next year. He only has 14 or 15 scholarships to hand out. He can't afford to miss. He must have a humongous recruiting class to succeed. I like Northwestern in this ballgame. Not great recruiting weather here, but those recruits are up in the Big Ten area. They won't be scared off. They used to get very good students who are so-so players. Now they get guys who are good students and also good players. Coming up to talk about Florida State as they take on the number 2 total defense, and with his dad looking on. Michigan's Brian Greasy takes on the Boilermakers at the top of the hour. We're done on ESPN.
Hello, this is Molly at Molly's Motor Works. If you're in the market for a good used vehicle, we have them all, from sports cars to family cars. We now offer financing with approved credit. Buy, sell, trade, or consign. Molly's, 1113 East 25th, Kearney, Nebraska.
Don't go into this winter unprepared. Have your furnace checked out by S&B Heating and Air. Or if it's just about time to buy, go with the best. Arco Air and S&B can install it. From minor repair to starting from the ground up, S&B Heating and Air is the place to call. 237-5737. If your laundry's out of control, take it to the full-service laundromat, Village Cleaners. They're more than able to handle the job with the biggest washers in town and dryers to handle the load. And if it's dry cleaning you need, nothing is simpler. Free pickup and delivery, guaranteed service, competitive prices. It's Village Cleaners.
When looking for fun and excitement, look no further than Kearney Keno. Try your luck and you can win up to $25,000. Afterwards, relax in the Kearney Keno Lounge with your favorite beverage or shoot some pool in their new billiards room. Bring your friends and have some fun at Kearney Keno, 2115 Avenue A.
I'll look like this. Neither do we. It's a whole new ball game on ESPN2. From Mad City to the Metrodome, led by quarterback Darrell Bevel, the Wisconsin Badgers head to Minnesota to battle the Golden Gophers. See if Barry Alvarez's offense can break through the Gophers' D. It's a Big Ten showdown. Wisconsin takes on Minnesota tonight, 7 p.m. Eastern on ESPN2.
In the ACC, Florida State looks to rebound against the defense. It's number 2 nationally, statistically anyway. North Carolina, Bobby Bowden said his team's national title hopes, quote, dangling by a very thin string. Another loss, they could be headed for the Gator Bowl. Pac-10, USC poised to clinch the Rose Bowl in Corvallis. Washington needs one more win to become bowl eligible. Won't be easy. They got Bruins, and then they have Washington State. The Huskies face a team coming off a damaging loss for the 3rd consecutive week. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, 4 more carries, breaks the school's single-season record. He already has the yardage record in only 9 games. A rare Tucson matinee. Arizona can become bowl eligible by beating Oregon. The Ducks still playing for the Cotton Bowl. Teddy Bruschi, 3 sacks to break the NCAA career record held by Derek Thomas. Oregon is favored. They're fearless on the road. They're 4-0 away from home. But Zona, the Mighty Dog selection of Leicester, our friend from the commercials, on Thursday night. Now, losses by Oregon and Washington clinch the Rose Bowl for USC even before they kick off, but they can make it academic by just beating Oregon State for a 22nd consecutive time. OJ played in the last USC team to lose to Oregon State.
Well, USC is going to win the ball game and go to the Rose Bowl. And USC will give any Big Ten team, Ohio State or Northwestern, all they can handle. The reason, they got 1 month to get ready. They got great talent. In fact, when they get enough talent and get enough excited, they can beat anybody. I tell you what, USC's a great football team, especially in the Rose Bowl.
Another Pac-10 team, Arizona State. Young, hot, up and coming. A lot of players coming back next season. They only need 1 more win to get to a bowl game, either against Cal or against Arizona. And if I look, another ACC loss by Florida State since into the Gator Bowl. They better be jacked up because North Carolina's got that defense.
Exactly. Talking about the Sun Devils. Bruce Snyder was on some hot seat lists before the season. He's definitely helping his cause. Can't use the word hot here today. Kickoff coming up at Northwestern. Steve Schnurr and company getting ready. And on ESPN, we'll have the game from Ann Arbor where the Purdue Boilermakers will battle Wolverines. Not snowy there, but by no means pleasant. Kickoff for the Big House is minutes away.
These days, trying to get on top of your financial situation is getting tougher and tougher. What you need is someone with experience and know-how. MetLife can help you get a grip on things and help you make sense of it all. Get Met. It pays.
Introducing Membership Rewards from American Express, a rewards program that makes every dollar you spend add up to a world of choices just by using the card. For a gift, something you need, the possibilities seem endless, and all of them are free. With the Membership Rewards program, you decide where to use your rewards and what works best for you. So enroll today in Membership Rewards. Call 1-800-AXP-EARN.
Onions?
I think it's going to be a great weekend.
Well, I'm looking forward to Tuesday. Hey, how are you guys able to talk about every game on prime time? You can't watch every game.
Well, Art, we got a room with 13 TVs where all the games are on at the same time. 13 TVs, 13 TVs, 13 TVs.
Art. Yeah, I'm all right. Hey, how come you guys never have me over to your house on Sunday? College Game Day is brought to you by MetLife. Get Met. It pays.
Updating a score already in the 3rd quarter was an early kickoff in Massachusetts, and ancient rivals Amherst and Williams are playing an ancient-style football game and scoreless in the 3rd quarter. Amherst 3 first halves in the first half. Williams had 2 first halves. Williams with the longest winning streak in Division III at 21 games. Well, this week, Army led the nation in takeaways, but by yesterday, they'd returned everything. The first exchange, well, they had to give back the Commander-in-Chief's trophy. They swiped it from a trophy case on display at Air Force and left the note saying, "We figured we beat the Falcons Saturday anyway." Commissioner DeBerry took the empty case into the locker room as motivation. Cadets also kidnapped all 3 Navy goats from Annapolis. Department of Defense sources say They were hidden away in the Hudson River Highlands. The perpetrators, by the way, do face punishment. Lee, Week 11 final thoughts.
Okay, at the end of the day, Tommie Frazier will count for 5 touchdowns and he'll win the Heisman tomorrow. Florida will be number 2 in the AP poll, and Northwestern wins this game and takes another step to beautiful downtown Orlando in the Citrus Bowl or the Rose Bowl, where you are a member of the Chamber of Commerce, I might add.
Hey, talking to Gary Barnett about this game, this particular ball game, he said that Cedric Shaw has a lot of speed to the outside for Iowa. He wants to filter him to the inside. He doesn't have to worry about that now because the frozen field out there and the snowy conditions, it'll force Shaw to the inside, which really benefits Northwestern because I think Darnell Autry and his footwork will help them on the inside. Northwestern wins it.
Yeah, if Iowa needs to pass, it's going to be very tough to pass in these conditions. By the way, you see, they didn't cheer when you said Orlando. They're still taking Pasadena here. Of course, Ohio State lost. We're told Terry Glenn will play in the ballgame. Remains to be seen how effective he will be. We'll be back here throughout the evening, our doubleheader in the SEC. But now it's time for Big Ten football in the Big House. Michigan and Purdue. Stick around. Joel Myers and Todd Christensen from Ann Arbor. Guys, thank you, Chris.
The Tom Osborne Kickoff Show is being brought to you by Dodge and your nearby friendly Dodge dealer, Omaha World Herald, and Target stores.
Hi, I'm Johnny Rogers. And I'm Michael Zier. Welcome to the Tom Osborne Kickoff Show. We're here to get you ready for this week's Kansas game. And we're also here to go one-on-one. So stick around. The Tom Osborne Kickoff Show is next. See ya.
Oh, isn't that cute?
What?
You guys are like the 3 bears. You're double Whopper, Whopper Jr., Bing Bang Boom.
I'm hungry, so what?
Well, mother just sort of struck me as funny.
So what are you saying? I'm like the mama bear? A Whopper value meal for any size appetite, starting at $1.99 every day at Burger King. That's getting your burger's worth.
Hey, baby bear, you gonna finish those fries? Yes. Ooh, somebody needs a nap.
When it comes to cellular service, you need a wide receiver. You need Cellular One. Because with Cellular One's all-new digital super system, your callers simply dial your local Cellular One phone number. The call will then reach you automatically in over 2,000 cities across the country, which happens to be perfect for short passes across town and long bombs clear across America. Cellular One. No other cellular service comes close.
So call now.
Nebraska coach Tom Osborne believes that the sport of football is not about height. It's about performance and facts. Fact, the average college linebacker weighs around 220 pounds. Fact, the average play lasts 5 seconds. Fact, the average linebacker will hit at least 64 times in a game. The Adidas Strong Side Turf Trainer. Get ready or get beat.
Just like the Nebraska Huskers, Pacific Realty Group is a talented team of professionals who know how to get the job done and win. In 8 short years, our firm has become the leading commercial real estate company in the Midwest. Based in Omaha with offices in Lincoln and Des Moines, Pacific Realty Group offers comprehensive commercial real estate services for all types of properties. So put your trust in our winning team, Pacific Realty Group.
From Memorial Stadium, welcome to the Tom Osborne Kickoff Show. Hi again, everybody. I'm Bill Dolman. It's back to the road for the final time until bowl time as the Huskers travel to Lawrence to take on the Kansas Jayhawks. It's another top 10 matchup for the top team in the country, and we're here, of course, to kick it off. We've got a great show lined up for you today. In addition to taking a look at Nebraska and Kansas, we'll go back to those thrilling days of yesteryear with 2 of the greatest players in college football history when Heisman Trophy winners Mike Rozier and Johnny Rodgers do a little more than just go one-on-one. You don't want to miss it. Joining me, of course, is Tom Osborne. And Tom, at this point in the season, is it important for your team to be tested to find out how good you are or just play well and fine-tune?
Well, I hope we've been tested by now. I think Michigan State has proven to be a decent football team. Arizona State probably a little over 500, but they've beaten some good football teams here recently. And I don't think they were a great team when we played them. And Colorado's got to be a good football team. Kansas State is a very good football team. So this is another test, but I don't feel at this point that we really are unproven. 9 games into the season.
So we'll see, but I think this could be one of the more difficult games of the year simply because Kansas has got a lot of things going for them.
Well, so far it's been so good in 1995 for Nebraska. And last week the Huskers welcomed the Cyclones of Iowa State to Memorial Stadium. Number 1 ranked Nebraska has shown improvement each week, and unfortunately for ISU, the Big Red played one of its best games in several years in a 73-14 victory, and one of the keys was 624 yards on the ground. You got great play from your I-backs.
That's a huge number of yards on the ground, and we used a lot of backs. Saw Amon Green on that first play, and then of course Lawrence Phillips there scoring, I believe, in the third quarter. And we were fortunate, I think, to have Lawrence back. You can see he's a little bit bigger. He's been taken off the training table, so I think he ate a lot of fast food. He's trying to kind of play himself back into shape here. Clinton Childs on an option play scores. Again, I think that was in the third quarter. Clinton is pretty well healed up now. He's playing very well. Now Damon Benning on a screen pass, and Damon almost took his eyes off the ball a little bit quickly there, but had some good blocks out in front. Picked up another 20-some yards, and of course Brooke Berringer was in the ball game at that point.
Tommie Frazier had another great day for you.
Well, Tommie, ran for a couple touchdowns, threw this touchdown pass to Reggie Ball. And Reggie had a good day receiving. He caught 4 passes. There have been some games where he hadn't done a whole lot of pass catching. I was glad to see him do well there. And now Jamel Williams breaks through and tackles their I-back for a loss. And, of course, we thought that they had a great running game, and they did a good job here. Jared Thomas, who was not scheduled to play at all, played maybe 10 plays and got a sack on that play right there. Now Mike Fullman steps in front and picks off a pass. Mike is probably our third corner, but he's very quick, good punt return man, and has been playing very well.
You got great play from everybody last Saturday against the Cyclones. It's time now for our Players of the Week. And when you score 73 points and give up just 2 touchdowns, it's a little difficult to come up with just 2 honorees. But here's a couple of guys who stood out. First on offense, and for the first time this year, it's Amon Green, the freshman I-back from Omaha.
Amon must have averaged somewhere around 14 yards a carry, and only carried the ball 12 times. And here's a counter sweep that goes the distance, 70 yards or so on that particular play. Had some good blocks out in front. And of course, he's got enough speed that when he breaks loose, nobody's going to catch him. Defensively, Mike Mentor had a good day, intercepted a pass, made a number of tackles, and Mike still struggles a little bit every week with that knee. He has to miss usually 1 day a week, but this last Monday he was out there. Here's a fine interception, and I think he's really coming around now as far as his physical health is concerned, and is playing the best football he played all year the last couple of games.
When Tom and I come back, we'll turn our attention to the surprise team in the Big 8 in 1995, the Kansas Jayhawks. Don't go away.
Don't go away. I'm and Bill will be right back to scout the Jayhawks right after this.
Ed, I don't know how to tell you this, but you've only got about 15 months at best. I'm sorry. What are you going to do?
I'll take 3 of these, 2 of these, 3 of them.
Sony introduces 0% financing. Buy now, pay up to 15 months later.
More of everything.
Ed, Dr. Warner, you're going to be fine. That spot on the x-ray? Part of my sandwich.
Give me 6 more of these and 3 of those over there. Now get free financing and free movie rentals with Sony in your hometown video kingdom.
Every party has a drag. Don't you be the one. Think about it.
Jerry Nelson for Kelton Seed. It's a treat to share with you the new excitement of Kelton Seed and Kelton Dealers. 3 exciting new hybrids for this area. 2 pursuit-tolerant hybrids, 2 super premium alfalfas, and now a precision farming package too. First in the field is more than just words with us Kelton Seed folks. It's new genetics, it's Field Track, our exciting new precision farming package that measures field performance as you harvest. My advice, see your Kelton dealer soon.
It was truly hell on earth. Hundreds of oil wells set ablaze by retreating Iraqi forces. Witness the victory of human spirit over one of history's most fascinating and horrible environmental disasters. Fires of Kuwait, an IMAX film experience. Now showing at the Lead IMAX Theater in Hastings Museum. Fires of Kuwait. Feel the heat.
Heading into the 1995 season, Nebraska was picked to be the dominant team in the Big 8 Conference, while Kansas was expected to be a middle-of-the-road team. Well, those predictions were only half right. The Jayhawks are enjoying one of their best years ever, and Glenn Mason is doing a great job of coaching, and his team is doing a great job of playing football.
Yeah, they've had an exceptionally good year, and I think the two wins that are really impressive are their wins down at Oklahoma and then at Colorado at a time when Colorado was undefeated, and I think Oklahoma maybe had a tie or something like that. So they've played great football, and we have a lot of respect for their program, the job that they've done.
Kansas is back in the top 10 this week after beating Missouri 42-23 last Saturday. The win improved Kansas to 8-1 overall. They are 4-1 in Big 8 Conference play. 8 wins for the first time in a long time at this point in the season. Glenn Mason has done a terrific job in his 8 years as the Jayhawks head coach. Just 5 games under 500. That will turn around in no time at all. Nebraska leads the all-time series with 77 wins over the Jayhawks all-time. It's the third longest series in Division 1A at 101 games, and Saturday's game will be the 90th consecutive meeting between the two schools. And this really was the big turning point for Kansas, their win over Colorado, and the big factor in this one was the turnovers.
I think Colorado went to -4 turnovers. Of course, that one there was fumbled into the end zone, and Kansas recovered. And there you see Kansas stripping the ball on what would have been a first down, and gave Kansas good field position. And so the turnovers were big. And of course, here at Henley gets loose on a fairly long touchdown run, and that was the go-ahead touchdown run. And from there on, it was all Kansas. Detmer came in the ball game and played a little bit, and there was a misread between him and the receiver. He threw an interception, so that's the third turnover that we've looked at. And Williams has really played well at quarterback and has good receivers and has been very consistent. He's been over 60% completions. He's a good runner, good athlete. And so overall, I think they've got a very solid football team.
And a very solid coaching, Glenn Mason. He's done a terrific job in building that program from the ground up to get them in the top 10 contention.
Well, when Glenn first went there, they just didn't have the athletes. I remember lining up the first couple of years, they just didn't have anybody on defense, and it was almost a little bit embarrassing. And he knew it, I knew it before the game. But they've got athletes now, and they've done a great job recruiting. Here's a bootleg pass, and Williams hits Moore, tight end, a little bit delayed.
Williams is one of those quarterbacks that's enjoying a great senior season.
Yeah, he has not been a starter. I think he played some in the past. But Preston was the number one guy there for about 3 years. And all of a sudden, when he became the top quarterback, he stepped up his play, much like Jerry Godowski and much like Keith McCant did for us, and he's having a great senior year.
He's got some great running backs behind him. Derek Van with a great job here, and he's not really listed as one of their top two, like LT Levine and June Henley.
Yeah, Levine and Henley are the two guys that carry most of the load, and but I think this guy is a strong guy with some balance, and it looks like he did a nice job there toward the end of the ball game against Missouri. The Missouri game was a close game for quite a while. There's Williams on an option play, and actually Missouri was leading at the half, and then Kansas went ahead on an interception as the game was somewhere about the middle of the third quarter, and Kansas never looked back from that point on.
You mentioned that Kansas's defense plays with real good emotion and intensity, but they have given up 64 points the last couple of ball games.
Well, they've bent some, but they haven't broken. And here you see one of their defenders, I think that's Johnson, who intercepted a pass. And that was the big play in the game as far as I was concerned, because Missouri was ahead at the time. There's Corby Jones, the freshman quarterback at Missouri, who was sacked on that particular play by the Kansas defense.
Now it's Nebraska and Kansas on Saturday. When the kickoff show continues, we'll have an historic one-on-one. Stay tuned.
That ain't not supposed to be one-on-one. Well, we figured we'd rather call it the Heisman on the Heisman. I think mine's better. Nah, man, mine's much prettier, bro. It looks better than you. He was old. He was 72. Mine's that class. Pizzazz.
Okay, Mr. Pavelka, I think I can stump you.
Give me that shot, kid.
Husker fans are enjoying a fun new board game, Husker Sports Trivia, where players test their knowledge of all Husker sports and win by completing the scorecard.
1971. Black shirts and heat.
Okay, Ken, I've got one. Who's the radio personality who said touchdown, touchdown, touchdown?
I know this one. Hold on.
Husker Sports Trivia is a perfect game for any Husker fan.
Quiet. Available now at Nebraska bookstore.
Super Target beef is now being served at the training table of the University of Nebraska Cornhuskers. The Cornhuskers love our sterling silver boneless top sirloin. And so will your family. Nebraska beef, just one of the great fresh foods you'll find at Super Target.
The object in the mirror is the mid-size Dodge Dakota Club cab. It comes with a Magnum V6, but order the available Magnum V8 and you get more power, more payload, and more towing than a comparable Ford Ranger or Chevy S10, plus more room inside. With all this, it might appear that a Dakota Club cab would be way beyond your reach. But with up to $2,500 in package value discounts, it's actually a lot closer than it appears. Dodge Dakota Club cab, from America's truck stop, the new Dodge.
From the kickoff classic in August to the final whistle in Miami, this was the year of Nebraska football destiny. The year the dream came true. Now from the sports staff of the Omaha World-Herald comes the definitive chronicle of the dream season, 120 pages packed with full-color photos, stats, features, and game-by-game coverage. The 1995 National Champions Book is the most comprehensive record of the Huskers' march to greatness. Nothing else comes close. Serious fans can find it at stores throughout the area or call the Omaha World-Herald to order.
The Heisman Trophy is college football's most prestigious award, and few schools can lay claim to producing even one Heisman winner. Nebraska has 2 trophies in its case, and today we've got the men who put them there. Here's Johnny Rogers and Mike Rozier with a one-on-one that's sure to bring back the memories.
What has the Heisman Trophy meant to you in your life?
The Heisman Trophy.
The Heisman, he is man trophy.
Yeah, they tell me it's supposed to mean a lot in my life, but
you told me the other day that it meant an extra million in your pocket.
Yeah, it did help a lot in my pocket now. But far as changed my life and what it done for me, it opened some doors for me. It's the number 1 trophy in the world, as far as the athlete can win. It's like the presidency. They got like how many presidents? 50 presidents.
They got 50 some odd presidents, and they only got 60 Heisman Trophy winners. It's probably the second most elite fraternity in the world.
Yes, it is. And I felt good about it when I won it. They say I won it after the game against UCLA game. And I reversed fields. Since I've been there, it's like I talk about. I said I won game, UCLA game, we reversed fields. And after that game,
you can do that one darn time, and everybody talks about very nice. You do it every week, and I don't hear nothing.
Well, Johnny, back in the days, in the 70s, this is yeah. But the Heisman, right now, as I'm getting older, I appreciate it more. When I was younger, it was just like, I got no one running back around the country, around the world. But now as I get older, going back to the gyms, visiting the old guys who won it before me, open doors for me to win, like yourself.
Right, it really makes a difference going back to hanging with those guys. There's a bunch of really class act guys.
Yes, it is. Most definitely.
It's really a pleasure just being around those guys and seeing how much that is actually did for them, and know that we are following on the shoulders in their footsteps.
Right.
And that we have a lot to look forward to. That we have to carry ourselves accordingly. And it's not really that difficult doing it when you see so many people before us actually doing it, and it's working out well for them. It's just so bright for us. We gotta wear shades.
You gotta wear shades. How the Heisman change your life?
Well, it continues to open up our doors for me. I have just as much notoriety here, 20 years from the time that I won the Heisman as I did back then. And I get as much notoriety for being in this elite fraternity now than I did before. I just did as we did this autograph session here the other week, just the other day, and we had them packed in the house. The 2 old guys, they ain't played in years.
Yeah, you ain't lying. Because Bob was there, he's a good man.
And he ain't played in years either. No, it's a great deal. It's a great award. I do anything I can to actually support that concept because it really means something to be the very best football player in the United States of America. What do you think about Tommie's chances of joining this elite fraternity that we're in called the Heisman Trophy?
You tell me how you think about it. You're a man from Omaha.
Well, I think that Tommie Frazier has a better than a 50% chance of winning the Heisman Trophy this year. I think that he's a field general. He's a very intelligent young man. He can read offenses as well as defenses. He's really he can run the ball as well as throw the ball.
I think he's the number one candidate right now. You know, as long as he stays healthy, the team keep on winning, I think he should be able. He should win. You know, he got my vote. You know, John, we vote every year for us.
Yeah, we got my vote.
And he got my vote. If Tommy wins this year, maybe he won't really feel it until he gets a little older. I mean, he'll know he'll be the number one football player in America, but you know, you're there, you got cameras, lights, people shaking hands, you meeting the president and stuff like that. It feels good. You know, you really couldn't sit down and really let it sink in and really appreciate it. You know?
No, I think that since it's a couple of us, now we just have to get them to the, carry them through the ropes.
I'm quite sure.
Yeah, I'm trained you well. I'm trained you well to come up. But I think that we have one in the 70s, we had you in the 80s, and we need one in the 90s.
Yeah, most definitely.
We might have a good chance of having two in the 90s because that Armand Green is about as good as they get.
Hey,
he can shake, rattle, and roll.
You know Jersey guy. That's all you got.
Everybody said there goes Mike.
Nah, but I saw him on Saturday. He's a big, strong, fast boy, and he can break tackles. I saw one play he broke a tackle on the right side. It reminded me of a tackle I broke. I played against Missouri. This guy's really strong and he's fast. So it looked like he's just jogging. But the kid got speed.
Oh, he's got speed. He's got strength. He's very intelligent. He goes to class. He takes his education serious. He has a very good, positive personality. I think he's a very legitimate contender as a sophomore coming up, for the Heisman Trophy. I mean, he would be a contender right now than the fact that they just don't consider a freshman, but he's probably one of the best running backs in the country.
It's preseason, and every wide receiver has just one goal. The 4.3. Adidas 4.3 turf trainer. Get ready or get beat.
When it comes to cellular service, you need a wide receiver. You need Cellular One. Because with Cellular One's all-new digital super system, your caller simply dial your local Cellular One phone number. The call will then reach you automatically in over 2,000 cities across the country, which happens to be perfect for short passes across town and long bombs clear across America. Cellular One. No other cellular service comes close.
So call now. Oh, you didn't get tomatoes?
Nah, I've been kind of on a rut lately. I thought I'd mix up a little bit. Whopper, no tomatoes.
Change your pace.
Exactly.
Expecting to weave and you bob.
Mm-hmm.
If it can dig, use egg.
Yeah.
You're a bold man.
The Whopper. It always tastes great because it's always fixed your way. With fries and a drink for just $2.99. Every day at Burger King.
So, how do you rut?
I believe I am.
You're rutless.
Enough with the ruts.
You've been ejected from the Rutmobile. No ruts, no glory.
Over the past 3 years, Dodge has offered a choice of more new nameplates than anybody else. Here are 3 more new choices, but they aren't cars. They are 3 choices that make it easier for you to drive a new Dodge. Choose from generous cash incentives or exceptional interest rates or extremely low lease rates. The Dodge Buyer's Choice sale. Why would you choose to buy anyplace else?
It's not too often that you can get 2 Heisman Trophy winners together in one room, but since we did, we thought we'd see what else was on their minds as we continue our kickoff show exclusive.
What do you think about this year's team?
I think this year's team is fantastic. To tell the truth, they all sound all the way around on defense and offense. When I was here, we had mostly offense. We had defense. I'm not complaining about them, but here the defense is a lot more solid than we were. The offense is there. The guys are playing great. Now, I really hope they go back to back and win a trophy. I think Tom Osborne deserves it. He's a good man. And if they do, more power to them.
Well, I think they got a heck of a shot at it.
He is back in his school days here in Nebraska.
Well, I remember that 75,000 people dressed in red, out there. I remember that people would come, from the other teams, where they have 5,000 people come along. And when we go to football games, we'd have 25,000, 30,000 people that actually follow us everywhere. Sometimes we'd have more in the football stadium at our away games than the other team had. We go out to Kansas State or Kansas or whatever. And then I remember vividly that whenever I got a punt return, they would have 75,000 people and they would just stand up in their seats and wait for something to happen. And fortunately, we used to give them something to happen.
You giant Jet Rogers.
I had a good team. The fellas believed we could do it, and we did it.
How did you feel the first time you walked in that field and saw everybody, everything in red? Because I know when I walked in the field, I come from Jersey, and I saw everybody in red, and I just stood there and was like, wow, look at this. I can't believe it. I can't believe all these people in red. And they cheering going crazy.
Well, I had a little bit of an advantage as a freshman. I used to go to the game and I could see how it was and the energy and the enthusiasm and the electricity that was coming through the stadium. I just really couldn't wait to play. I wish I really was able to play as a freshman myself. Because it was very exciting. You come from high school football where you got just a few hundred people, probably never even 1,000 people actually attend a high school game. And then you jump up there, you got 75,000 people that are positively chanting, for you to do something well. I mean, that's a lot of energy. I mean, I can see how thoughts control things. Thoughts are not just things, thoughts are the cause of things. And those people wanted something to happen. And with that energy they had, they made it happen.
Oh, most definitely. Most definitely.
What's your memorable moment? When you ran around, crossed bounds back and forth and all that?
Nah, not really. I don't know really. I guess just come to Nebraska. A kid come from Jersey. I ain't had much. Come from Jersey City and just come down Lake Nebraska. I figured it'd be out a bunch of cattle, corn, like children on the field. I watched it on TV. I thought it'd be kind of scary. But when I got here, the people treated me nice. The coaches welcomed me real well. The players was all together. So, I mean, I had a good time. Like you said, the fans, like you said, they stand up and you hear them hollering and everything. You want to make something happen in your head. They're looking at you. You want to make something happen. I can't get tackled here. Nah, I got to
bring you can. You had the ability that you could.
Yeah, they had nothing.
They pump you up.
Oh, yeah.
Pump you up and let's get it on.
Well, Missouri game, I had a hit point. I think that'd be one of the best games I remember as far as here in Nebraska playing ball. And meeting the people out to the that's I try to get back as much as possible. And get around to everybody that I met to the venue. A lot of people ask me about pro ball, so I miss pro ball. I miss college ball before I miss pro ball. Because I met so many people here, I met so many friends, close friends, that we grew up now, we're a little older. We're going to come back and always talk about football like we're talking about now.
Yeah, it was fun in college.
Most definitely.
Professional business. Strictly business. It's just a business in college too, but it's a little bit different.
Yeah.
I think I like the Orange Bowls. We went to the Orange Bowl 3 years in a row. We won 3 years in a row. We got 2 national championships off our Orange Bowl wins. Our last game at the Orange Bowl, we beat Notre Dame 46-6. I was able to score 4 and throw 1. So I got to remember that one.
There is no place like Nebraska.
Those guys are some pretty good football players, and it was a good time to get them together. What do you remember about their days at Nebraska?
Oh, golly, Bill, we could fill up several shows talking about them, but I guess the one thing I might mention is that each one could probably make more difference in a ball game than most other players, obviously. And Johnny would beat you one way or another, either running the ball or catching or return, and just had a knack of making things happen. Mike Rozier was a very, very instinctive back who could seem to make you miss without doing much movement. Just give you a little move straight up field. Very tough guy. He missed the Missouri game. He couldn't even get down in a stance. Couldn't bend over. Played the whole game. Carried the ball 30 times. One of the most courageous performances I've ever seen. And so those two guys are great players, and we're glad they're both still fans and still come around. And of course, Johnny is here in school and works here.
And Mike, I think, is coming back to school as well. Tom, it'd be nice to have him on the field against Kansas this week, but you got a pretty good team anyway. Good luck on Saturday.
Thanks, Bill.
That will do it for the show this week. Don't forget, start time for Nebraska and Kansas is 2:30 Central Time. Next Saturday, the Huskers will have the day off, but Tom and I will be here to kick off another big day of college football, so we hope that you'll join us then for another edition of the Tom Osborne Kickout Show. For Tom Osborne and our Husker Vision crew, I'm Bill Dolman. Enjoy the game, everybody.
The Tom Osborne Kickoff Show has been brought to you by Dodge and your nearby friendly Dodge dealer, Omaha World Herald, and Target stores.
Every time you shop at Allen's, you can help schools in your community. Hi, I'm Robert Allen of Allen's Supermarket and Department Store of Hastings. Over the past 4 years, we've donated over $55,000 to 42 Nebraska schools through Allen's Education Advantage program. You can help your school too. Save all of your Allen's receipts dated September 1st through March 31st, and Allen's will give you a 1% rebate to the school of your choice. Give your kids the Education Advantage. Shop Allen's of Hastings.
Ed, I don't know how to tell you this, but you've only got about 15 months at best. I'm sorry. What are you going to do? Sony introduces 0% financing. Buy now, pay up to 15 months later.
More of everything. Ed, Dr. Warner, you're going to be fine. That spot on the x-ray? Part of my sandwich.
Give me 6 more of these and free home order. Now get free financing and free movie rentals with Sony in your hometown video kingdom.
Is a special presentation of ABC Sports. ABC Sports College Football presents a CFA matchup from the Big 8 Conference. The Nebraska Huskers and the Kansas Jayhawks. Here are the Jayhawks ranked 10th this week in the AP poll, 8th one on the season, over the 4th time since 1950. Kansas has won 8 more games in the season. It is the 2nd time since Glenn Mason took over as head coach 8 seasons ago. Today, number 1 Nebraska is the guest. The Huskers trying to repeat as Big 8 Conference champions and national champions. And as you can see, both Kansas teams and Colorado still alive as we begin the schedule today in the Big 8 Conference. Here come the Huskers. And the earth rumbled and shook as the mighty came rolling in, ranked number 1. Lynn Swan is down on the field. I'm Keith Jackson. Bob Greasy is not with us. We had a vote and decided it was time that old dad go see his son play quarterback in Michigan. And so we dispatched him, as we understand, into dreadful weather, but the Wolverines won. Bob will be back with us next week. With us today is a young man who was young once, about 15, 20 years ago, and 10 years ago, we were here at this very spot. Our longtime friend and colleague, Tim Brandt. Awesome. Great to be back with you, partner. The last time you and I were here, 64-3, 1986, Kansas lost big. But a lot has changed since then.
Cold then, too.
That's it, just as cold.
The overriding question about this ball game, is there any way in the world that Kansas can stop the Nebraska juggernaut?
Nobody has, Keith. Absolutely nobody this year. Nebraska averages over 55 points a game. Now, Kansas defense is young, very inexperienced. They're going to have to pursue like crazy and hope a lot.
Well, ball control is an obvious factor if you're going to contend at all with Nebraska. Kansas has a couple of running backs that are pretty good.
Well, L.T. Levine and June Henley are outstanding backs. They've gone over 2,000 yards each for their careers. They're going to have to hold the ball. This is hammer and chisel time. It's the only chance I think Kansas has today is to keep Nebraska off the field.
I think the general consideration is, too, that the Cornhuskers have not had a day in which they made very many mistakes. They may not do it again today, but for Kansas to have a realistic chance, Nebraska's going to have to help them.
Oh, I agree. They're going to have to help them. Kansas is going to have to hope. They're going to have to play aggressively and keep Nebraska's offense off the field.
It's a clear day, but it sure is crisp. It's about 32 degrees. And now we go to New York City, our studio host, John Saunders.
Thanks a lot, guys. We'll be along at halftime with a potential halftime report. Highlights of Northwestern in action and in the top 5 this week. We will also, of course, follow the games here on ABC. Ohio State looks to remain unbeaten, but they've had trouble with Illinois. And in the Pac-10, Oregon and Arizona. We'll see you at halftime with all the scores and highlights.
Some would say going 100,000 copies without an unscheduled service call is impressive. Sharp would say, it's a beginning. Sharp, call for your free interactive kit of copier solutions.
Are you lost in a financial jungle? What you need is someone who knows the ropes. Someone you can count on for advice and financial information. MetLife can help you tame the risks and help you make sense of it all. Get Met. It pays.
Hey, Remington, shave this.
If you can grow it, we can shave it. The newest Remington Triple Foil, the only shaver with 3 micro screens, now has a 50% greater cutting rate with a more powerful motor. And 3 flexible foils for those hard-to-shave places on hard-to-shave faces. So make it this smooth, this comfortable, and this close. The new Remington Triple Foil. If you can grow it, we can shave it.
At Sharp, we have a full line of copiers that suit the needs of your business, no matter how big your business becomes. Sharp, call for your free interactive kit of copier solutions.
The Nebraska Cornhuskers wearing the white shirts will kick off. The Jayhawks will then have the first offensive possession of the ball game. Chris Brown will be kicking for the Huskers, the freshman from South Lake, Texas. Deep for Kansas will be Sunday Smith, number 6, and June Henley, number 20. And the game is on. 90 in a row they've played, and Brown, as usual, is not beyond the playing field, and Kansas will have the 20-yard line first down. Mark Williams is the senior quarterback for the Jayhawks. 9-1 as a starter, 15 touchdowns. The Chili's starting lineup, backs and receivers, feature number 1 for the Kansas Jayhawks, Isaac Bird. He's a burner. He's a big play man, and they're going to need some today. This is June Henley, who's been a very steady, tough performer for the Jayhawks, but the Cornhuskers on his first effort of the afternoon eat him up for a loss of at least 1.5 yards. The offensive front for Kansas has to step up. They've simply got to give their quarterback and their running back some time to pick and choose. And Chris Banks at offensive guard is one of the steadiest of all those people up front today. Scott Whitaker getting the start along the offensive front. That offensive line has got to take care of the Nebraska defensive rush, otherwise the Jayhawks are going to have a long afternoon. That ball, he simply may have stuck to his fingers because it's a very cold day. He was L.T. Levine, and the ball was bounced at his feet. The defensive front 7 for Nebraska, all good. The Peter brothers inside the defensive ends, but the man who flies around like a madman is Terrell Farley. Came out of junior college and has stepped in to the Cornhusker lineup with 47 tackles already.
What's interesting about that team is that they only really have two down line.
True. And it's like 2 snot from deep roots. We'll find what's moving around there. Williams gets his pass away, and his man is wide open. It's the tight end, Jim Ford. And once again, a tight end finds playing room against the Nebraska secondary. It's happened a lot this year. Moore is a 6'4", 245-pounder from Garden City. It's first down, Jayhawks.
This is just a breakdown in coverage. I don't think anybody out there on the cornerback expected him to slide. You can see the cornerback over there comes in with the out pattern, and they just take the tight end underneath. Nobody picked him up. They've got to go wide as the widest, deep as the deepest. Somebody got suckered in.
June Henley is a single back on first down at the 48-yard line. He has the ball, looks for some daylight, and finds a couple of yards as he reaches midfield. The defensive backs for the Cornhuskers, anchored by Tony Veland, the former quarterback at free safety, who sets him up back there. But the cover man, the real tough guy, is number 8, Tyrone Williams. Now, he doesn't have the big stats, mainly because they don't throw the ball in his neighborhood.
No, that's a good point. He's an all-conference quarterback, first team last year, rookie Big 8, newcomer of the year, 93. He's a quality player.
On second down and 8, the ball is good to Isaac Bird, and he's going to have another Kansas first down. The ball at the Nebraska 35-yard line.
Keith, you just said it. Don't throw to Williams. Hooker, that time was on the corner. They just came inside, put it past him.
Well, the Jayhawks are moving the football. The possession started at their own 20. They need a cushion. They're trying to get it quickly.
It was a great start for KU, Keith. They want to keep that Nebraska offense off the field, and they're doing it right here by breaking tendencies, and they're very unpredictable.
Williams hands the ball away. Number 28, June Henley, slips and slides, and Jamel Williams takes him down for a yard loss. And now here's John Saunders.
Keith, Iowa against Northwestern, and the Wildcats catch a break here. Matt Sherman to Derek Price. Watches he gets stuck. He fumbles the ball. Haifa Ismaili picks it up, rumbles 31 yards, and that cinches the victory. 31-20, still unbeaten in the Big Ten. Darnell Autry, 32 carries, 110 yards, 11th straight game, over 100 feet.
First possession of this ball game, Kansas second down and 10. The ball is at the Nebraska 35. Cornhuskers obviously the number 1 team in the country. Jayhawks number 10. Looking for some help in the shovel pass here. As the ball goes to L.D. Levine, and he gets across the 35 and down to about the 33. So they'll be looking at third down and long.
Keith, I really think offensively, they got to keep Nebraska off the field offensively. They've got to have ball control. We're talking about 60 snaps offensively. And defense, we talked about it. They haven't had their shot yet. They've got to overload. They've got to pursue and get 11 guys around the football. They've got to force turnovers. And as the coaches said to us, they have to hope and get lucky.
Third down and 8. Williams rolls out. Gets a little help from number 79. Throws the ball away. Nobody available. They're all running for his life. He didn't have time to do a whole lot of cruising and looking, so he just dumps it, and it'll bring up fourth down.
This is an interesting situation, Keith. Now what do? Do you go ahead and do you punt the ball when you have great field position? You're out of field goal range here. I say they'll probably go for it on fourth.
Simmons is in.
They're going to try to punt it in Nebraska. Crowd doesn't like that.
Now here comes the quarterback back home, so maybe you're right.
I would definitely go for it on fourth down here. In a game like this, you've got to gamble. You've got to take your shots when you have good field position.
Simmons did not make his move in. He was ready to come, and they didn't summon him, so they'll go on 4th and 10. Ball is right about the 35 where he went out of bounds. I guess
Glenn Mason saying it's 4th and 9.
It should be, yeah, because the ball was up on the 33-yard line. And either he stepped out of bounds before he threw it, or they had made a mistake and now they put it on the 33. It would be 4th down and 8. And they're out of the shotgun. He's got pretty good protection, throws the ball very hard, and it's slapped down by Phil Ellis, linebacker, who dropped into the short zone. And the man for whom the pass was intended was simply wallowing around on a sea of white shirts. This was not available. So the Cornhuskers will take over as Tommie Frazier trots out on the field. Tommie Frazier, the senior, graduating in 4 years, right on schedule, may very well, in my opinion at least, be the best all-around college football player in the country.
If he's not in class, it doesn't take long to take roll where he is.
Senior from Palmetto, Florida.
Keep the flip side of that because now you give Nebraska great field position to start this series.
Frazier going down the line on the option play. Turns upfield with it, and he is taken down by number 41, Dick Hope, inside linebacker for the Kansas Jayhawks. the Chili starting lineup, the backs and receivers for the Nebraska Cornhuskers, Amon Green. The running back, true freshman, number 30, needs 3 yards to reach 1,000 yards rushing for this season. He has 5 100-yard games so far this year.
Including last week, he went for 176 yards.
Frazier gained on that keeper 2 yards, second down and 8 from the 35. There goes Green. He's hit behind the line of scrimmage. Pounding in there is Jon Vedral, the sophomore out of Kansas City. Garden City it is, and he makes the tackle a yard short of the line of scrimmage. A draw number 70.
Boy, watch number 70 to the right of your screen. He just used his quickness here. He's not a big guy. He's only 6'1", 275. I say not big compared to the Nebraska kids who are all 300-pounders. That's where he used his quickness as an advantage, got off the block and made the tackle.
And it's third down and 9 for the Cornhuskers as Frazier goes to the shotgun. Has all day to throw, delivers the ball to the receiver, but it is short on the first down. Lester Johnson making the catch, couldn't make something happen, and they stop it. Just short of the 42, they had to go past the 43 for the first down.
Keith Jackson, that is huge. Last week, Nebraska scored on its first 10 possessions. Now Kansas comes out here and sets the tempo of the day by stopping Nebraska's first offensive series. 3 plays, punt, and get out of there.
Well, 2 years ago, they had a war here, and Kansas wound up losing by a point. This is the one place that Tom Osborne cheers. Jesse pushes in the kick. Kick is away. It's a good high one going up into the slight breeze. Fumble, and Nebraska's covered. The ball is going toward the end zone as it gets away from the mitts. Touchdown, Cornhuskers. Jon Vedral.
Do you believe it? Bird looking into the sun, loses concentration. Oh, what a terrible mistake. Then the ball gets kicked. That's the worst thing that could have happened. And look at 25. Vedral just has it. Nebraska scores. One of the 4 don'ts in the kicking game. Don't let the ball hit the ground.
Vedral holds now for Chris Brown. He'd been better off with all that traffic to have called fair catch. Cold days, about 32 degrees or so. Chill factors down to the 20s. Mercifully right now, the wind is very slight. Kick is up, and the kick is good. So at 9:17 to go in the first quarter, special teams comes up with a touchdown for the Huskers.
It's just not Chili's till you light up the grill. And that means steaks, like our new Salado strip steak and new steak pico, smothered with onions, bell peppers, and 2 kinds of cheese. So round up the gang and put them on down to Chili's. Chili's grills like no place else.
Tired of putting yourself in an awkward position every time you sand? Then try the heavy-duty Detail Sander 2000 from Ryobi. Its unique arrowhead design gets into and under tight spots quickly and easily, eliminating those tedious and painful tasks like finger sanding. The 2-speed Detail Sander 2000 and the original Detail Sander from Ryobi. 2 sanders designed to get into tight spots, so you don't have to.
There was a time when we didn't have a worry in the world. Today, well, we seem to be making up for it. That's why you need Chevy Lumina. A car you can trust. A car so well engineered and affordable, you'd have it paid off long before it needs its first tune-up. Chevy Lumina. Because someday you'll realize nobody's got enough money, and everybody's got enough worries.
Good morning, America. weekday mornings at 7 on NTV.
Take a look at this. Bird's fumble has absolutely nothing to do with his son. Just watch his eyes. He picks up number 57, Chad Kelsey. Right there, look. He's looking at 57, takes his eye off the ball, puts it on the ground. 7 points for Nebraska.
So the Huskers will kick off. And Kansas will send Smith and June Henley deep. And Chris Brown, who seemingly is headed for all manner of freshman records as a kicker at Nebraska, will hammer it toward the end zone.
You know, that's a heartbreaker, Keith, after the defense comes on and makes a defensive stop to have it turnover end up in the end zone for a touchdown.
Kicking game always figures in the outcome, sooner or later. That's 2 yards deep in the end zone for Smith. Vershan finds a crack and crosses the 40-yard line. So a big return for Vershan Smith, and here is Vince Vaughn.
Now went to the locker room in Glenn Mason, listened to him address this football team. And there's a sign on the wall that says, play hard. He says, you got here, you have a winning record because you've done that, you played hard. An injured player, Maurice Gandy, got up and said, make sure we can do it. If we go out and play hard, we can stay undefeated in this house. In the emotionally charged locker room, and sometimes the emotions that high, you make mistakes. And I think we saw the first one.
All right, Swanee, it's June Henley and L.T. Levine. Backfield behind Mark Williams, throws it out, throws the ball, caught by Levine. Levine close to a first down as he gets it over on the Nebraska side of the field.
Well, you have to be impressed with the way Kansas has come out offensively and defensively. They're executing it the way they want to. How ironic is it when you have a great Nebraska team like this to have a guy score a touchdown on you that's a walk-on? Played his high school ball in South Dakota. He's a walk-on.
Second down and 1. The ball is at the 49-yard line of the Cornhuskers. Levine, the single back, gets the ball, goes into the hoop, plays his way for the first down, and more update now on scores from John Saunders.
Keith, you mentioned your usual partner, Bob Greasy's not there because he's watching his son, Brian, play, although he didn't see much offense today. Rick Trevsker is sacked by Clarence Thompson here for the safety. That made it a 5-0 game, and that's how this one wound up. Michigan beating Purdue 5-0. Keith.
From the 47, first down for the Jayhawks. Levine, the single back. Williams with a stand-up pop, throws to his tight end. Moore's got the ball, gets down to the 40. Tony Phelan had a hold of him, but Jim Moore wouldn't surrender and went ahead and picked up another 2 yards after the catch.
Keith, one of the things that Glenn Mason has done is very impressive. He wants a quick release, a quick game out of his quarterback. He knows that Nebraska is awfully strong defensively. They come with a lot of pressure, and they will sack you. So he's got him doing the 2-step to 1-step drops. He's releasing the ball very quickly, and he's going to his big receivers more. 6'3" guy. He's now 5 for 8. Williams is throwing the football.
Jose Friday joins Moore now. Double tight end alignment. Ball is handed inside. Not much there for Levine. He is a senior out of Columbia, New Jersey, 210 pounds. Columbia, New Jersey just happens to be Glenn Mason's hometown. Dr. Tom Osborne, Kansas, as you see there, has never beaten him. This is his 23rd season. 2 years ago, they came close.
Trying to do what only 3 other living coaches have done. Win back-to-back national championships.
Third down and 2. Won't get it that way. Levine is pummeled and chased all the way back near midfield, but they're going to mark his progress at about the 43-yard line. Holman was the first guy to come through there and blunt his forward progress, and then the rest of the black shirts, as they call them, chased him all the way back to midfield.
Yeah, that was well defended. That wasn't, they didn't lose the first down on that play. They did the play before, and you mentioned it when we were talking before the game. Levine taps dance too much. He's got to jam up there and try to get the 2 and 3 yards when he needs that for the first down, rather than dancing around and looking for things to happen.
Aaron Simmons is in for his first punt now. There's no question about this one as the ball sits along the 43. And the deep man is Mike Coleman for Nebraska. Snap is high and fast, but he got it out of there. And let's see about the hole, and it's finally going to take a little Kansas bounce and go inside the 20 and load at about the 17-yard line. 7-0 Cornhuskers, 6 minutes to play first quarter.
I do not drive to work. I do not drive to get from point A to point B. I do not drive to run away from the world. I just love to drive.
The new 1996 Monte Carlo. Personal space from genuine Chevrolet.
So, how about if I call you sometime?
I'd like that. I'll give you my number. So call me.
You've got mail. The compact Rosario. Has it changed your life yet?
25 years together. They've just flown by. 25 years of kids, jobs, moving. I didn't just want to bring her back to her favorite place. I wanted to give her something she's only dreamt of. The 25th anniversary diamond necklace.
You know, I made a decision today. I'm not going back to the office.
Great.
Relax. I didn't say I wasn't going back to work.
The compact Rosario. Has it changed your life yet?
CFA College Football on ABC Sports, brought to you by Chevrolet. The cars and trucks 36 million people depend on every day. Genuine Chevrolet. De Beers. A diamond is forever. Beechwood H. Budweiser, the king of beers. This Bud's for you. And Chili's Grill and Bar, where steak lovers go for great grilled steaks. The offensive front for the Nebraska Cornhuskers, anchored by Aaron Graham at a mere 275 pounds, flanked by Aaron Taylor at 305. Aaron Taylor and Graham together have had enough pancake blocks to flatten the platoon this season. I mean, they will turn you upside down. Run the ball for a couple of yards. Amon Green carrying, and I think he gets 2 out of that and leaves him 1 short of 1,000 yards. Jason Thorin made the tackle. He's 2 short of 1,000 yards. Keith Watchers leads the defensive front for the Kansas Jayhawks. He's 210 pounds, not very big. He's one of those DBs that moved up to an outside linebacker position and leads the team in tackling.
He's experienced too, Keith. He's a senior, he's a captain, and he is aggressive.
Out of the shotgun, there's the penalty flag. Remember at the Colorado game, it was an astounding thing that the Cornhuskers played that entire ball game without a penalty. Here we've got a flag, and they may have one here. We'll see. The referee is Steve Juszczyk.
Full start. Offense.
Well, that's almost an upset when you see a Cornhusker make a mistake in 1995.
Well, I agree with you. They have not had a bad game yet. We were saying today, perhaps, every team has one. Eventually, this could be it.
The defensive backs for the Kansas Jayhawks. Dorian Brew is the cover man. Mo Gaddy is the big hitter back there. Gaddy, you'll see him in the rest of the backfield before the day is done. But it's Brew who takes the top receiver and generally does a pretty good job with it. Back goes Tommie Frazier. Looking around, has plenty of time, and throws to the sideline. The pass is caught by number 5, Brendan Holbein. He takes a solid lick, but he takes care of the ball, and he's got a first down at the 29-yard line.
Well, I'll tell you this, too. Brew had good coverage on him. To win today, this is what I think. Nebraska just has to stay in its game plan. We talked about this team not making many mistakes. They execute properly, they win. And defensively, we talked about them. They have to stop Henley and Levine.
So first down, Cornhuskers at their 29, lead the single back. This blocking, you can't get to the line of scrimmage. It was a little Jayhawks were really searching for it. Jason Thorin, the sophomore from Lawrence, made the tackle. That's his second of the ball game, and they take him down back at the 27.
Well, they brought a lot of beef around there, too. They pulled the tackle and the guard, and Thorin got behind him. That's a guy, he was the top high school player in Kansas City. He's an outstanding player. He started as a true freshman.
It is third down and 12. Here's Green getting up to the 30-yard line on that carry. Brought down by Keith Rogers. And so the Huskers will bring up the third down. I didn't set you back for the because of the penalty. Tomorrow at 4 Eastern, 3 Central, Americans Michelle Kwan, Nicole Bobbick, and an elite international field of skating's bright blue stars hit the ice, featuring the ladies and dance competitions from Sudafed Skate America International. Tomorrow here on ABC Sports. Now it is third down and 9. Pass complete with Vedral. Vedral is taken down 2 yards short of the first down. Now it'll be fourth down and kicking foul. Again, John Saunders.
Keep the Ohio State Buckeyes trying to remain unbeaten and riding this guy once again. Eddie George, 39 yards down the sidelines. Little punishment at the end. Gets it down to the 4. Sets up Peppy Pearson for his touchdown run. 7-0. The Buckeyes on top. And George over 90 yards.
All right, John Jesse pushes in the punt. First kick was 43 yards. Isaac Bird is back there again. Isaac fumbled it the first time.
See if he gets a little gunshot this time.
Spinning kick. Fair catch this time, very clearly. Up at the 26-yard line, and there the Jayhawks will have possession after a 39-yard punt.
When young policyholders come to me, I look at them and think, boy, that was me 15 years ago. I remember very well how quickly things changed for Debbie and me. Marriage, children, our first house. It's exactly why State Farm's family insurance checkups are such a good idea. Your agent helps you put it all in perspective so you can make the right decisions. The way you were 5 years ago is not the way you are today. It's comforting to me when I can say to my policyholders, hey, I've been there.
State Farm is there. Here comes one. Oh, an 87 Buick station wagon. Got it. 74 Volkswagen Beetle. A 285 horsepower V8 6-speed 1996 Chevy Camaro Z28. Yeah. But what color?
This is a document in the digital office where you capture ideas and share them effortlessly. Whether they're on paper or on your screen. This is the space where Xerox works, giving you a simple way to do good work.
In his 8 seasons at Kansas, Glenn Mason yet to beat Nebraska. Talked to him yesterday, asked him bluntly, how do you beat Nebraska? If you can, he said.
They try to beat a team like Nebraska in their offense because they're awful consistent. They don't make a lot of mistakes. They haven't had a turnover in 4 games. Is that you have to play ball control offense. Because as long as you got the ball, Frazier and his people are on the sideline. And then when you have to give the ball up, you've got to have an effective kicking game so that they have a long way to go. If you're giving the ball on or about the 50-yard line shorter, they're going to put points up each and every time.
Ball is loose on the ground. Do they call him down or do they call it fumble? They call it fumble. You don't beat Nebraska helping them. Nebraska doesn't need any help. So that's a second turnover for Kansas, and here's Nebraska sitting down there at the Kansas 30-yard line as Henley lost the ball when he was hit.
You are exactly right. You can't help him. The first one turned out to be a touchdown. Watch the strip from behind. He's got to put this ball away, tuck it behind. Once he cuts up, watch this. They just rake it right out of there. The strip from behind, the ball's loose before he goes down. And if you shorten the field in Nebraska like this, for the Cornhuskers, it's like running downhill.
Now they have put of the Leakard and much celebrated Lawrence Phillips on the field, and he does not get the ball here. Jeff Makovica, fullback, takes it, and Steve Bratton brings him down. So the fullback picked up about 4 yards, and Lawrence Phillips now back on the field again after his suspension. His stats for his career diminished considerably by his suspension.
Absolutely. He was the leading candidate for the Heisman Trophy before he was suspended 6 weeks ago. Still a talent.
Well, it's second down and about 6. Frazier keeps it. He's tough. Are you kidding me? That's your quarterback doing that. It's first and goal, Nebraska at the Kansas 1.
Tell you what, he may be the quarterback. He's also one of your leading rushers, and he could be the best athlete on the team. Watch the option now. The safety has to come up and take the pitch man. He also has to take the quarterback. There's 1 missed tackle, 2 missed tackles. And this is ridiculous. Kansas has to wrap up. They've got to make the tackles when they have the ability to get to the ball. And they did. Great run by Frazier. 4 tackling by Kansas to pick up a 25.
I mean, that was simply a great run.
It was.
On first and goal from the 1. Frazier keeps it. It'll be second down.
You got to think anybody's going to take anything away from Frazier. I mean, he got 4'6", you saw how athletic he is. He just continues to work hard. He's never played better, and then he can actually read defense.
They just called him a touchdown as they unstacked him, unwrapped him, and down at the bottom they found he was over the goal line with the football, and it goes as a Nebraska touchdown.
That's the latest ball I've ever seen.
They couldn't find him under the pile of humanity.
Yeah, but watching the sideline, this is what the side judge sees. He's got to be looking right now. You're right. He's totally blocked out. Both sides are. And they have no clue where he is. All right, that's the first record we have today. The longest call for a touchdown.
So they'll go for the point with Chris Brown. That's the 76th touchdown produced in the career of Tommie Frazier running in passing. It was good. It'll be blacked down. Minute 17 to go in the first quarter. Long talk about this penalty. Offsides against Kansas. They'll take the point and make it a 14-0 Nebraska lead.
Suppose I were to offer you $1 million for one night with your wife.
An impossible question, an unthinkable notion. But will she do it? Demi Moore, Woody Harrelson, the network premiere of Indecent Proposal, Sunday. They thought they had seen it all, that nothing could affect their job, until a horrific crime hits too close to home and sends Andy over the edge.
I'm looking at this case and feel like you can get off.
An all-new group, Tuesday. Viewer discretion advised.
Tommie Frazier's on his way to the clubhouse. For some reason, Lynn Swan will be in pursuit and try to find out. At the conclusion of today's game, we'll select a genuine Chevrolet Most Valuable Player from each team. Today, Chevrolet contributing almost $5.5 million to the scholarship funds of America's colleges and universities.
Well, that's a big story with Frazier going to the locker room. He had a bruise in his thigh earlier this week. And they looked at it. They wanted to make sure it wasn't that blood clot situation. So Behringer now warmed it up and will probably come in unless Frazier comes back in a hurry. Well, he was dragging the leg, so that may be fine. They lead 14-0 though off 2 turnovers by Kansas. This is a shot that's left quickly network at the 1-yard line. Looks to bounce outside, can't get loose. It's taken down at about the 12-yard line. Joel Makovica, the younger of the brothers, made the tackle for the Huskers. So here in this first quarter, Kansas at times looked like they could do something. And they shot themselves in the... Actually, offensively and defensively, they've been pretty solid, except for the 2 turnovers.
Kansas yardage accumulated here in the first quarter, 4 yards on the ground. and 63 yards passing. That one better than that. We haven't ball control against any particularly Nebraska. Here's that short slant pass. It's going to work for about 6 yards to Vershan Smith. And that'll move up to about the 20-yard line.
Keith, you make an excellent point when you say you have to have better production if you're going to have that ball control. But they have had the ball now 7 minutes in this first quarter, so they've almost split the time. They've been effective throwing the short passes and then trying to run, but the running game just hadn't opened up yet.
Second down and 2 with Jon Vedral, the single back. He's got the ball. Young man from Columbus, Ohio. He sets up here. First pass is the first down marker, and we'll have it up around the 25-yard line. Terrell Farley makes the tackle.
I thought Farley may have gotten up here as face mask. Take a look at this. Now, Farley has great lateral movement, plays inside out, reads the ball the whole time, never even comes close to getting blocked. No, he never get. He was on the ball. Good play by Farley. You know, he's the junior college transfer, All-American, leads in tackles, second in sack.
Ball just outside the 24-yard line of Kansas. First down for the Jayhawks. Levine single back. Double wide. Top of your picture. Mark Williams throws to the back. Levine. He's got some room on the corner and goes for another Jayhawk first down. Michael Booker forced him out of bounds. Ball again moves the chains out to about the 37-yard line for the Jayhawks.
Kansas came into this ball game, said that they wanted to dink and dunk against Nebraska, keep them a little bit off balance. And the most successful thing they've done are the little short safe passes here, a little swing pass to your back, but they've gone to the tight end. They've gone in the quick slant. Passes that don't take a whole lot of time.
Huskers are not a shutout defense. A lot of people have scored a lot of points on them. But generally, that has come when it hasn't mattered so much. On first down, ball is handed to Levine. Makes one tackle, picks up about 5 yards on the carry. That is the end of the first quarter of play. With the Nebraska Cornhuskers come for one of the nation, leading Kansas 14-0.
If you buy a Cavalier today, you will be surprised if by the time it's scheduled for a tune-up, you've already got it paid off. If by the time it needs new rear shocks, you have your master's degree. If by the time it needs a transmission fluid change, your baby is in first grade. Or if by the time it needs a new muffler, you've elected 2 presidents. Any car can be easy to buy. Cavalier is easy to own. That's what makes it a genuine Chevrolet.
Police coming. No more chase after moose and squirrel.
Right. He make more money getting small pink bunny.
And so they chase the Energizer Bunny all over town, which brings us to the corner of saying, you're in the next episode.
Oh, Natasha, magnetic muscles pull battery right now.
I think we stick with the moose and squirrel.
Oh boy.
Still going. Long-lasting Energizer batteries keep going.
Hey, Benny, what do they call these shoes anyway?
Penny.
So who you guys playing tonight anyway?
Minnesota.
Oh, Los Lobos. I guess you're going for the big numbers tonight, huh? Now what's the word? Inside with them outside. I'm sensing triple-double here. Now, Benny, I want to say hello to my man Kevin Garnett.
Kevin Garnett?
Yeah, Garnett. We went to high school together. Tell him little Benny from the science club says hello. Can you do that for brother?
They were really growing up fast. Too fast. All Kelly talked about was going to high school, and all I could think about was paying for college. Sure, I played around with a few mutual funds, but I was no expert. So I started talking to someone who could help. A broker at Dean Witter.
We must plan for our client's future as if it were our own.
Funny. Kids think their parents always have the right answers. I'm just making sure I do.
We measure success, one investor at a time.
The game of football involves teamwork, sacrifice, and enthusiasm. Often college football players exhibit that same spirit beyond the playing field. Student athletes assist the handicapped, work with underprivileged youth, aid the homeless, and promote the importance of education. That's why the College Football Association established a Good Works team to honor players who have helped in their community. We salute those college football players who have devoted themselves to helping others.
Next Saturday, a doubleheader here on ABC's College Football. Starts at noon Eastern, Michigan, Penn State, Virginia Tech, Virginia. At 3:30 Eastern, most of you will see Colorado play Kansas State. Arkansas against LSU. There will be other regional action. Check your local listing. Call your cable operator for any games that might be available you'd like to see on pay-per-view from ABC Sports. Here are a couple of fellows who are sitting out in the sunshine, looking at themselves. Hey, well, how come you guys are sitting out there freezing to death?
Mama won't let him in the house.
To the 36-yard line goes June Henley on 2nd down and 5, so they'll be looking at 3rd and short as we start the second quarter of play.
Keep taking a look at the statistics, and of course the first line that you see will be the most important, and that's the score, 14-0. But then watch this. KU, more plays, KU, more first downs, running's about even, more passing yards, total yards. Here's the biggest one right here, 2 turnovers. That's the story of the ball game.
14 points scored off of it. What the score is, 14-0. 3rd and 2. That's good for the first down. As Isaac Bird made the catch of the bullet pass, lost his footing, staggered to the 40.
Boy, he almost broke it too. These are key plays from the first quarter, Keith. They went for it on 4th down and 8. Big play by the defense, knocking it away. That was Bill Ellis who knocked it. Then the fumble by Bird. Watch this. The ball gets kicked. And, of course, what happened the last fumble? When they ran the ball around that side, Henley let it go. Nebraska gets it back. 2 turnovers. You go for it on 4th and 8. You don't get it. Nebraska leads 14-0.
Kansas ball, first down. LT Levine single back now. The ball is near the 40 of Nebraska. KU scooped it pretty well. They throw it out to the back. Levine is knocked out of bounds at the 31-yard line, close to another first down.
You know, Keith, other than that one big Frazier run, KU was almost dominated here today. They've been able to move the ball effectively. The defense has made some stops.
And Tommie Frazier's in the locker room. We don't know what's wrong. Nobody will tell us anything. They probably don't know themselves. He left after the last series. Brooke Behringer started warming up. Kansas has the ball right now. It is 2nd down and 1. Into the middle goes LT Levine, the 210-pound senior, and he makes it first down Kansas at the Nebraska 25-yard line.
Boy, is that good to see. You were talking about his tap dance style and how he jitterbugs back there. This time he just jammed it right up the middle of the hole open. They had a trap block on, and they pick up the first.
Williams, 8 of 11 passes so far in the ball game for 94 yards, and most of it is swing stuff, short stuff. Henley is the single back now. Williams steps out by himself. Now he has to pull it down and take off, and does. And the youngster from Concord, California, gets down to the 10-yard line, where it's first down and goal, Kansas. They're going to mark him short, just short of the 10. No, they put it right on the 10. Right on the 10. So it will be first and goal.
Boy, I'll tell you, watch the offensive line. Everybody moves left. He goes right on what they call the waggle. All of a sudden, there's only one guy there. He says, hey, I can beat him. Boom, runs by him, picks up the first down. Huge play by Williams, showed his mobility. Great call by Glenn Mason. Let Nebraska run themselves out of the play.
10th play, the ball started. Back upfield. This time the Husker defense swells up a little bit and comes through like a falling wall as Jamel Williams decks LT Levine with authority back around the 13-yard line.
Boy, you said that emphatically, and that's exactly how he hit him. Right under the chin and put him on his back. That's one of those pancakes you were talking about earlier.
Booker comes back into the ball game. Michael Booker. And Mike Coleman comes out at a corner spot in case the Jayhawks decide to go to the air. They're now looking at 2nd down and 13. Williams is back, has a little time. Down the middle it goes to Isaac Bird, and Bird will get down to the 6-yard line before he is taken down. All right, Swanee, tell us about Tommie Frazier.
Okay, they went back in the locker room. They retaped his right calf and ankle. On that last drive, he felt the tape drive had slipped a little bit, and that right calf and right ankle have been bothering him throughout the week. So he just went in to retape it. I asked if he re-injured the leg. They said no, he did not re-injure it. He just wanted to change the tape drive.
Okay, thank you. 3rd and goal from the 6. Williams has a man in the end zone, doesn't see it. He had his tight end, Jim Moore, wide open. He threw the ball to L.T. Levine, and he is short of the goal line by maybe 2 yards.
Keith, you were so right. I want you to watch the tight end, because here's what Moore does. He goes in and just sits here. This guy runs out. Now watch where the tight end, as you said, he was wide open, slips by the linebacker. Now freeze it right there. Look at this. He is wide open. Williams looks. It's a touchdown for Kansas.
Opportunity lost. They'll go for the field goal. Jeff McCord, sophomore out of Mesquite, Texas. The Texans have a corner on the kicking market this year, don't they? All over the country you find them. Hold is good, the kick is good. So 11:23 to go in the first half of play. Jayhawks get on the scoreboard. Nebraska leads 14-3.
Lift and cut system shaped closer than ever before. And what do you get? The Norelco Razor, our closest shave ever.
Enterprise? Hi, I'm at the repair shop. I need to rent a car.
Enterprise will arrange to pick you up,
This is great.
drive you to our place, and get you on your way. Pick Enterprise. We'll pick you up.
Yeah, I took the high endurance challenge from Old Spice because I didn't really think it could work better than my old deodorant. But it does. If you don't think it's the best, call 1-800-PROVE-IT and they'll buy you a stick of yours. Now you got proof. Guaranteed.
It has 12 cylinders, 492 horsepower, and 1 antifreeze coolant to protect it all. Xerox. And now Xerox comes in an easy carry 3-pack, the perfect amount for the 2-car family. Today's engines are made for Xerox. In 8 days, The Beatles Anthology, Sunday, November 19th on 8 Beatles C.
Drawing pictures on the sideline. Talking, coaching, teaching. Yeah, Nebraska looks a little bit out of sync, Keith. They just don't look like they've got that same flame that they normally have when they play. Well, you can't be that way every Saturday, though, can you? Go to school and put up with everything else that goes with living. No, but that's why this is the number 1 team in the nation. You have a bad day, you don't have that flame, and you still lead 14-3. I'll tell you. Jeff McCord will kick it off. Nebraska's only picked up 34 yards rushing so far in this ball game. Remember, they came into this game averaging 426. Ball's bouncing around now as McCord's kick is quite short, picked up at about the 14-yard line by David Benning. And Benning is up across the 20 and out to about the 24. Monday, the Marshal goes undercover as the lonely Sinus Combusta mail order love for money scam. Wow. Jeff Fahey stars in a brand new episode of The Marshal. And on ABC's NFL Monday Night Football, the division-leading Pittsburgh Steelers host their old rival Cleveland Browns. Soon to be the Baltimore Browns, I guess. Don't miss Action Monday here on ABC. Brooke Behringer is the quarterback for Nebraska. Frazier's not on the field. The Huskers leading by a score of 14-0. Frazier a little gimpy. That put Behringer into the ball game now. Behringer, the senior from Goodland, Kansas, who was such a dramatic personality a year ago when Tommie Frazier was injured.
Oh, what a great play by Keith Rogers, the outside linebacker, to come up, take on the blockers, force the play back inside where there was pursuit.
And make it 2nd down, 11, because of Rogers' play. The tailback yards so far today, Phillips is -1 and Green +2. Not much from the tailback so far. Inside, however, there seems to be a little daylight for the fullback, Jeff Makovica. He will take it out near the 40 and should have a first down for Nebraska.
When Nebraska runs that play better than anybody in the country. They pull, they trap you, they run the option. You know, when you run the option with the fullback, the pitch man, and the quarterback, it causes you to play assignment defense. Somebody has to be assigned to the pitch man, the dive man, and the quarterback. And when that happens, you're locked on man-to-man in coverage, which can hurt you. And also thins out your defense.
Lawrence Phillips is your single back. Frazier. Look at him going, no, it's Berringer back into the traffic. So good Berringer in relief of Frazier shows he can pick him up and hook it too as he moves up to the 49-yard line. Not as quick as Frazier, obviously, but he can move it.
And you know what? When he looks at this tape and hears you calling Frazier, he's going to take that as a compliment. He's going to say, hey, look, I was running as good as Frazier.
He came out of that pretty well off the snap. He did it some last year, late in the season, when people were ganging up.
He's a good player. He's 7-0 as a starter.
6'4". Having that much size come all around negates somewhat your agility. That's
a fumble.
That's on the ground. It's a live ball. It's recovered by Kansas. Number 41, Dick Hope. So it's a lateral as Berringer is hit, trying to deliver the ball to his back. The ball did not reach the target, and it's a live ball falling into the hands of Kansas. That is the first Nebraska turnover in 17 quarters.
You have to go all the way back to September. Here comes Rodgers with the pressure. Now look at this. He puts the pressure on him, and then the ball is backwards. You heard me yell. See, that was my old defense coming out into here because I knew this was a fumble, and everybody has to get onto it. Now watch Holt come flying over here. He realizes it's a fumble and gets down on it. Very smart. Don't pick it up and try to run. Just cover it. Give your offense good field position.
So that long string of quarters without a turnover comes to an end for Nebraska. And Tom Osborne warned everybody coming in, it's hard to win in Lawrence. Williams on the run. Throws incomplete out of bounds. So Mark Williams getting fierce pursuit. And Jared Tommie had him in his sights.
Yeah, watch this. You know, here's a guy that's a finalist for the Defensive Player of the Year for Sporting News. I'll show you why. Williams is going to feel this. After he releases it, should have been a face mask. 5-yard face mask, incidental, but no call. Thomas with a lot of pressure. Look at him. 6'2", 250 pounds. He was a walk-on.
9:29 to go in the first half of play. Second down and 10, LT Levine. The single back. Mark Williams looks. He's got his tight end hiding down there again. Can't get it to him as Vershan Smith makes the grab for short yardage.
Did you see how quickly Smith got down? Found himself between a linebacker and a safety. Knew he was going to take a hit, so he went down quickly.
They get third down and 7 now for Kansas. Mark Williams has had his look to the sidelines and got his play. It's Levine in the backfield. You got 4 wideouts now. 2 at the top, 2 at the bottom of the picture. Pressure coming, passes away. Throws to Levine, falls on his hip, loses it out of bounds. Well short of the first down, and it is going to be ruled an incomplete forward pass. He was running with the ball in his hip pocket.
I think that's a bad call. I think he did have it. He didn't have it in the conventional manner, but Smith certainly had it. Watch this now.
Well, he carried it 2 yards.
He sure did. Watch, he pins it against his back. Here he goes. He loses the control, and there's Levine now, has it in his back. He just, as you said, put it in his hip pocket, but he definitely had possession and ran several steps.
But it is 4th down now. It didn't matter. He didn't have the first down anyway, whether it was possession or not.
Watch the fake punt.
Simmons has been a good one all year. All over his head. Not a mistake. And Nebraska's in business. First down at the Kansas 23-yard line.
Those would be a fake punt.
My goodness. Sean McDermott, who is a tight end freshman, does the snapping, and that's the giveaway.
Boy, everything that could go wrong against this club has. This ball is just out of here. They lose 36 yards on this. I mean to tell you, this is the worst situation you could possibly have against Nebraska. And Simmons did exactly what he had to do, just got down on it. Or else Nebraska would have picked it up and scored on that one.
Tommie Frazier is back. And they'll play inside with Lawrence Phillips. And he'll pick up about 3 yards on the carry. Lawrence Phillips out of West Covina, California, 215-pounder. Tommie Frazier is from Palmetto, Florida. Special teams have what they are, I think. Settle up with power high now. And Frazier looks around on 2nd down and 6 and comes this way. Phillips carries, gets a couple of yards. Good defensive flow by Kansas, and Dewey Houston the third comes through to make the tackle. Number 87, Mark Gilman, coming off, limping off in some pain. So he's either hurt an ankle or hurt a knee. And he's off the field, tight end for the Huskers. Sheldon Jackson, redshirt freshman, goes in at tight end. He's probably the best pass receiver of all the Nebraska tight ends. One of the best. Now time. Called by Kansas. So Nebraska came up and showed them a new 4-wide set, and the Jayhawks said, whoa, that's fun.
It's color printing, and it's state of the art. It's flyers. It's proposals. It's Crayola and Hallmark Connection software, and putting your very own logo on a t-shirt. So it's not business as usual. It's what you can do with a new Canon color bubble jet printer. Ken, what can you do?
The legendary Nürburgring. It sounds crazy, but they let anyone drive on this world-famous racetrack for just a few Deutschmarks. It was here that Porsche engineers tested our new 911 Turbo. Lap after lap of the new 400 horsepower engine with the twin turbos, the liquid all-wheel drive. What did we learn? Well, don't send a German engineer here with an ATM card.
Oh, isn't that cute? What? You guys are like the 3 bears. You're double Whopper, Whopper Jr., Bing Bang Boom.
I'm hungry, so what?
Well, nothing just sort of struck me as funny.
So what are you saying? I'm like the mama bear? A Whopper value meal for any size appetite, starting at $1.99 every day at Burger King. That's getting your burger's worth.
Hey, baby bear, you gonna finish those fries? Yes. Ooh, somebody needs a nap.
Welcome back, and this is not Memorial Stadium, but yet a memorial here on Veterans Day. I'm standing on top of the Campanile Tower, built in 1950 as a memorial to veterans who were Kansas University students who died in that war, and all of their names are listed below. There are 53 bells here. The names are listed on that, and it's one of 3 memorials here on campus dedicated to those men and women who died giving their service to their country. The stadium for World War I, Campanile for World War II, and the Vietnam War wall, with all the names over on campus. Keith?
All right, it's funny, yesterday, Marine Corps birthday, obviously, Semper Fi. Happy birthday, all the Marines everywhere. And here's Tommie Frazier. Looking around, he's got all day to throw, and finally does throw complete to Sheldon Jackson down around the 15-yard line. Not enough for the first. They kept him in front. That's what they want to do, but somehow they've got to get pressure on Frazier. Thorin came clean. He had a shot at him, but was afraid he was going to run and didn't want to lose his leverage. So it's slowed down, and Chris Brown is not out there. So they're going on 4th and 2. Now Kansas needs to count their people. They may have 12 people out there. They had 1 go off and 2 come in. And timeout call at 6:45 to play in the first half.
Our German engineers could have road tested the new Porsche 911 Carrera 4 back home in Germany.
They could have taken the 270 horsepower engine out on the Autobahn again, or driven the Black Forest with the all-wheel drive and radical suspension. They could have done all that back home. But then, they wouldn't have gotten all this neat stuff.
College football teaches a lot of tough lessons, some tougher than others. And even though my football days are over, the lessons are still being taught. Only now, I'm doing the teaching, thanks to Itachi's Promise of Tomorrow Scholarship Program, a program that awards $5,000 teaching scholarships to students like myself who are associated with college football. While giving lessons isn't easy, it couldn't be harder than receiving them.
Itachi and the CFA committed to fulfilling the promise of tomorrow.
Childhood is hard enough, but imagine a child with autism. Travis Rennick looks forward to working with KU student Jorge Garcia. This early childhood autism project is the only program of its kind in the Midwest. 2 years of teaching have improved Travis's self-help and communication skills.
Very cool.
His proudest achievement, learning to ride his bike. Serving people in a classroom without walls, the University of Kansas.
So it's 4th and 2 now after Kansas had the timeout, got the right number of folks on the field, and Tommie Frazier sets them up. Option, Frazier back into the middle is oh. Jayhawks jam the middle. Brett McGraw held his ground. Kevin Cotton Dewey Houston the third down. Frazier and the Jayhawks rebel.
I'm going to tell you right now, Kansas is outplaying Nebraska. That defense is playing. They're doing everything let Mason ask them to do, and then some. Special teams have hurt them today. They had a bad call earlier, but look at this. This is getting after it. Short yardage. Go ahead and roll it. Look at this. As soon as he turns in that reverse pivot, he is hit behind the line of scrimmage. You got Houston, McGraw, top guys forcing some pressure. The outside guys are keeping them contained.
So it's a big play for Mike Hankwit's troops, defensive coordinator here at Kansas now. Mark Williams up with a quick slant pop, good out to the 25-yard line to a Sunday Smith. And the pickup is about 8 yards. 6.5 minutes to go in the first half.
Here's a statistic that'll open everybody's eyes. We talked about KU's defense dominating. How about this? Ahman Green has 2 yards. Lawrence Phillips has 4 for the day. That's it.
2nd and 2. June Hindley. He's the deep back, has the ball. Cuts his way through the pocket. Close to the first down at about the 27-yard line. Coming up, Prudential halftime report. John Saunders, John Spagnuolo, scores, highlights, all that. Plus the second installment of the exclusive coaches poll. The country's top coaches responding to questions regarding the top issues in college football. Yeah, we got time to handle all the top issues in college football.
There are a lot of them.
It'll take you 4 weeks.
You know, Keith, I'm looking at Mark Williams. He's not the prototype quarterback of the 90s. You know that? He's only 6'1", but he's efficient. He gets the job done, and he's playing pretty well today.
He was hurt this senior season, and got all that mighty recruited of UCLA winner, but then he got hurt this senior season. They backed off. He went to Diablo Valley Junior College and wound up here at Kansas. Had 2 very good years. And on the 1st and 10 play, that little swing pass is good for about 6 yards to L.T. Levine.
Actually spent that year off after high school, as you mentioned.
Sacking groceries.
Sacking groceries. Getting his bad elbows some exercise.
Yeah, he had to get it back in shape. I think it was pretty well damaged. But it was his left elbow, not the forward.
And those cans of beans, one in the bottom of the bag, using it like a football.
Call it 2nd down and 5. Williams now 13 of 18 for 120 yards. He's throwing again. He's got a man. That's Isaac Bird, and he's got the first down. Put it right in front of Tyrone Williams. And here's Johnson. Well, there we go. Something didn't work. Somebody's button didn't push. 43-yard line. 5-10 play in the first half. 1st and 10 for the Jayhawks. Nebraska leading 14-3. And all out of turnovers and mistakes by Kansas. That ball is on the hands of the intended receiver, but it would have been a virtual impossible catch for Isaac Bird. Now let's try and see if we can get a hold of the folks in New York.
Connection has been made this time, Keith. Illinois and Ohio State. Bobby Hoying from the 14 to Demetrius Stanley. He gets it across with a touchdown, 17-0. The Buckeyes trying to make a statement. They have the lead. Keith.
Well, they have to score some points. I think that Ohio State realizes if they win big today and Kansas gives Nebraska a hard time, they could be in first place when the goal comes out. It seems to be the way it works these days. The pass is completed to L.T. Levine, and he has about 4 yards.
You know, we talked about Mark Williams' mobility, and we saw some of it there. He actually tripped coming back from center, regained his balance, and still got the ball at the Levine and got some pretty good yardage out of it. Positive yardage. See, the first half possessions, Keith, with Kansas. Obviously, the result, they give it up on downs, they punt, they fumble a field goal. That's the fourth field goal in 9 games against Nebraska. That's it. Then they lose them on downs, and they oversnap the punter.
It is 3rd down and 5. Did he work? Did he catch it?
He got it.
Oh, I don't know how. Jim Henley took it right off of his shoelaces and was able to hold on to it and pick up the first down.
Hey, Keith, this is Glenn. You were talking about Ohio State earlier. I couldn't help but remember what Glenn Mason said when we talked to him yesterday, talking about this game against Nebraska. Says he hasn't heard a whole lot from the KU fans. He's heard more from the alumni because he went to Ohio State about him knocking off Nebraska to make Ohio State #1.
Well, he's an alumnus. Last time that Kansas beat Nebraska, Glenn Mason was a freshman at Ohio State University. That's going back a while. There's a little bit of a delayed action out of the backfield as they work out of the shotgun, and Levine will pick up a couple of 3 yards with 4 minutes and 10 seconds to play in the first half. 14-3, the Cornhuskers lead.
You know, Keith, this is the first time I've had a chance to see Levine and Henley in person. We watched them together on tape. I'm going to tell you something. They are fairly impressive. As a matter of fact, you know, Henley, Rick Neuheisel said that Henley was the best running back he has seen this year.
Levine's back there right now. 4 wideouts. Williams looking around. Now throws. He's got him. And Smith can't hold it. He might have had a touchdown if he'd have seen him a second or so sooner. Vershan Smith could not reel it in. That is incomplete.
I'm going to tell you something, too. That is unusual for Smith. He's the guy that's led the team in receiving his first 3 years. He's got 32 this year. This ball is actually a little bit underthrown. He had to readjust, but the ball hit him right in the number 6 on the chest. That could have been the problem. He let it get into his body instead of catching it with his hands.
Time of possession of the ball. Now 2-1 in favor of KU. 3rd down and 9. Ball on the Nebraska 44. Pressure coming, pass away, pass is complete. Good for a first down to Jon Henley. Ball will go to the 35-yard line and move the chains for Kansas.
It's a great game plan. They're keeping Nebraska on their heels. They've got their head on the swivel right now. They're using the quick passes, the slant, the safety valves, the little passes out of the backfield. Right now, they've looked at all tendencies and gotten away from what they've been doing the last couple of games, mixing the plays very well. Nebraska, defensively right now, is off balance.
Kansas has run 41 plays in the ball game. Nebraska has run 19.
Look at Pat Rule, the offensive coordinator, had a great talk with him this week.
Williams passes away to the tight end. And he's taken down at the 33. Jim Moore.
You know, when I talked to Pat during the week, Keith, he was talking about patience being the key for the offense. And yet they have to have quick passes to avoid the pressure. And they wanted to, when he said, mix and match and be unpredictable. And I think he's accomplished that so far.
2nd down and 8. His first name is Holmes. He's a good coach. Very good. L.T. Levine, the single back. He's wobbling the ball and finally possesses it down at the 31-yard line for a pickup of 2 yards. Next Saturday, college football doubleheader here on ABC Sports. Michigan, Penn State, Virginia Tech, Virginia. They do it at noon. Then at 3:30 Eastern, most of you will see Colorado, Kansas State, Arkansas, LSU. There will be other regional action. Check the local listing or your cable operator for a game that we might not mention that might be available to you. Kicking on the last play, he was bobbling the ball so much. I thought he was going to hand the ball to Terrell Farley, too. Levine's got 7 catches now, though. He's still in the backfield on 3rd down and 6. It's another completion. It's another first down inside the 20-yard line to June Hindley. So that quick pop pass is working. Receivers are getting good separation, too. They're working on Mike Minter, the role with a strong safety. Just got to the inside of him and says, if I'm leaving, I'm leaving. And he's put the ball right there a couple of times. And now that they've spread that defense, don't be surprised if they start running banging. Quick opener on him in the middle now. Levine still the beat back. Jose fighting the white man to the right side. They go the other way, and he throws it right into the hands of Tyrone Williams. Nebraska interception on Husker ball, 22-yard line. Well, I tell you, this is a terrible play. It's a bad throw because they're in a zone. Now you see Williams just kind of rolling and playing underneath the receiver. It's only behind him, but he's got the safety back there to help him. But the ball's just poorly thrown. Williams got a gift that time. Williams a contender for the Jim Thorpe Awards with some pat some of statistics. He went to the wrong side, Timmy. He had his man over here on the right side. He's had the tight end a lot. Keith hasn't seen him. 14 plays, interception. That's a real breaker. The Nebraska Cornhuskers take over first down with 1 minute and 40 seconds to play in the first half. Ryan Schuster is now at fullback. Now Amon Green is in at tailback. He came into the ball game today needing just 3 yards for 1,000 yards as a true freshman, and now he needs 1. So we've played almost a half, and he's done very little so far. He is the deep back right now, and Tommie Frazier's going to throw it. Down the middle, it is incomplete. And it is intercepted on the ricochet. By Maurice. Are they going to call it? No. Oh, boy, that was close. I thought Gaddy had his hands under it. Well, the deep man, the back judge, said no. The ball was intended for Brandon Holbein. Jamie Harris, the quarterback, defending on the play. Gaddy goes for the interception. Looked like he might have had it, but the deep official said no. Well, the back judge is right there, but watch, the pass is not a well-thrown pass. It's actually behind it. Now watch Gaddy 24, see if he gets under it. That is a catch. That's an interception. That's an interception. He should have gotten credit for it. Yep. He intercepted the ball. He was clearly under the ball. Absolutely. That's a terrible break. He rolled over, and the back judge couldn't see it because his body blacked it out. But nonetheless, what's done is done, and here comes the penalty flag on top of the play on 3rd down and 7. Steve Juszczyk will tell us what the penalty is. Face mask. Defense. 5 more yards. But the Jayhawks make another mistake, and here's another score update from John.
Coming up on the Prudential Halftime Report, 3 of the top 5 teams in action will have scores and highlights. Part 2 of our Coaches Poll, and I'll be joined by John Spagnola. It's all coming up on the Prudential Halftime Report.
1 minute to go in the first half. Ball at the 37. Frazier back, airing it out. Down the middle is throws behind the man. That's Riley Washington out of Chula Vista, California, who's a speed burner, but he threw it behind him. 5'9", 170-pound junior. In his defense, though, even though the ball was thrown behind him, it was catchable. But Washington was looking back into the sun. You can see the shadows of the field. I'm sure that had something to do with it. Take away the mistakes by Kansas. I think the Jayhawks might very well be leading this one. It looks like it's one of those slightly off days so far for the Cornhuskers. Give Kansas a lot of credit to it. Where's their butts? We'll say that. They were blocking on the corner for Green. That'll take care of his 1,000 yards. So Amon Green, as a true freshman now, has run past 1,000 yards. He totals 1,010. First down, Nebraska, Gameday. He's only the fourth Big 8 freshman ever to run for 1,000 or more yards in the season.
It's amazing to me, Keith, that Nebraska is just round-robin running backs. I mean, Green runs for over 1,000. It was, you know what Phillips has done? He was a Heisman Trophy candidate. Bennigan Childs, he could take that Heisman Trophy with Frazier and the rest of those backs. You just don't put a name on it. Just put a Nebraska back.
44 seconds to play in the first half. At 9 o'clock this morning, the temperature in Lawrence, Kansas is 20 degrees, clear and sunny. As we kicked off, the temperature was about 32 degrees. Now, as the shadows reach out across Memorial Stadium, it's probably less than that.
Keith, you look at the turnovers, you look at the mistakes in the kicking game by Kansas. You take those away, and it's been all Kansas pretty much.
Right. But, as you said, great teams win on bad days.
No, they do. That's right. And we keep saying if you take away if and buts, you know, that's the word. Can't even us what a party we had.
Ball is at the 48-yard line. Where it is first down. So K-State, Bill Snyder's thrashed Kansas, but in turn was roundly whipped by Nebraska, winning today at Iowa State.
It's a great time to be in this part of the country. I mean, KU is number 10. You're talking about Kansas State. Kansas basketball is number 2 in the country. Kansas City Chiefs are 8-1.
The Big 12 is going to give the Big 8, i.e., the addition of the 4 schools from Texas. That's going to become a very divided conference, I think.
I agree with you.
In college sports. Of course. So on 1st and 10, with 44 ticks remaining, the Huskers go with the shotgun. Give it to the up man, Green. Fumble the football. Kansas man has it in his arms, and the Jayhawks have recovered it.
Second turnover for Nebraska today. You mentioned they hadn't committed a turnover since the month of September. 16 quarters, but they are not sharp today.
Well, that's the first time we have seen this particular play. It was on Green, and they try and snap it to the short man, and I think he probably got caught in traffic.
Yeah, he did. He runs right into his own center. Aaron Graham, 54, right there. Boom. You run into a guy that weighs 290 pounds. It's going to cause a jolt. It did. He lost the ball.
And so Kansas gets a chance here with 38 seconds to play. June Hindley is deep. This is a new alignment. Williams back to throw, has some time, gets it away to the sidelines. Pass is good. Newton Smith. He's out of bounds, stopping the clock at 33 seconds remaining. Kansas with no timeouts remaining. Remember, they had to spend 2 down here on defense sometime back. But the clock stops as you move the chains in college football. Remember, it'll be first down at the Nebraska 42. And they come quickly to the ball. Referee rolls the clock. They're ready to go. LT Levine, the deep man. Williams looks around. Gets it off down the middle. The pass is completed to Jose Friday, who is the other tight end. And Friday will move it about 8 yards. And the Nebraska player shaking up on the play. Michael Booker slow to get back to his position, but he does not get a timeout call.
No timeouts left. You can't go over the middle. You have to go to the outside.
Now he pops it into the ground to stop the clock at 11 seconds.
Can't believe they went like that. An incomplete pass would not be completed.
Right.
No timeouts left. You have to go to the sidelines to stop it or get the first down, which automatically stops the clock and move the chain.
So any receiver going downfield has to go beyond the mark. Otherwise, he shouldn't get the ball. There's Matt Rule making the call. Jeff McCord, the ice kicker for Kansas, long field goal of the year, 46 yards. Not range yet.
They need about 10 more yards, Keith. They have no timeouts to get him on.
Got 11 seconds to fool with, and down he goes. Penalty flag. Clock stops 5 seconds, and you got a face mask ball.
This looks like it's going to be flagrant 2, 15-yarder. That could put him in field goal range.
Very well, put him down where McCoy could reach.
Costly penalty.
Personal foul.
How big is it, though? You don't know until he tells us or walks it off. You just watch the way he grabs it and pulls on it. That'll tell you it's not incidental. He steps up. Now here comes the hand. Boom. Doesn't let go. That's got to be 15 yards. Goes from the line of scrimmage, 15 yards, and move it down and put it in field goal range. Now, it also stops the clock to get your kick going. You have a chance to get 3 points out of it.
Jared Tommie made that mistake for Nebraska. Ball is at the 22-yard line and the Cards on the field. 39-yard field goal try. He kicked one today from 19 yards. He's 2 out of 4 from this distance this year. The holder is Matt Jones. The clock has run out. You believe that? Time remaining, but that's not correct.
I didn't hear him blow the whistle and put it back in play, did he?
No. I don't think that's right. Aren't they entitled to the play? Nebraska's leaving the field.
No, but he's got a whistle. Besides that, it's leaving. You can't end the half like that. The officials seem confused. Number one, I don't think you can end the half on a penalty. Number two, he didn't blow the ball back in and they're going to ball with the half. Oh, Kansas got some bad calls in that first half.
Swanee, I think we need an explanation of that. Well, then Swan is talking to them, so we are getting it from Steve Juszczyk, and we'll pass that information on to you. It's why they did not allow Kansas the field goal try.
CFA College Football on ABC Sports. Brought to you by Porsche. There is no substitute. And Burger King, where you can get your burger's worth. Stay tuned for the Prudential Halftime Report after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Do you know what Hitachi makes? Ready? Go. Does Hitachi make camcorders, barcode readers, hydroelectric power equipment, clown noses, power tools, TVs, MRI systems, BDs, oscilloscopes, micromotors, mass transit trains, tongue depressors, PBX phone systems, catnip, semiconductors, lots of products, over 20,000. Yeah, but who's counting?
The human face, difficult terrain, perfect for Braun's new 3-stage shaving system. One foil removes short hairs, an integrated cutter, longer hairs. The second foil completes the job. For Braun's closest shave.
Finding out Little Caesar's new stuffed crust pizza is a better deal at only $7.99 results in a kind of wacky happiness. A large cheese and pepperoni stuffed crust pizza at Little Caesar's for just $7.99.
Pizza, pizza. Which hotel has the right rates and the right rooms for business travelers? Last year, 14 million people found the answer. Ramada.
Wouldn't I eat you dandruff? I said I'd try it. Denrex tingles. Head and Shoulders doesn't.
Both have effective dandruff medicine, but Denerex has something extra that tingles, feels fresh.
That's why I started using Denerex. The flakes, the itch, gone.
Denerex, the serious dandruff shampoo.
Saturday, Jeff's the funniest video.
It'll be even funnier when they take out your swearing and add a nice lick sound.
The Jeff Foxworthy Show.
Well, after that video, I'm surprised you're not still holding yourself.
Yeah, bet the new help gets fired.
You're on.
Eddie White, Marie Osmond.
Did you fire? I'm green, but I can't fire anybody.
Maybe this time.
Fire up the oven, Baker boy. Your buns are mine.
Yeah, this primate loves prime time. She's taking a kid from the mailroom straight to the top. Disney Films presents an all-new world television premiere. The Barefoot Executive after Foxworthy, and maybe this time Saturday.
I've been reading up on networking, and if we all just took in one Hewlett-Packard laser printer, we could save ourselves a lot of time and money. Colleagues,
Going up and down these stairs from one computer to another is ridiculous. We should just set up all our Hewlett-Packards with a Nobel network and save ourselves all this hassle. Let's just call EECS.
and the great thing is, if we have any problems after we network our system, we just call EECS. They've got a help desk, training classes, even on-site service. Really, we'll get as much help as...
You can still, in this day and age, find quality at incredibly low prices. That's right, quality at affordable prices. And only at Grand Island's newest car lot, Value Plus Auto. Value Plus Auto sells only select pre-owned vehicles, off-lease and program vehicles, vehicles with remaining factory warranties, and all are near-new vehicles for less. Value Plus Auto is proud to give Central Nebraska the opportunity to purchase quality pre-owned vehicles at prices that fit your budget. Value Plus Auto, West Highway 30, Grand Island.
The Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the Prudential. When you face the most important financial decisions of your life, turn to the Prudential. Peace of mind, it comes with every piece of the rock. From our New York studios, your host, John Saunders.
And joined today by John Spagnola. Nebraska has the lead 17-3. Tommie Frazier having another terrific day. But surprising that it's this close?
Yes, absolutely. Nebraska has turned the football over 3 times. They hadn't done that in the previous 4 games, and that's why the Jayhawks are close.
Tommie Frazier, a career-high 20 completions, 20 of 28, 167 yards. Now, right now, the number 2 team in the nation, the Ohio State Buckeyes, chasing Nebraska, and Bobby Hoying. He may be one of the best quarterbacks in the country without question. 14 yards to Demetrius Stanley, 14-0 at that point. Now 17-0 as they look to remain at number 2. But it really might not matter. Florida at number 3 still might be in a better position than Ohio State.
That's right. Even though Ohio State jumped over Florida in the standings last week, it still is up to Florida to control their own destiny. Here's their schedule. Of course, Ohio State coming up against Michigan. Michigan's ranked number 13. Then they'll go to the Rose Bowl and play the Pac-10 winner. In all probability, that's going to be USC, will be ranked 12. So you have number 13 and number 12 against Ohio State. Florida, on the other hand, is going to play Florida State at the end of the year. They're ranked 6th. They'll go to the SEC championship game against Arkansas, ranked 15th. And then they'll go against Nebraska, play number 1. If they win that, John, they run the table, and I think they're the national champs.
Steve Spurrier certainly likes where he is right now. Nebraska facing Kansas today. That's the game you're watching. Kansas, their only loss was against Kansas State, and Kansas State in action today against Iowa State, and not much action for Iowa State. 49-7 is the final as Troy Davis breaks Lawrence Phillips' sophomore rushing record in the Big 8. 1,722 yards. He had 170 yards today. Missouri facing Colorado. John Hessler, 2 touchdown passes. Colorado leads 21-0. Arkansas over Southwest Louisiana, 24-13. It's just gone final. Barry Lunny had a touchdown run there. In the Pac-10, Oregon facing Arizona, one of our games here on ABC today. Tony Graziani, the quarterback for Oregon. Not a lot of people know about this guy, but he's had a pretty good year. Hitting Christian McLemore, 33 yards, puts the ball at the 2, and sets up a Ricky Whittle touchdown run. 10-7 at that point has been tied with a field goal. Virginia Tech blows out Temple, 38-16. For Tech, they've won 8 consecutive games after an 0-2 start. There's a look at Washington and UCLA at halftime. 28-7. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar has gone out of this game.
He got hurt in the first play of the game, and he had a 1-yard touchdown run. That's his second of the day, and of course they're up 28-7.
Washington with the big lead. Right now, let's see how this works. Arizona State with a lead over Cal. 21-14 is that lead right now. Jake Plummer has a touchdown pass in the game. Elsewhere, Miami beats Boston College 17-14. They had a 14-0 lead. BC came back to tie it. Dan McGuire missed 4 field goals for Boston College, including a 47-yarder at the buzzer. Also today, Oklahoma State over Oklahoma. This would be a huge upset in that state. 12-0 now in the 4th quarter. Tony Jones has a touchdown run. TCU against Texas Tech. Byron Henspard, another great running back, 48 yards on this touchdown run as Tech takes a 27-6 lead, and 27-6 is the final in the game. Henspard had 192 all-purpose yards. Army facing Air Force. If Air Force gets the win, and it looks as if they will, for the 7th straight year, they will win the Commander-in-Chief Trophy. Bo Morgan, 2 touchdown passes and 2 touchdown runs. We'll continue with more of the Prudential Halftime Report in a moment. And still to come on the Prudential Halftime Report, the Northwestern Wildcats look to remain unbeaten in the Big Ten as they face Iowa. And we'll continue with part 2 of our coaches poll. Among today's question, who's the top coach?
Right now, it's George Wells at the University of Virginia.
Financial concerns, medical problems, anxiety about the future, the loss of a loved one, the pressures we all face. The emotions we all experience. 50 million Americans, 1 out of every 5 of us, have found they can cope better, feel more secure, actually improve their lives by turning prayer to one particular company. A company whose sole purpose has always been to provide its customers with products and services that bring them to a different state of mind. Peace of mind. Security. Protection. Preparation. Optimism. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
Welcome back to the Prudential Halftime Report. John Saunders here with John Spagnola. And John, Northwestern, one of the biggest stories of the year, and you can't blame anybody for jumping on their bandwagon, and they really have in Chicago.
Absolutely. You know, the Northwestern fans used to use this defense mechanism and chant, "That's okay, it's all right, you'll be working for us someday." But that's all changed now as the players and the team have created excitement that has not only swept up the Chicago area, but the entire country.
They expect to win every game that they go out, and they expected that today as they face Iowa to remain unbeaten in the Big Ten. Nick Gallery's kick to Brian Musso is returned 60 yards. Watch the speed here. The little guy takes off, takes it all the way from the touchdown. Northwestern takes the lead, 17-14. Iowa quarterback Matt Sherman goes 39 yards to Steve Sluggish, and Iowa regains the lead. Now, there's a defensive player for Northwestern a lot of people haven't heard about. Had another great day, Pat Fitzgerald.
Pat Fitzgerald walked off the field there. He had 10 tackles again today. Every game this year, he's had 10 tackles or more.
You have heard of this guy, though. Darnell Autry, 3 yards on the touchdown run. He goes over 100 yards for the 11th consecutive game. Northwestern 31-20. They get the victory. Fitzgerald, we talked about it, 10 tackles today. Season average of 13. He left the game with an injury, but still had a terrific game. Florida State against North Carolina. Bobby Bowden trying to rebound from that loss to Virginia. You rebound with this guy, Warwick Dunn. Remember last time he touched the ball against Virginia, he got it down to about the half-foot line. Well, this time he takes it all the way. 43 yards for the touchdown, 14-0 at that point. Florida State goes on to the 28-12 victory, as it's their lowest offense of the season, just 377 yards. First time under 400 yards this season. Warwick got the first Florida State back to post 2 1,000-yard seasons. Purdue against Michigan. This is not a misprint. 5-0 is the final. A field goal and a safety, the only scoring. Tim Biakabatuka, 12 carries, 84 yards. He didn't play in the second half. He had an injury. Virginia against Maryland, and George Welsh came off that big win.
Well, he had to be concerned about the big win against Florida State, a letdown by his football team. They were down early in this game, 11-0.
Kevin Brooks, you saw on the 5-yard touchdown run. Scott Milanovich here, intercepted by Paul London. For London, his second of the game. Milanovich was intercepted 4 times as Virginia wins. 21-18 is the final there. Alabama against Mississippi State, for Alabama trying to close out what's been a very strange season for them in the SEC, and Mississippi State headed to probation. 14-9 is the final. Alabama gets the victory. Dennis Riddle had a big game in the game with 38 carries for 181 yards, averaging almost 5 per carry. He also had 2 touchdowns. Syracuse blows out Pittsburgh 42-10. Pittsburgh 8 consecutive losses after starting 2-0. Donovan McNabb could be the starting point guard for the Orangemen this year. 12 passes completed out of 15 for 157 yards and 2 touchdowns. Duke beaten up by Clemson, 34-17 was the final. Raymond Priester goes over 1,000 yards. First Clemson player to do that since Terry Allen back in 1988. Now, last week we gave you part 1 of our coaches poll, top coaches talking about top issues. This week, part 2.
Northwestern has come so far and done so well. I think K-State has trouble getting respect from people because of their past history. Virginia
I'm in Virginia.
Jeez. Well, the University of Oklahoma is the most underrated team in the nation.
Ohio State might be the most underrated.
Who's my man in Fresno State?
Jim Sweeney, either Joe Paterno or Bobby Bowden. There's certainly Tom Osborne and Joe Paterno, Bobby Bowden. Joe Paterno, Tom Osborne, Bobby Bowden. But if I had to say about one coach, I think it would be Eddie Robinson.
You talk about winning 400 games. Yeah, that's 40 years, winning 10 games a year. I don't know that there's anybody that would not like the face in the bowl.
I'd have to say Florida State. Nebraska. Nebraska, we played them 4 times, I think, in the last 8 years in bowls. That's not just want to go to the bowl. I want to go to the bowl real bad. I've been to one of them before.
Things have changed, haven't they, for Terry Clyde? They have. The irony there is in the last 2 years, Auburn goes 21-1, and they're not eligible for a bowl. Now they're eligible, and they're struggling to get into a bowl game. They have to beat Georgia tonight.
He has still done a terrific job. One other score before we get out of here. Yale gets the victory over Princeton. 21-13 is the final to pick up their their second conference victory right now. Yale, 3-6, the winner over Princeton.
No doubt the biggest upset in college football so far this year, John.
A Yale sitting next to me. I had to give the Yale score. All right, we'll continue with more of the Prudential Halftime Report in just a moment. Congratulations to the Elis.
Thank you.
Guys, rise and shine.
The way things are stacking up, this may be a good time to move, which means you need a real estate agent. An agent with a name you'll recognize. One who'll market your house at the right price. A Prudential real estate professional who won't rest until it's all put to bed. The Prudential Real Estate Affiliates. The Rock is the answer.
A new set of academic standards for freshmen is now in effect. To practice, play, and receive an athletic scholarship, freshmen will need a minimum grade on average in at least 13 core courses in high school, and a corresponding minimum score on the ACT or SAT. Ask your coach or guidance counselor about these new requirements. Prepare yourself now. It's never too early to hit the book.
This message provided by the NCAA.
The Prudential Halftime Report, brought to you by the Prudential. When you face the most important financial decisions of your life, turn to the Prudential. Peace of mind, it comes with every piece of the rock.
And we'll get you out to your second half in just a moment. But first, highlights of the longest running rivalry in all of Division III college football. Amherst against Williams. Quarterback Richard Willis, the final play of the game, intercepted by Jeff Wade. And he moves to the left. Nothing doing there. Moves to the right, then tries the lateral. And then there's nothing happening there. Another lateral. The ball's on the ground, and it's the final play of the game. The game winds up a scoreless tie in the 110th meeting. It ends Williams' 21-game winning streak. Time now to announce the recipients of the Burger King Scholar Athlete of the Week. Each week, Burger King will donate $25,000 to the General Scholarship Fund of each winner's college or university. This week's winners are in Division 1A, John Risler from North Carolina State University. John has a 3.34 GPA in business management. The Division 1 AA winner is John Ingram from Jacksonville State. Division 2, Scott Keyser from Michigan Tech. In Division 3, Alex Scott from RPI. Congratulations to all these fine student athletes. Remember, stop by your local Burger King restaurant for more details. And next Saturday on ABC's College Football, we kick off a regional doubleheader at noon Eastern. Michigan against Penn State, or Virginia Tech tackles Virginia. Then at 3:30 Eastern, UCLA battles USC. Northwestern takes on Purdue, or other regional action from the Big Eight, SEC, and the WAC.
Guess which motor oil more top mechanics use in their own cars and trucks over any other oil? Valvoline. The #1 choice of America's top mechanics.
You're blessed outside today.
There are plenty of places for college students to study.
Yeah, blessed outside, all right. Blessed outside. Make sure you tell me.
However, some learning environments are more stimulating than others. To learn how you can earn college credit in the Navy,
Let's go.
So you told him.
I thought you were going to.
And get up to $30,000 to finish your degree. Call 1-800-USA-NAVY.
Nice of you to join us, Miller.
If more top mechanics use one motor oil over any other brand in their own cars and trucks, maybe it's time you changed your oil. Valley, the #1 choice of America's top mechanics.
Visa salutes American Olympic champions. In 1984, little-known Alonzo favorites stunned the field and Olympic prognosticators by winning in a stunning upset. In continued support of amateur athletics, Visa today is proud to donate another $1,000 to the U.S. Olympic team to support future Olympic hopefuls in their quest for the gold.
Tending your land, getting your hands back in the soil, working with the sun on your back. Could anything be more rewarding? Yeah, train someone else to do it for you. Like Ned, Joe, and Tom. That's what Visa Gold's for, with enough purchase power to turn your yard green.
And what could be more relaxing than mowing it yourself?
Paying Al. Visa Gold is everywhere you want to be.
The halftime score, Nebraska 14, Kansas 3. The confusion at the end of the first half of play as Kansas had an opportunity for a short field goal try. Now let's roll the tape and listen. The whistle, and now it's 3, 2, 1. The half is over. There was no visible sign clearly made, but the whistle did sound, and here's Lynn Swan to explain it.
Yes, Keith, I talked to the referee, Steve Usacek. He said there was 5 seconds on the clock. He put it in play and started it. He had no timeouts. He couldn't stop it, and that's what you should do. If there were 0 seconds on the clock, then they would have had to stop it and let another play take place before the half was in it. But because the 5 seconds was on, he put it in play, let the clock start, and he just ran out of time. Glenn Mason understood that, and as he went into the locker room, Keith.
All right. Well, as it was explained to everybody, I mean, it was just a crazy way to end the half. And boy, Glenn Mason hadn't gotten a break yet. Not yet. East Ball Club trailing by 11 points. We'll kick it off to Nebraska at the goal line. It's Damon Benning on the return to the 25, to the 35, to the 43. And so the Huskers with a 43-yard kickoff return by Benning. Start with great field position. The Huskers were not terribly splendid in the first half.
And down the hatches because this is the most explosive quarter for Nebraska. Look at this. It has been KU other than the score. I mean, these folks, 48 plays, 15 first downs, 15 runs. They have dominated.
Put it on the 42-yard line for Nebraska, and the third quarter, they're tough. Remember that. They hand it off inside, but the Jayhawks score like a bitch and bring it down. Huey Houston, the first man to get there. Information now on Fitzgerald, the fine Northwestern linebacker. John Saunders with an update.
Keith, when we reported Northwestern's win over Iowa, we told you Pat Fitzgerald left the game with an injury. At the time, it wasn't confirmed. It has been confirmed now. He left with a broken left leg. He leads the Big Ten in tackles with 130. Keith.
Wow, is that a loss? He was having a great season. Here's the option play. The pitch back to Ahman Green. So a couple of tacklers turned it upfield and rambles on down to the Kansas 40-yard line.
You know, we told you at the beginning of the game that Nebraska had to execute the win. Well, I'll tell you this. They had a couple of turnovers in that first half, and they only had 5 first downs. You see the rushing yards, 75. And Green has been kept in check 16 yards. Phillips, 3 carries, 4 yards. The defense stopped Henley, stopped Levine. The defense really hadn't stopped Kansas yet. Kansas has stopped itself.
All right, the Cornhuskers on the first down at the Kansas 40-yard line. Tommie Frazier looking around. He's got all day to throw it, throws it, and the pass is completed to Vershan Jackson. It is another Nebraska first down near the Kansas 24-yard line.
Hey, look at this. Passing Frazier 4 for 6, but more importantly, he also ran for 33 yards and got the touchdown. Green, 6 carries, 16 yards, and Phillips, 3 carries, 4 yards. As you look at the leaders throughout the ball game, but it looks now like Nebraska coming out in the second half is back in sync.
They have been devastating in the third quarter. This is Green over the left side. He's spiked as he gets to about the 20-yard line by Dick Holt, the inside linebacker, and Houston.
I don't think it's any big surprise that Houston is playing well. He runs all over the field. Thor, number 5, he's one of the leading tacklers anyway, came into the game with 1 sack and 35 tackles. He, too, is playing well. Defensively, they've been running the ball, getting pursuit, and they've been stopping the option for the most part. They're having troubles on this drive.
Time called by the Cornhuskers, so they spend an early timeout.
Packer. 6 World Series. 6 basketball seasons. 6 hockey playoffs. 6 football seasons. And just 1 tune-up after 100,000 miles. 4 Tech engines. 1 more reason to drive a Chevy truck. Chevy trucks.
Name's Bond. James Bond.
United Artists presents
I enjoy a spirited ride as much as the next girl.
The Next Go. The Return of James Bond.
Morning, Cubes. What about the leg?
Bond is back. GoldenEye, rated PG-13, starts Friday at theaters everywhere.
This is a document in the digital office where you capture ideas and share them effortlessly. Whether they're on paper or on your screen, this is the space where Xerox works, giving you a simple way to do good work.
Good Morning America, weekday mornings at 7 on NTV.
You can see how Nebraska struggled offensively in the first half. Punt. The touchdown was set up by a Kansas fumble. The fumble, the downs, and the fumble. Then change the page and look at this. The first half they had 2 turnovers, Nebraska did. They had only 5 first downs. The third down conversion, the one, that was set up by a penalty. So Nebraska really struggled offensively. They're coming out here now, and Green, Phillips struggled in the first half, didn't get the yards. But now they're starting to move this ball. Things look to be back in sync.
On second down and 6, the ball on the Kansas 20-yard line. Tommie Frazier takes it, keeps it, looks down the middle, lets it go to the 5-yard line. Pass is caught by Vershan Jackson, and it's first and goal, Nebraska. So the Cornhuskers looking very crisp for the opening kickoff of the second half, leading 14-3.
Take a look at this play again. You'll see he fakes play action one way, then rolls away from it. What he did is he brought Johnson, dragged him all the way across the field, and he just outran J.B. Harris. The ball was thrown in front of him and not behind him. He probably could have scored.
They put it on the 6, where it's first and goal with Green and Makovicka in the backfield. Frazier still got it. Hops it into the end zone. It's batted away and it is incomplete.
Going after big Sheldon Jackson, his tight end, who's 6'4". Tried to get a mismatch out there on the corner. Harris is just 5'9.5", 5'10". Just let's get through his throw it high and let him have a shot at it.
Second and goal. Defensive changes. Big guys go out, little guys come in for Kansas. That puts them into a 6 DB alignment, looks like. Frazier down the line with the option. Get at the 5, drags to the 1-yard line.
He almost scored, reached out to the goal line, and almost broke the plane with a football.
Keith Rogers had a hold of him, and he just kept dragging him. That's the strength of Frazier at 210 pounds.
KU came in and they tried to run a blitz, but they ran it to the right side. The ball came to the defensive left. And look at this. Frazier should have pitched the ball because Rogers never got pulled, stayed with the quarterback, and made the tackle. Not a strong tackle because Frazier dragged him up to the 1.
It's third and goal from the 1. Touchdown. Vershan Jackson, number 34, gets the touchdown. So the tight end slips into the corner of the end zone, and it's easy for Tommie Frazier.
Keith, you know how we told you effectively they run. Long defenses get sucked into that. They don't pick up the man into the flat. Holt, number 41, was supposed to. He was looking for the run and never saw him slide into the flat, into the corner of the end zone.
First down for the extra point. It's good. 42 touchdowns by passing breaks David Hunt's Nebraska school record.
Oh, you didn't get tomatoes?
Nah, I've been kind of on a rut lately. You know, I thought I'd mix it up a little bit. Whopper, no tomatoes.
Change your pace.
Exactly.
Expecting a weave and you bob.
Mm-hmm.
They're thinking zig, you zag.
Yeah.
You're a bold man.
The Whopper. It always tastes great because it's always fixed your way. With fries and a drink for just $2.99. Every day at Burger King.
So, how do you rut?
Believe I am.
You're rutless.
Enough with the ruts.
You've been ejected from the Rutmobile. No ruts, no glory.
He is the driving force behind TCI and the architect of a global digital network.
Going rapidly to one world.
A woman in Tulsa was shot in Milan. A father will play with his son in Ocean Away. Every movie ever made, every word ever written at our fingertips.
Now that's an exciting future.
Where do you find the visionaries leading us into the next millennium? Actually, there's a list of them printed every day. NASDAQ, the stock market for the next 100 years.
Because the world can be a big, scary place. The Chevy Blazer with the exclusive driver control system. It's nice to know it's there.
CFA College Football on ABC Sports brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks. The most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And the document company, Xerox. A simpler way to do good work.
It'll be interesting now, Keith, to see if Kansas can come back and not hold the tents down 21-3. They played well all day. Bad breaks, fumbles, turnovers have hurt them badly, but see if they can come back and get them on board.
Huskers asking the 20,000 folks wearing red to stand up and let them hear from them, as they have assumed a 21-3 lead. 50,300 first sellout of the season here at Memorial Stadium at the University of Kansas. High kick by Brown. It'll be a little short, about the 9-yard line. Smith pops here first wave. There was only a man got feet tangled up and fell down up around the 29-yard line. Monday on ABC's NFL Monday Night Football, Neil O'Donnell and the Pittsburgh Steelers against the Cleveland Browns. And the man who ought to know something about this matchup at 9 o'clock Eastern Time is Lynn Swan.
Well, I tell you, Keith, what I remember most is that it's a black and blue game. Everybody's hurting all over. One of the great matchups might be Carnell Lake. We saw when he was at UCLA He's taking over a corner for Rod Woodson. He's going to have a lot of receivers to cover on Monday night.
Williams pass out of the backfield. LP Levine, and he picks up about 3 yards up to about the 33-yard line.
Staying with their game plan, showing a lot of patience. Take a look. We said at the beginning they had to keep Nebraska offense off the field. They did that. They dominated time of possession. And look at the number of plays. Defense overload, pursue, force turnovers. They've done that. They've turned the ball over. Nebraska's turned the ball over twice. KU has gotten that. They just haven't turned all these into positives and points.
2nd down and 6. Got it away. Going to Smith underneath the coverage. As he turns upfield at about the 38, he's taken down a yard short of his first down.
Mark Williams comes up limping. He took a shot after he released it. You know, Williams had a pretty good half. Look at him. 22 of 31, 185 yards. He did have that one interception. The running backs, not bad. They're not getting the production that we thought they would against Nebraska, but they did pretty well. And again, they melted a lot of the clock, kept the offense of Nebraska off the field.
They're going to bring the chains in and stretch them out to see whether or not that might be a first down. Felt it was close enough, but they didn't want to guess about it. By golly, I think it is.
Keith, remember we talked about Pat Rule. Pat Rule said we had to have patience. Well, they're staying with the game plan they came in with, and it's still being effective. See the defensive leaders, Booker and Williams, really being active. Farley's a guy he can run. You know, he's not big. He's only 6 feet, 200 pounds. He's all over the field.
He's a track out. Nice. He's big, effective. Colorado. First down for Kansas at the 39-yard line. Levine for single back. He's got it. That's 4 yards for carry with 11 minutes. And 5 seconds to go in the third quarter. Down in the middle of the highway, you're going to have to run into the Peterbrooks.
Well, I tell you what, Peters and Peters. Jason and Christian, 300 pounds for Christian, 275 for Jason. How'd you like to have that grocery bill when you... And, you know, they've got a brother, a sophomore, Damien, who plays at Notre Dame. Those guys are big, they're active, they're strong. Jason bench presses 455 pounds.
On 2nd and 7, the pass is looped to the sidelines, intended for Drew Hindley, and it is incomplete coverage by Ty Williams.
As well as this ball club has moved the ball offensively. It's ironic they only have 3 points. It's almost unbelievable. You see that fumble. They had the field goal. That was it. That's only the 4th field goal against Nebraska in the last 9 games. They had the interception. So they really hurt themselves. It wasn't as much the Nebraska defense as it was KU themselves.
5 out of 9 on 3rd down conversion so far today. Quick little slant pass works again. Isaac Bird, first down, Nebraska 41-yard line.
Will wanted Williams to get the quick release. He didn't want to take the pressure at all. So he's getting the 3-step drop, and then he's just releasing the ball quickly on the slant. Watch this. 1, 2, 3. He's in perfect rhythm, throws it. They're in a zone. He gets between the quarterback and the linebacker. It has worked every single time they've run that ball or that play.
Levine has caught 8 passes. Bird now, along with Smith, has caught 5. And Levine, the deep man in the backfield. Williams gets it off.
That should have been passed in there
for June Hindley, and Mike Mitter shoved him right out of the pass pattern. And
should have been pass interference, no call.
The biggest interference there was Terrell Farley in Williams' face. And he was right there. And I'm sure the call probably has something to do with whether or not the ball was catchable.
Take a look at Mitter, number 10. Here it is again. It's the quick drop. Boy, look at Farley. Boom! Right under the chin. Hands to the face. He's got to be careful with that or they'll throw a flag. That should have been a penalty. And then the ball itself, I thought there was interference. They're saying it was uncatchable, but how's anybody going to know if you hits him before he has a chance to slant in?
2nd down and 10 from the 41. Pull it hard, goes right through his hands and complete. That was pretty close to being a lateral. Here's some news about Ohio State from John Saunders.
Well, Keith, the news is Ohio State is cruising, and they're cruising on the back of big number 27, Eddie George. 64 yards on this 1st and 10 for a touchdown. George is closing in on a 300-yard day, up around 270 right now. Keith, back to you.
George and Tommie Frazier would be up around the top of that big trophy. 3rd down and 10. Williams better hurry up. That's an incomplete forward pass. Steve Juszczyk, the referee, called it instantly as his arm was going forward. But again, it's early enough. Wistrom, Tolman, and Farley, I'm telling you, a lot of pressure to watch 43 run. This guy was a track guy in high school, 200-pounder. He's coming hard. He knows he's blindsided. And again, just pushes him down. That's a good play by Williams just to move the arm forward to get the incomplete. But Farley is big time. Chicago College transfer All-American. Darren Simmons comes in, be his 2nd punt of the day. First one, not very good. It's 26 yards, but it did die inside the 20-yard line. He wants to kill this one, Pete. It's high in the air. Now somebody's got to get out there and catch it. And he gets away from him. Not quite. They knock it out of there. And they're going to put it down at about the 6-yard line. So good job by Simmons, and Nebraska takes over leading 21-3.
On one side, you've got the Atlantic. On the other, the Pacific. And in between, the wide open spaces of the Chevy S-Series. Pack your bags. Chevy trucks like a rock.
At Chili's, we're always fixing up something special from the grill, like a Caribbean chicken salad with grilled marinated chicken and grilled tuna salad with ranch dressing and spicy pico de gallo. So if you like your salads fresh from the farm and hot off the grill, Chili's grills like no place else.
Canon. Now you can. Print this. Print that. Make a set. Make 1,000. Print them in color. Fax this now. Fax this later. File this. Scan that. As your document processing needs grow more complex, the answer is simple. Canon has the systems that are the solution. Canon. Now you can.
CFA College Football on ABC Sports brought to you by Chevrolet Trucks, the most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. And the document company Xerox, the simpler way to do good work. They marked this punt on the 6-yard line, Keith. I'm not sure that it should have been. Take a look at his foot right on the line. You can't go into the end zone and come back out and hit that ball. Rodgers actually in the end zone. He's on that line and clearly in the end zone. He can't come back out and swat that ball. So Kansas finally gets a break. Ball is on the 6 for the first snap. They'll try the ground game, and the Jayhawks jump all over on Green. Just about the line of scrimmage. The offensive line surge of Nebraska has got to get to something, though. There's just too much of them. Boy, they're huge, too. The offensive line averages just under 300 pounds, and if you look at the front of Kansas, Josh Sturcher's only 255, McGraw's the biggest at 275, and Cox only 225. Terribly undersized. 2nd down, 8. They got 2. Green again. And he's up close to the 14. And Green is shaken up. He took a pretty good walk, too, as he was going down. It's about 3 Jayhawks hit him. And he's took one seemingly in the side or back. And the top 25 today, you see that this obviously, number 1 is winning and number 2 is winning. Florida is later. Tennessee doesn't play. Northwestern won today, but they lost Pat Fitzgerald to a broken leg. Well, you know, when people look at that top 25 and they see Nebraska score, they'll never know that they didn't play well. Well, you're right. See, Michigan won today 5-0. Virginia just barely got by Maryland 21-18. Arkansas won again, and I'll see them next week. Amon Green is walking off the field. Looks like he's going to be all right. Might be things a little bit. Lawrence Phillips steps in at tailback now on 3rd down and 3. Frazier on the option, keeps it. 1st down and more. Tommie Frazier run out of bounds, and there's the penalty flag. Thad Warren, I think, got a little vigorous as Frazier went out of bounds. There's several people on the sidelines, and you can sort of just pick a guy who got involved. Came out in the out-of-bounds area. It's Thad Warren, number 10, who looked to be the man who threw the arm.
Yeah, emotion starting to get in the way of concentration now. There's a breakdown. Watch Thorin, 38 in the blue jersey. He's supposed to take the quarterback, but he gets locked up on a block. And nobody has the quarterback. Frazier takes it up. There's 38, finally comes into the picture, but Frazier moves the chains. Now watch when he goes out of bounds. There's a late hit. That got everybody excited. Flags came flying.
That's the penalty right there.
Yeah, there's no question about it. It was, he had a step on the line, and then the hat came in from Warren.
44-yard line, 1st down. Phillips is the I-back with Makovic in front of him. 21-3, Nebraska leading. Frazier drops back to throw. Look deep. There's nobody out there. Gives the ball off to Lawrence Phillips, who gets it up to about the 45. Here's Lynn Swan.
Okay, I'm standing behind the Nebraska bench, and right now they're working on Amon Green. They're cutting off the tape on his left ankle. It's a sprain. They kind of indicated it's a sprain on the inside of that ankle. I'm assuming they're going to retape it, see how it feels. You may go back in the ballgame. Keith?
Right now, they're at a 21-3 posture and got 4 tailbacks behind him that'll really have to play it.
Actually brought 5 tailbacks here. You're only allowed to bring 66 on the road, 66 players. They've got 166 guys they dress for practice team.
This is Lawrence Phillips. Having not played now, this is only the 2nd game since his suspension was lifted. He's not quite as nimble as he might have been if he played all season.
I want to say, watching this offensive line is something special. Watch 54. Aaron Graham just come out, lock up. Boy, that's a big-time play. Stays with him. Takes him. There's your pancake, Keith. Just keep popping, put him on his back.
3rd and 6. Phillips 4 carries for 6 yards. Frazier looking around, throws it down the middle. It's picked off. Picked off by Mo Getty. And back he comes to the 41-yard line of Nebraska. Pass intended for Vershan Jackson.
Jackson never had a chance. Gaddy broke from the ball. This is the 3rd turnover for Nebraska this afternoon. Now watch this. Never takes his eyes off of him. Here comes Gaddy with a great break from the ball. Jackson just never had a chance for the ball. And then Gaddy with a great return. He cut all the way across the field, tried to get some blockers, almost like a punt, to set up a wall. And now Kansas has great field position at the 41.
That's the first interception of Tommie Frazier in the last 100 attempts. Now let's see if the Jayhawks can cash in break. So far, they haven't done it. Out of the shotgun, Williams. Got a man absolutely lost over here. Jose Whitey tight end. He hit the ground at the 23-yard line. If he doesn't lose his footing, he scores.
That's his 7th.
Very close to it.
You're exactly right, Keith. He was so wide open, I think he was shocked. Watching, this is his 7th catch of the year. He's a former wide receiver. Hosea Friday now plays tight end, but the tight end's been open all day. But look, he has to come back for the ball, loses his balance. I think he's shocked that he's out there by himself. As soon as that knee hits the ground, that's dead. But you're right, there was absolutely nobody around him. They were in a zone and nobody picked him up.
Well, the first down, just outside the 22. LT Levine will lose back to about the 25 as Christian Peter had the penetration and decked him. And he's talking. He should be. He's a great player. All-American. Holding Kansas. Christian Peter just ran over his blocker. But it's absolutely beside himself the way this day has gone. I mean, he's going to go home. If I were him, I don't think I'd even look at it. Because there hasn't been one single good thing happening like that. He's still smiling, though, isn't he? Well, sort of. That might very well be more of a grimace. Watch this play again. And watch how Peter just dominated. I mean, he takes Cleve Roberts and runs right over top of him. 300-pounder. Roll it. Now stop it right here. And I'm going to tell you, here's 55. Here's Cleve Peters right here, 77. And he just gets right by him, runs by him, knocks him out of the way and makes the play. Mark Williams is sacked, loses the football. And it looks like the Jayhawks may have kept it. Jared Smith, the center, came back with him. And again, it's Christian Peter leading the defensive surge with his younger brother. And they are wreaking havoc right now on the KU offense.
You know, he's had a sore knee. Didn't practice as hard as he normally does, but watch this again. He comes right over top of the tackle and just runs right over top of him. He's being held. He still fights through it and strips him. I want to tell you, he's giving Roberts all he can handle. Roberts had his arm around his neck and still couldn't stop him.
It is second down and 27 or 8, 28. And timeout. Kansas.
This is a document in the digital office where you capture ideas and share them effortlessly. Whether they're on paper or on your screen, this is the space where Xerox works, giving you a simpler way to do good work.
If more top mechanics use one motor oil over any other brand in their own cars and trucks, maybe it's time you changed your oil. Valvoline, the #1 choice of America's top mechanics.
With my itchy dandruff, I said I'd try it. Denrex tingles. Head & Shoulders doesn't.
Both have effective dandruff medicine, but Denrex has something extra that tingles, feels fresh.
That's why I started using Denrex. The flakes, the itch, gone.
Denrex, the serious dandruff shampoo.
Greg Lambert isn't too worried about how to invest for Zach's college education. That's because he works with a broker from Dean Ware. Together they developed a long-term investment plan to help take Zach wherever he wants to go.
Clients feel most comfortable with our ability to see things from their perspective.
Now, when Craig looks into his son's eyes, he can see the future and smile. Dean Ware.
We measure success, one investor at a time.
We told you early on that Tom Osborne has never lost to a Kansas team in 22 games. Well, in 1993, they came close. A face mask penalty helped Nebraska keep a drive alive and went on for their second score, and Kansas missed late in the game on a 2-point conversion, and eventually the game went to Nebraska 21-20, and to this day, Glenn Mason hates that face mask penalty call that he says was not deserved.
And I'll tell you this, Nebraska was reminded all week by the last trip they made here to Lawrence, that 21-20 game.
Not very many good things have happened to the Jayhawks today. Williams has hit as he throws, and the ball goes right to the Cornhuskers. Still Ellis, number 41, and there's another turnover. That's 4 for Kansas.
Outstanding play by Ellis. They're in a zone keep, and he just read the play from the beginning. Look at this. He never looks off the receiver, sees him in the zone. He's hit, the ball floats, and there's Ellis. Ellis is just getting back. You know, he had that broken bone in his foot earlier this season. Broke that foot September 27th, just getting back. And all he did was just get back to his zone, and the ball was thrown to him.
Huskers come out at 40, first down. Lawrence Phillips, the I-back, runs up the middle, finds Taylor, across the midfield, first down, Nebraska.
Can you feel it slipping away?
I think it left on the opening touchdown of the third quarter.
Nebraska is so strong, so talented. We talked about the great teams being able to win on days when they aren't really playing up to what they normally do. And to be honest, Nebraska has struggled at times, but this is a great football team.
Well, they don't give him the first down. He's a half a yard short. Make it second down here for the upside first down. And let's get some news about the mighty Wings.
Stephen Davis started the season as a serious Heisman Trophy candidate, fallen by the wayside a bit, but he's still a powerful runner. 9 yards on this one, his first of 2 touchdowns. 13-0 is the lead. Pete.
Between the hedges and edges.
You know, they're talking about the Heisman. 921 ballots went out this past Wednesday. They were mailed out. I know you like Tommie Frazier.
Tommie Frazier setting up the throw. He's got a week to do it. Now he decides he's got a little exercise. And he's finally out of bounds down to the 20-yard line. And a penalty flag follows the play. Where he went out of bounds. Well, there's obviously a penalty down there involving Frazier and the man who pushed him out.
Boy, he is special, isn't he?
Face mask, inadvertent 5 yards. We're talking about there between the hedges up at Athens. They're going to take the hedges up and move them out of there for the Olympic soccer competition.
Take a look at this again. 2-time Orange Bowl MVP. Semifinalist for the Football News Offensive Player of the Year. Stands in, now doesn't see anybody. This is what his greatest asset is his mobility and escapability. He gets outside, look at him follow his blocker. Boom, gives him a little extra, gets outside. Now here comes the face mask. We're going to tack it on and take it down inside the 15. Face mask was definitely, look at that. Got him with the left hand. Was that Hammonds?
First down at the 14-yard line. Give it inside the line. So he goes to the 5 or close to it. And so the Huskers now are smashing away, trying to cash in the turnover. They lead 21-3 with 4.5 minutes remaining in the third quarter. Now Bratton is coming off the field, shaken up.
Huge hole opened up by Graham, Taylor, and Ott right up the middle. The Big Red Machine now starting to accelerate, going after its 23rd straight win.
The 34th consecutive winning season. Phillips up the middle, touchdown. Kansas defense is wearing out. And the score builds to 27-3.
I tell you, Phillips ought to go over right now and shake the hand of Jeff Makovica because he threw one heck of a block right up the middle. Again, it was Taylor Graham and Ott. Well, the fullback came up, just loaded it up and opened it.
That one holds it. Brown kicks it down the highway. 4:04 to go, third quarter. Nebraska has scored 21 points off Kansas turnovers. Here's Lynn Swan.
Well, Keith, when Tommie Frazier was a freshman, sometimes he'd take a ball, he'd run down that sideline, and you can see a little bit of hesitation in him. But today, when he gets his hands on the ball, he looks right. He looks downfield, when he makes a decision, and he just goes. Just like this play, he didn't have a receiver open. Instead of hesitating, he just took off, ran the ball, he makes a good play. Experience, and that's why I call him Tommy Osborne, because it's like having Coach Osborne behind that huddle on every play.
Swanee Frazier says he's playing the best he's ever played. He says he's reading defenses like he designed them. Boy, look at Taylor lock up Graham and Ott, and here comes the block from the linebacker that you get from your fullback. and Phillips just walks in. Dr. Tom, never in his best day, ran as fast as Tommie Frazier. Not at Hastings College, I guarantee you. You know, they say Frazier runs a 4.640. I think he's faster than that. As fast as he needs to be. Chris Brown kicks it off. It's high, but it's very short. It's a from this guy. You get through the first wave, you can't do it. Take it down just outside the 20-yard. John has made the tackle. They've had some pretty good returns today, but it's the best coverage we've seen in Nebraska this afternoon. Kansas is now in some deep trouble. Trailing by a score of 28-3, they are to have any hope at all of keeping this thing fairly close. They've got to do something about it out here. Well, and I think it's the time now that they have to leave their game plan. You know, they've got to start taking more chances and going deeper. Not much difference between this and 50. Williams lets it fly. He's got Bird out there, and he can't come up with it. The coverage by Michael Booker. He hit him on the hands with it. But Booker was there to spoil it. And it'll be second down and 10. I want to finish my story about the hedges. Not that I'm sure anybody in Nebraska or Kansas gives a wet about it. But now we'll after the replay, I'll try. Well, we said they had to start going longer. They did. The ball's a little bit on the throw. Bird still had a shot and probably could have made that catch. Booker never did see the ball. Had his back to him. Go ahead, Keith. Tell us about those. They're taking it out. Pass is thrown to the sidelines the other way. And again, it's Bird, the intended receiver, and he has no chance to get to it. Next Saturday, ABC's college football doubleheader starts with Michigan, Penn State at noon Eastern, and Virginia Tech against Virginia. Then Kansas State will be playing Colorado, Arkansas, LSU. There will be other regional action. Check your local listings or your cable operator for a game that might be available on Breaking. I'll tell you this, you're looking at that Virginia Tech game. With that win over Maryland today, Virginia now still has the lead in the Atlantic Coast Conference and could win the ACC outright. So, from the backside, all the way around, Jared Tommie makes the tackle. If you watch these guys, they tell you Tommie has been slowed down a little bit because he has a sore back. Bruised it against Colorado. He's had some spasms, but he doesn't look any slower or any more hurt than we've ever seen him. 6'2", 250, and you said he came all the way around and showed a great burst of speed to make the sack. And what that means back there? Catch the ball. Don't let it get a roll. 4 don'ts in the kicking game. Don't be offsides, don't rough the kicker, don't let the ball hit the ground, and don't flip. And they do. That's not Coleman. For the mere fact that he caught the ball, puts it up somewhere around the 40-yard line. If they had let it go, it's probably somewhere down inside the 20. Lines up a 37-yard punt. And once again gives Nebraska tremendous field position. Something you just can't do against the ball club level. Nebraska in the first half had a total of 106 yards. Here in the third quarter, they run up 139 yards. They scored 14 points in this game. Well, when you figure that Nebraska beat Kansas State, 49-25. Kansas State beat Kansas 41-7. It's a 58-point differential. I think a lot of these fans expected that too when they came in. They said, well, we'll hope. I believe. Gibbs played very well. It just they made those mistakes and Nebraska cashed them in. No gain on that play. Here's money.
Keith Bratton, who came off the field last time the Jayhawks were on defense, has a left forearm injury. Now, the trainer said they wanted to take him over to Lawrence Memorial Hospital because that's where the nearest place is for an x-ray, but they can't convince him to leave the bench area. Right now, they just crowded around him, and they'd like to get him over there, but they'll wait and see if he'll give it.
Second down and 10. Frazier goes to that pass, all ready to throw it. Just threw it, bounced in front of Holbein. Incomplete. He's waiting for Holbein to make that cut. Holbein went down a little bit deeper than I think he was supposed to. He was a 15-yard out. He went down about 20, 22 yards. Had forced Frazier to hold it a little bit. Still, Holbein doesn't make a whole lot of catches. He can block. He's made some big catches. Yes, he has. We haven't seen the ball today at all. It's Reggie Ball. That's a completed pass down to about the 48-yard line with Vershan Jackson. Here again, Jon Vedral.
Keith, and here again is Eddie George. This time takes a little pitch, 13 yards, 31-3 at that point. He is 285 yards on the ground, but Bobby Hoying back to pass to who else but Eddie George, his first ever touchdown catch. And here today on the ground, 285 yards. It's the best day ever in Ohio State history for a running back, Keith.
Wow. Well, that's a fair statement, isn't it? The day after the embellishment. Well, he's put an exclamation point on this season. But Tommie Frazier, on the other hand, running with the ball right now and runs for another Nebraska first down. Tommie Frazier has now become Nebraska's all-time total offense leader, passing Jerry Taggy with 5,298 yards. You know, the problem, I think, with Eddie George and Hoying, they're both so good, both being considered for the Heisman. I think they're going to steal votes from each other, and that could hurt their chances. The other side, for Tommie Frazier, they haven't seen him that often in the East. And, you know, I think the big scores that they have at Nebraska cut his playing time down and lowered his numbers a little bit. 37, a couple of yards for Jeff Makovica. This issue has become relatively academic, unless something truly astounding happens very shortly. We're winding down toward the end of the third quarter. Number 1, Nebraska leads Kansas. Number 10 in the AP poll coming in, 28-3. Key to this game early were turnovers by Kansas. The key now is just that Nebraska has just worn them down. Now it's just a more physical situation. Look at these numbers. They tell the tale. Well, it may be a little heartbreaking ball there, too, for the Jayhawks. Fortunately, Dane Fortune has not been kind to him. Sheldon Jackson is begging for the catch, and I guess they're going to give it to him. Sheldon Jackson, 240 pounds, a redshirt freshman, 6'4", out of Diamond Bar, California. He picked up on his blocking a little bit. He's the tight end of the future. Yeah, pretty good. I agree with that. He reminds me of Keith Jackson from Oklahoma. I mean, he's got that kind of size and certainly the mobility. You're right, he just has to work on some technique, but certainly there. But he's got the tools. First down, 24. And whistles. Tommie Frazier was a timeout. Here's 20.
All right, you would think that Coach Mason, with all the responsibilities of playing number 1 Nebraska, would have enough to do, but he's still a parent, and he had to watch his kid participate last night in the semifinal game. His daughter Chris was a cheerleader, and his son Patrick, number 57, to right guard, played very well, and they won the semifinal game, helping the championship. And you could see the joy evident on the coach. But here's how he says he watches the game.
I buy a hot dog and a Coke. I go sit up in the stands, and I'm a dad. And I do everything every other dad does there. He yells at the officials, and he complains about the play calling.
He was a lot happier yesterday. Yes. You know, I understand how he's feeling, though. I've got 2 playing high school ball. As a matter of fact, they're playing right now. I'm missing their game. He had a chance to see him. He will miss the championship game next week, though, because it's home field in the road. Running ball inside for Lawrence Phillips. Oklahoma State had a big win today. They beat the Sooners 12-0. And the Sooners, the only team left on Nebraska's schedule after this one. That loss today may take them right out of a road game, too. I agree with that. They have 6 wins.
Frazier in the ball game today to add to his story. It's run for 94 yards, pass for 86 yards, and the third quarter is over. So we'll be back after the third quarter break. After this, and a word from our ABC stations.
This is the desert. And these are Chevy trucks. Now, the only thing growing out here is our reputation. The most dependable, longest-lasting trucks on the road. Chevy trucks. Like a rock.
Suppose I were to offer you $1 million for one night with your wife.
Demi Moore, Woody Harrelson, the network premiere of Indecent Proposal on Sunday.
This is it, friends. 4th and goal. Time running out. It's a pass into the end zone. Touchdown! Touchdown! Hold on a moment. They say he was out of bounds. Unbelievable. He clearly had possession in the end zone.
In football, calls don't always go your way. We're making sure Nebraska always gets a good call, even on the road. Nebraska Cellular, the talk across Nebraska.
Well, the replay proves it. He caught that ball inbounds, no question. They're going to be talking about this one.
Haven't you had enough of this? Then it's time to try Crossroads Ford. No gimmicks, no pressure, just good service and a $3 million inventory of new and used vehicles. Crossroads Ford, Lincoln Mercury.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to the fourth quarter of this 90th consecutive battle between the Jayhawks and the Cornhuskers. And now, Keith, back to you.
That's Max Falkenstein in his 50th year broadcasting Jayhawk athletics. 527 of KU's 1,002 football games. There's been 9 head coaches, 4 conference affiliations, 10 ADs, and 1,600 game broadcast hours.
And he says he remembers you as a youngin'.
Frazier down the line, picks it up all. Frazier breaking the tackle. Inside the 10, 1st and goal, Nebraska.
Can't run that play any better.
Bob Brooks, at 52 years of broadcasting Iowa football, we believe is the senior man. Jim Zabel's been over doing Iowa football for 48 years. And then there's Tim Ray.
Well, I tell you what, Tommie Frazier runs that option so well. Reads.
Phillips is ugly.
You know, I thought we'd see more of Phillips today. They played pretty much today like they did the last ball game.
Clinton Siles steps in and tailback position now at 215 pounds. Fresh legs here, look out, he gets it. He can drop his way past tired people. 1st and goal from about the 7. Frazier pitches back to Siles. He dribbles it down to the 5 and covers it just about the 9-yard line.
See, just as I say that Frazier runs that option better than anybody that can put it on the ground. Good pressure that time by the defense to come in and get in his face and close things down. You look at the statistics and you see what takes place here. Look right here. See these 4 turnovers down here for Kansas? That means 21 points for Nebraska. All right, the 3 turnovers for Nebraska, no points by the Jayhawks. That's been the difference this one is ball game. Everything else fairly even.
2nd down and goal from the 5. Frazier will keep it. Touchdown.
talking about a lot of guys coming after you. Watch this. Boom, boom. All these guys are going to lead as Frazier comes and gets behind him. Go ahead and roll it and watch all the blockers he has in front of him. Now he's trying to read the end. Stop it right here. Can you do that? See, the defensive end's already hooked. This is wide open in here, and he takes it on in, gets a block from Macavecca, and touchdown Frazier.
Brown for the extra point. 13:46 to play in the ball game. It's now 35-3 Nebraska.
Oh yeah, I'm a Grand Prix kind of guy.
I just hate it when we have to hurry.
Who's she kid? She's just itching to fire up a new Grand Prix in park.
You can pick it right up front. You really appreciate the dual airbags.
Come on, Tom. This is a Pontiac. I heard her telling Dad how much punch that V6 had. You want to drive?
And since we saved more than $1,000 on the Taurus, we started our college nest day.
Look, freeway, 1 mile.
I'll have to take the freeway after all.
Drive an excitement Pontiac.
Yeah!
Hey, sports fans! Hitachi Ultravision destroys the myth that there's nothing like the real thing. So get real with Hitachi and let the games begin. Hello, movie mavens. With its ultra-clear, ultra-bright, ultra-sharp picture, Hitachi Ultravision asks, who's real? To anyone who's ever guessed whodunit. I just love surprise endings, don't you? Ultravision Home Theater, TVs, VCRs, camcorders, only from Hitachi.
A date on the calendar. Monthly exams. The beat of a heart. A glimpse into the future. All the pieces that add up to a large dose of caring and concern from a pioneer in managed healthcare. Because babies need to be taken care of well before they're born. Peace of mind. It comes with every piece of the rock.
Good Morning America, weekday mornings at 7 on NTV.
13:46 to go in the fourth quarter. Lawrence Phillips came out. He had re-injured his left ankle. An ankle sprain has been bothering him for quite some time. They retaped it. He got up, started walking around. I think we will certainly see him back into the ball game. Keith?
Okay. Tommie Frazier on the day now totals 185 yards and 3 touchdowns. High kick by Brown. June Hindley back in the end zone. We'll put a knee down. Terry Glenn, you didn't hear his name today on the reports out of the Ohio State game, but there's a tie between Terry Glenn and June Hindley, and that Glenn literally came off the street, taken in by the Hindley family in Columbus, Ohio, and gave him a home. And effectively, June and Terry consider each other brothers, though their last names are different.
They've been through a lot together. There's no question about that. Terry Glenn, whose mom was murdered, moved in with them, as you said. And give Mr. Henley a lot of credit, too. He delivers those papers early in the morning. He made sure everybody in that house was working.
Mark Williams is in trouble, gets away from it, throws upfield and Friday is knocked out of bounds across the 30. That'll be a first down. Tonight on ABC, Jeff Foxworthy Video is a finalist on Funniest Home Videos. Bob Saget guest on the all-new Jeff Foxworthy Show. Followed by Maybe This Time, and then a brand new version of a Disney classic on Saturday night at the movies, The Barefoot Executive. All tonight on ABC. First down at the 31. Williams slow and complete.
Well, I tell you, that's becoming a dangerous pass now, Keith. They've gone through it so often today. I don't know if you watched Farley on that play, but he's starting to cheat back a little bit, expecting that quick slant. And if he's cheating over there on that side, he almost had the interception. If he gets that pick, look out at 6 points.
Rip Eagle would never let you use the word cheat. You have to say fudge.
Fudge a little bit to the outside.
Eric Van pitches. Turns it up and runs into a lot of trouble. Eric Van appearing at the running back position for KU. It's a sophomore out of El Dorado. A whole lot of folks, including Mr. Farley, in his way.
Kansas fans are heading home. Don't blame them. It's cold. They want to get warm. Nebraska fans, they aren't ready for that long drive yet. They're just hunkered down. You mentioned Van, he missed spring ball to play baseball. Guy's still here. No wonder Mom won't let him in the house. Third and blue, though. There's the color. Got enough antifreeze. One downfield from third. 8 minutes now. Michael Booker was with him all the way. So Isaac Bird can't chase that one down. And the Jayhawks go after punt. That's a television set that guy had on the roof inside that cardboard box. You couldn't see the TV that well. But every time they take that shot, he gets excited. Keeps in circulation. It's got to be about 25 degrees. The wind chill's like in single digits. 3 Huskers are deep again. That ball's really coming back quick from the snap. The punter someone flips it away. Going around on the ruck and will roll dead at about the 35-yard line. 12:33 to play in the ball game.
Hey, Benny! What do they call these shoes anyway?
Danny.
So who you guys playing tonight anyway?
Minnesota.
Oh, Los Lobos! I guess you're going for the big numbers tonight, huh? Now I want you to work on inside from outside. I'm sensing triple-double here. Now, Penny! I want to say hello to my man Kevin Garnett.
Kevin Garnett?
Yeah, Garnett. We went to high school together. Tell him little Penny from the science club says hello. Can you do that for brother?
Here we go. Whopper Junior Value Meal. Bucket for me and a double whopper.
Thanks, man.
Double Whopper. I'm scared of you.
It's good. It's as big as the American way. Big cars, big houses, big food.
At Burger King, get the flame-broiled taste of our Whopper Value Meal for just your size appetite at just your size price, starting at $1.99. And get your burgers worth.
What about moderation?
Moderation's cool. If there's a whole lot of it.
Burger King, get your burgers worth.
Sure, you've got a car. Got a dog. Even got some fun-loving friends. But have you got what it takes to be a mountain man? All it really takes are the 2 cool beers of a mountain man. Smooth bush beer and easy drinking Bush Light. So, be a mountain man. All you gotta do is head for the mountains.
CFA College Football on ABC Sports, brought to you by Pontiac and your local Pontiac dealer. We are driving excitement. By State Farm Insurance, like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. By Canon, who reminds you there's so much more you can do with the new Color Bubble Jet Printer from Canon. And Chili's Grill and Bar, where steak lovers go for great grilled steaks.
Love their Huskers, don't they?
Brooke Berringer back in there at quarterback. 35-3 ball game. Great Tommie Frazier ball. That's Jon Vedral breaking. No, it is not. It is Clinton Childs, 26. Breaking loose and busting past the marker for a first down.
Clinton Childs is an interesting running back, 6 feet, 215-pound junior. Had a bad knee earlier this year, actually had a knee strain. He's been rehabbing it quite a bit, not getting as much playing time as he'd like, but he's a talent. You look at Benny and Childs, those 2 combined for 780 yards and 10 touchdowns last fall.
I keep looking for that old wingback reverse here, and I haven't seen it.
I don't need it.
Hold back. Ryan Schuster. 3 yards. No dust. Even though this is decisively Nebraska's game, the Cornhuskers look well on track toward defending their national championship. It's been a good season for the Kansas Jayhawks and bodes well for the future because they don't lose that many people. And they get some starters back from injury who have missed the entire season. They keep running the ball here. Clinton Childs takes it again and picks up about 3 yards. Here's Lynn Swan.
Okay, the guy you don't see a lot of Nebraska is a punter, Jesse Cushing. He's right here, number 19, just selected as a Phillips 66 academic All-American. He is also a meteorologist and climatology major, and he predicted that the weather for this game was light winds out of the north between 40 and 50 degrees. Well, he was a little off in the temperatures. It was the only second time this year that he's been off.
Well, thank goodness we had window range. 23 players have been named to that all Big 8 academic honor roll for Nebraska.
Ball is pitched back to Damon Finney, who is in the ball game at tailback now. And yes, he too is from Omaha. And Thad Warren knocks him out of bounds. Tell Jesse, don't worry about missing the forecast. That goes in the business.
He said it was going to be 40 or 50 degrees today with light winds. Players go to him and see how they're going to dress. They all came with lighter jackets than they probably should have. Keith, you were talking about the defense for Kansas. They are young. You're talking about voting well for the future. You've got 10 guys on the 2-deep roster that are under 20 years of age. They're teenagers.
Isaac Bird is deep for Cush's punt now. He doesn't give you much of a return. The bonus only averaging about 2.5, but he knocks that one all the way to the end zone. He just got a little rotation on it, nice spin, and just go hole through the air and through the end zone. Come back to the 20. 10 minutes and 22 seconds left to play in the ball game.
It's an interesting offensive series for Nebraska. Nothing fancy. They're just trying to milk the clock and get out of here. 35-3, no more damage needed.
Ben Roots now is into the ball game for Kansas at quarterback. He's a junior out of Oklahoma City. First 2 years of his collegiate football career at Nebraska. But he got caught in the game up there in junior college, and then found his way down to Kansas and football to Eric Van. And Van picks up almost 5 yards on the carry.
He's starting to accept his role now as a backup to Mark Williams, too. Ben Roots is an outstanding quarterback, as you mentioned. After he went to junior college, he did transfer to Nebraska, and he was heavily recruited, but he said he had to make a decision by January 1, so he did, went to Nebraska, and comes here. Now he's behind Mark Williams, so it's not what he envisioned by transfer. He's 5 and 14, 61 yards. He says, hey, Williams is playing well right now.
Passes away, passes completed. Coming out of the backfield, he has Levine, and Levine has a first down at the 38-yard line. 9 minutes and 38 seconds to play in the game.
Still play action working in the offensive line. Not that big, but it's getting the job done. Look at this. This is the waggle. It's avoided the pressure most of the day. We should take punishment after you release it. But Saltzman knocks it down, but still, you run that waggle, you're going away from most of the pressure.
And it's first down. Favor the game as Levine. No, it's 45, Eric Van. And Van is all the way to the 45 of Nebraska. So with reserves all over the field now on both teams, Eric Van pops a big one, and the Jayhawks are moving down the field.
Eric Van, one of those small running backs, he's only 5'9", grew up here in Lawrence, Kansas. He was the Kansas High School Player of the Year, and eventually his family moved over to El Dorado. But we talked about the guy with talent he is. He's also an outstanding baseball player here for KU.
There's so many of them, though, Troutman down in Colorado, so many stocky guys that look like him and Smith, they're just square.
Low to the ground, so quick, low center of gravity.
Ball is handed off again to Van, runs into the stack. Kind of hard to move that tonnage. Got a little bit of it.
Probably the best known little running back out of this conference. I mean, when you talk little, it was Barry Sanders. Well, he still has some great feet. Turn his shoulders, his feet move at full speed. He makes guys do all things there. He was a little bit bigger though.
Like those ears. Passes thrown outside, and again, it is complete. Vershan Jackson, first down, Kansas down at the Nebraska 30-yard line. Sunday Smith, Nacho Cucamonga. 41-3 now, Ohio State.
You have to protect yourself. You got to score a lot of points. I was just going to say, also that's horse to Nebraska folks. They'll try to get another one over here. Just the way it is these days. We're talking about Gale Sears here. They've had some great athletes come through this place out there. Let them just come back home and play here. Again, it is in the right side of the line between the center and the guard, and L.T. Levine has found a goodly bit of yardage there today. So the running backs now starting to add up some yardage against the reserves of Nebraska. Offensive line, 298 pounds. We talked about that. Watch the little trap here. They tried to work. Actually let him in. Did you see that? Just moved over, let Ogart come through 97. Trapped in, then moved to the right side and picked up some pretty good yardage. Eric Van is the single back down. He's got the ball inside the 20 to the 19. And that'll be a first down. You know, we were talking about this yesterday, Keith, all the great players that have come through here, and only 3 jerseys have been retired in this one. That, of course, was Ray Evans, Jon Vedral, that you mentioned, Dale Sayers. Kansas basketball game out of the exhibition opener last night. And Juan Henderly. And Roy Williams passed by early today to say howdy and says he thinks they're going to be pretty good. I think he's right. The right numbers in the nation right now. Peters come back in. Jason and Christian. Well, they're running too easily up the middle. That's intercepted. It's a foot race. Mike Coleman. No flags. Touchdown. A transfer from Whitford. Somebody must have shown the Ohio State score. Really? Right back with a touchdown. 86 yards. That's his second big one of the year. Ben Roots acted like he never did see him. Watch Roots. He's locked on over that side. See his head? He never came off Bird. And Pullman just read it, stepped it, got a good break in the ball, and just outran everybody. Ted Wetzler. He's in for the extra point. They bobble it. Older Jon Vedral never came up with it clean. That's 27 points now for Nebraska off Kansas turnover, 41-3.
It's just not Chili's till you light up the grill. And that means steaks, like our new Solano strip steak and new steak pico, smothered with onions, bell peppers, and 2 kinds of cheese. So run up the gang and put them on down to Chili's. Chili's grills like no place else.
It's color printing, and it's state-of-the-art. It's flyers. It's proposals. It's Crayola and Hallmark Connection software. And putting your very own logo on a t-shirt. So it's not business as usual. It's what you can do with a new Canon color bubble jet printer. Canon, what can you do?
You worry, you're overprotective, you're a parent. Isn't it nice to know that there's something almost effortless you can do to protect your family even more? Just ask your State Farm agent for a free family insurance checkup. It's a smart way for you to decide if your family's insurance coverage is up to date, so they'll be better protected. And maybe you'll worry a little less.
Yeah, I think the Huskers might very well be headed for a little sunshine in Arizona. Yeah, I agree with that. I think right now they are the best team in the country now. You've seen Ohio State. What do you think, Keith? You're not going to get me into that.
You won't get off that fence. I like Ohio State. I think they're awfully good. But, I hadn't seen Nebraska until we saw them against Colorado and then again today. And I've seen two dominating performances. Yeah. But I'll tell you why Ohio State, I think, is a very good team, too. And it's called Notre Dame, Wisconsin, Penn State. Sure. And Northwestern, not Northwestern, but another, whoever it was. Well, yeah, they played a strong schedule. There's no question about it. You look at what Nebraska has done, obviously. Michigan State a little bit better ball club than a lot had thought. But, you've got Colorado on there and Oklahoma yet to come. But I think the reason I think Nebraska is number one is because not only do they have the size, the talent, the strength, and the depth, but this is a quicker Nebraska team than we've seen in some years. I agree with that. It's a very, very good football. Retzlaff kicks off for the Huskers. 7-yard line. Smith searching around for daylight and a place in which to survive, and he finds it at the 24-yard line. Keith, I think after watching them today, though, if there is any one aspect of the ball club that is overrated, I think it's the defense. They've got some problems defensively. Great talent, but they give some things away. Against a very sharp passing team that has enough bulk up front to give its passing time. Might be difficult. How about this? Is that amazing? The whole thing in the rest of the that system is as good as there's ever been. LT Levine is a tough runner. He's impressive. I like him. He's all right, boy. He's a grinder. Yeah. And he picks up a first down. I first saw him as a freshman in the Aloha Bowl. He carried the ball 6 times for 26 yards, but you could tell then he was a quality player. Same hometown as Glenn Mason, too. Latrell Levine, LT Levine. And he's doing a lot more today of what we thought he had to do, and that's run strong and run direct, not dance as much. He's been effective. 6.5 minutes to play in the game. Ball just outside the 35-yard line. 41 for 3. And Eric Mann carries the ball. Now the Jayhawks are simply going to run out, beat up that game clock, and go on about their business and think about going up to Stillwater and playing Oklahoma State and finish the season at 9-2. There's an awful lot of folks who be happy at 9-2. I agree. It's been a great year for KU, and it will continue. Dr. Tom Osborne, he was trying to do what only 3 other living coaches have done, and that's win back-to-back national championships. Darrell Boyle did it for spot to many at Nebraska and Barry Switzer. Just Oklahoma State remaining for Kansas. On second down, it's Levine. And he's about 2-3 yards short of his first down. Looks like he dinged up again. He's on the arm. He's dragging that arm as he goes off. There's some feeling back into it. Got a little stinger. It's cold. Laying on artificial surface. Had about an inch of snow last night of dusting. They got it off the field. The field still is hard as a rock. And so is the ball. Eric Gelder is in there now. And it's Mann carrying. And he will get his first down. If time permits, flip the Colorado post-game report, the scores and highlights from around the country. Tackle made by Coleman that time. He's also the one that dinged up Levine as he comes back into the ball game. Coleman's played well. He's very physical style football player. He's strong enough to take on offensive linemen and quick enough to cover backs. Here's the pass too high. Intended for Vershan Jackson from Ben Boots. You can tell he's rusty. He just hasn't had that many snaps, and he's had virtually no game competition late. Even as we caused the interception, he really didn't have enough snaps. He locked on his receiver, he'd go through the progression, and by telegraphing where he was going to throw, the Coleman just picked it off. He is 2nd and 10. Look at this defense. Remember, Nebraska had that tremendous game against Missouri. The defense did broken the ball well all day, and they played a lot of bubble defense, moving the linebacker over, and they've done more of that today. This right in the middle on LT Levine. There's what you have next week on ABC's College Football. Those two games there go at noon Eastern Time. And these are the games that follow to make up the doubleheader. So check your local listings or your pay-per-view operator for any game that you might choose for next year. The speculation of where Kansas might go, and when you look down to see the possibilities, the Big 8 number 3 team goes to the Holiday Bowl in San Diego, which is a nice trip. Kansas State, Kansas, and Colorado are all still involved in this thing. The Buffaloes have 2 losses, and now Kansas has called a timeout with 3 minutes and 58 seconds to play.
You know, don't count Florida State out of that Fiesta Bowl yet either. Florida State wins out, they've got a shot to get to the Fiesta Bowl.
They gotta beat Florida. It's a very simple answer to that. They gotta get out the game so they'll beat the Gators.
How to achieve success.
For me, it's the details. In golf, that means taking it one stroke at a time. And at Jiffy Lube, we do it one car at a time. And we offer the quality of Finsworth. So even though we've serviced almost 100 million cars, the one that matters most is the one we're working on now.
If it doesn't say Jiffy Lube, it just isn't Jiffy Lube.
So I go pick up a pizza. Say I'll be right back. Took my new Pontiac Grand Am. Turned a little errand into an opportunity. Maybe take a little side trip. Pizza's still warm. This new twin cam engine loves being let loose. The way it turns and all the mushrooms. It's nice to put your right foot down and move. Uh-oh, she sent someone out to look for me. That's the problem with a hot car like the Grand Am. You end up bringing home cold pizza. We are driving excitement. Pontiac.
Making ideas a reality. It's how you ended up with your own business in the first place. And it's why Hewlett-Packard has introduced the fast, reliable, affordable HP LaserJet 5L and the colorful HP DeskJet 850 series with a real-life imaging system. Dependable, professional Hewlett-Packard printers. Printers that work almost as hard as you do. HP printers. Just what you had in mind.
In the first quarter, Memorial Stadium was filled with optimism as KU was moving the ball, but on 4th and 8 they failed. Then there was a fumble of a punt that led to a touchdown. Then there was another fumble that opened the doors for Nebraska again, and the optimism slowly but surely went the way of the sun.
The lights went out for Kansas. They played well except for the turnovers, though, Keith, and I don't mind that gamble early on 4th and 8. They were in Nebraska territory. I think that's a good call by Glenn Mason, and he, in fact, told us yesterday if they had chances in Nebraska territory, they certainly would take.
It is 3rd down and 9. Woods throws, nice pass, caught by Isaac Bird, and Bird is held up just short of his first down, so it'll be 4th and about 2. Heard from the great Olympian Jim Ryan this morning. He lives here in the Lawrence area. He's come back to town, former world record holder. We were remembering a balmy night in Bakersfield, California, when he ran a 3:51.1 miles. Stunned the world.
Didn't know if that would ever be done again, and now look what records he set.
Jim Ryan certainly knows the geography of this place with that running platform. There's been great relay races here in Times Square. 4th down, they go for it with Eric Pan carrying the ball, and it does not appear from the mark that he made it.
No, he's going to be short. He's short by about a half yard.
And so Nebraska takes over. They got all the points they need at 41-3 with 3 minutes and 12 seconds to play in the ball game.
Keith, the last time we worked together in this stadium, November 1st, 1986, 64-3, Kansas lost. Of course, back then, Kansas wasn't very strong. They played more homecomings. They had to take their own floats. Now they've got a pretty good program going. Glenn Mason has them heading in the right direction, and they're young. They'll be even better next year.
So here are the Huskers operating with Clinton Childs at tailback now, and he'll pick up a yard or so. The crowd was there, as we told you sometime back, 50,300, which is the first sellout of the season.
for Kansas, and more than 20,000 Nebraskans came. They sold 13,000 tickets, but they were buying them from anywhere they could find them. They've been here and enjoyed themselves. Won the whole end zone area was Big Red, and then over on the far side from us, the whole section at the end was all red. This is Joel Makovica in there at fullback now, and he moves the football. Our old hotel was all red. Oh, it's amazing. You look down at this offense. Nebraska has scored over 60% of its drives this year. Talk about efficiency. This is Childs. And that'll be a first down. So stop your clock and move the chains to 2:01. The executive producer of ABC Sports, John O'Hara, coordinating producer, Bob Goodrich for ABC's College Football. Also produced today's game, associate coordinating producer Jim Rustler. Today's game here in Lawrence, directed incredibly well by Mr. Drew Esikoff. Our technical director, Gary Larkins, associate director Bruce Clark, production manager Robbie Weiss, technical operations Stefan Petrat, statistician Dave Burnson, spotter Todd Barry. Here coming around the corner is Payman Penning. Penning is all the way down to the 35-yard line. Mark Camillo, our computer. Assistants to the producer, Mark Lewis and Bob O'Mara. College Football Today, produced by Charles Copeland. In our New York studio, College Football Today was directed by Calvin Haywood, technical director Gary Boyarsky, and our New York remote coordinator, Patrick McManus. Patrick McManus. I've heard that name somewhere. It was on a bullet bulletin in Matt Thurman is now in at quarterback for Nebraska. Here is another one of the youngsters that stepped up a year ago when Tommie Frazier was injured and helped. He sure did help. They call him the Terminator out of Wahoo, Nebraska. Matt Thurman. You know, it's amazing. You watch these big offensive linemen. These guys are so huge, averaging over 300 pounds, and yet they can run. They're pulling their guards and tackles all the time. They're coming on the option. They're running those counter trays. Guys can run. This is Penning. And the spin will get him a first down. The genuine Chevrolet most valuable players in the game are Tommie Frazier of Nebraska, just a so-so day, 99 yards rushing, 86 passing, 2 running touchdowns, 1 passing touchdown. For Kansas, Mark Williams, 27 of 45, 242 yards, 2 interceptions, unfortunately. In celebrating its 25th year of NCAA sponsorship, Chevrolet will donate $1,000 to each school's general scholarship fund to reward outstanding students for academic achievements and assist those in financial need. That will just about do it. Nebraska dominant. You know, when they break the huddle, every time they break the huddle, they break by saying dominant, and they have today. Nebraska in this victory clinches a tie, but academic. Huskers win by a score of 41-3, continue undefeated, their 23rd consecutive victory. Here the standings of the Big 8 Conference now, with Kansas State in the number 2 spot, Kansas and Colorado number 3. Now stay tuned for the 50 Farmer post-game report featuring scores and highlights from across the country.
Want to help a child in need? Call your local volunteer center or place of worship and ask how you can help. Children first.
Sunday, spin out and spin it up when America's Funniest Home Videos dances its way into your living room. Then, when Shelley Long zaps Superman, she accidentally turns Lois into Ultra Woman.
No, there are 2 of them.
It's an ultra new Lois and Clark right after Funniest Videos Sunday. Weed control now starts with a C. Plant Imicorn hybrids, then apply Resolve herbicide. The result? A superior weed management program for all your corn acres, which means season-long, unmatched residual weed control, exceptional crop safety and high yields. It's innovative weed control with no atrazine for growers who respect their bottom line. Resolve with Imicorn for a new way of thinking.
Tonight, Jeff's a funniest video.
It'll be even funnier when they take out your swearing and add a nice sound.
How did you get started? After that video, surprised you're not still holding yourself. On the Jeff Foxworthy Show.
Get hit in the crotch and make 10 grand.
Yeah, that's the new help gets fired.
You won't come tickets against a week of me baking for free.
God. Anyway, Maria,
Department? I'm cream puff. I can't fire anybody.
maybe this time.
Fire me on, baker boy. Your buns are mine.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Beatles.
Hi, this is Mitch in the morning from the Hits 106 Zoom crew. Starting Monday morning, wake up to MTV Hits 106 Beatles Week. We're celebrating the historical television event, the Beatles Anthology, starting Sunday, November 19th at 8 on MTV. By playing bunches of Beatles and giving away collector's items, Beatles Anthology t-shirts. So tune in to 105.9 FM Monday morning and find out how you can win. And don't miss the Beatles Anthology right here on A Beatles C. From your Beatles connection, Hits 106 and MTV.
You're watching the Nebraska Television Network.
The Thrifty Car Rental Postgame Report, brought to you by Thrifty Car Rental, historically known for low rates. From our New York studios, your host, John Saunders.
Today, along with John Spagnola, and both number 1 and number 2 winning 41-3, trying to impress the pollsters. They certainly impressed us. Absolutely, and both Heisman Trophy candidates had great days today, as both coaches, I believe, tried to showcase their Heisman Trophy candidates.
Yeah, they really did. We'll get into that in a moment, but first let's start with the number 1 team in the nation, Nebraska facing Kansas. Kansas with high hopes of finally pulling off the victory. Tommie Frazier, 2-yard pass to Vershan Jackson, 42nd of his career for Frazier. That's a record at Nebraska. And Frazier on the ground as well from 5 yards out, fights off one tackle and takes it in. It was 35-3 at that point. 41-3 is the final as Nebraska gets 35 points off turnovers. Lawrence Phillips had 47 yards. Ahman Green had 45 yards. Ohio State ranked number 2. And Eddie George had a day that no Ohio State back has ever had. 65 yards on this touchdown run. And Eddie George was on his way to over 300 yards. Bobby Boyne threw a couple of touchdown passes. We'll get into Eddie George's numbers in a moment, 41-3. So take a look at the guys who we feel are the Heisman Trophy candidates who played today. Keep in mind that Danny Werfel will play tonight. Tommie Frazier, 10 of 15 for 86 yards and a touchdown through the air. 99 yards in the ground. Eddie George, 314 yards. It's never been done in Ohio State history.
Not only that, this isn't exactly a patsy defense. The Illinois defense was giving up 2.8 yards a game, and this is against Big Ten teams who like to rush the football. And he, of course, averages 8.7 today as he goes for 314 yards. Quite an accomplishment by Eddie George.
Troy Davis, the sophomore at Iowa State, 41 carries for 183 yards as he closes in on 2,000 for the season. Darnell Autry, for the 11th consecutive game, he goes over 100 yards. Autry in action against Iowa today, and Steve Schnurr's pass goes off the hands of Hartle to Tom Knight. Returns it 27 yards down the sideline for the touchdown. 14-3, Iowa took the lead. Pat Fitzgerald leaves the game with a broken left leg, and he is out for the season. He is the leading tackler in the Big Ten. Matt Sherman hits Derek Price, who fumbles the ball. It's recovered by Ishmaeli, who picks it up and runs it in for the touchdown. Northwestern seals the victory. 31-20 is the final in the game. Pat Fitzgerald, 10 tackles today and 130 on the season. He's out for the season.
Well, wasn't Gary Barnett pointing to this game, too, at the beginning of the season? He said, Iowa, we've lost 21 times to, and he pointed to this football game. I mean, they also beat Notre Dame. They beat Michigan along the way, and they beat Penn State. I don't know how you point to Iowa when you beat those kind of teams along the way.
It's unbelievable. What a tremendous season for Northwestern. Still unbeaten in the Big Ten. We'll continue with more of the Thrifty Car Rental post-game report in just a moment. Stick around. There's plenty more to come.
Car rental was born at the airport, not long after man's first flight arrived.
But soon man discovered reasons to rent that had nothing to do with flying. That's when thrifty car rental got rolling, right in the neighborhood. Such conveniences made Thrifty's historically low rates a way of life, whether or not you happen to be flying. Your neighborhood thrifty car rental, historically known for low rates.
Hey, Remington, shave this. If you can grow it, we can shave it. The newest Remington Triple Foil, the only shaver with 3 micro screens, now has a 50% greater cutting rate with a more powerful motor. And 3 flexible foils for those hard-to-shave places on hard-to-shave faces. So make it this smooth, this comfortable, and this close. The new Remington Triple Foil. If you can grow it, we can shave it.
For more than 125 years, we have shared the excitement of those young men as they took the field on Saturday afternoons. College Football USA, committed to improving, preserving, and promoting the great game. For those who play the game, for those who coach the game, for those who support the game. Brought to you by the American Football Coaches Association, the National Association of Collegiate Directors of Athletics, and their proud partners.
Welcome back once again to the Thrifty Car Rental postgame report. Let's continue right now with scores and highlights. Florida State coming off that loss to Virginia and trying to bounce back. And Bobby Bowden doesn't look concerned. Punter Mike Thomas has the punt blocked by Mario Edwards, who recovers it and returns it 9 yards for a touchdown. Florida State on top 7-0. Warwick Dunn came so close to the touchdown that would have beaten Virginia, but he still is a terrific runner. 43 yards on this play to make it 14-0. Warwick Dunn becomes the first back in Florida State history to post back-to-back 1,000-yard seasons.
And Warwick Dunn had to beg his head coach to put him into the game last year so that he could get over 1,000 yards. This year, of course, Bobby Bowden giving him the football a lot more.
Florida State really still has a chance. If they could knock off Florida, they have a chance to beat Nebraska and go for the national championship.
Absolutely. I think Ohio State has to lose a football game along the way, though, for that to happen.
Yeah, Ohio State, of course, headed to the Rose Bowl right now, but Northwestern still has a chance to get there as well. Kansas State facing Iowa State. 49-7 is the final in this one. And Troy Davis, we talked about him earlier, 183 yards, breaking the sophomore rushing record for a season held by Lawrence Phillips, 1,722 yards. Colorado shuts out Missouri 21-0. John Hessler had 2 touchdown passes. Purdue against Michigan. Bob Greasy was there to watch the game, watching his son, took the weekend off and still had a football game. And he walked the defensive battle here. Fester intercepted by Charles Woodson. His cleat comes up and cuts Jim Coletto under the eye, the head coach of Purdue. You can see an obvious pain right there. A 3-0 game. And the pain would get worse as he watches his quarterback, Rick Trebsker, get sacked by Clarence Thompson for the safety. And Michigan goes on to the win in the snow. 5-0 is the final. Mike Allstott, the big fullback for Purdue, only 19 yards rushing. It was very slippery on the field. Virginia against Maryland. George Welsh had to keep his team pumped up coming off that win.
After a big emotional win against the number 1 team in the country, he had to keep his team going. They were down 11-0 early in this football game, but they came back and played very well.
Kevin Brooks, you saw with the touchdown run, and Scott Milanovich intercepted by Paul London. London had 2 interceptions. Milanovich was intercepted 4 times in the game. 21-18. Virginia gets the win, so they clinch at least the tie for the ACC title. But that does not assure them the alliance bid. It can still go to Florida State, even though they beat them. Arkansas over Southwest Louisiana. 24-13 is the final there. Madre Hill had a 13-yard touchdown run. 27 carries, 151 yards, almost 6 yards per carry. And he sets the single-season school record with over 1,300 yards. This is a guy not a lot of people know about, but he's having a terrific season.
He certainly is. Not only that, Gary Barnett, we're not doing so well with Northwestern this year. I think Danny Ford is definitely a candidate for Coach of the Year.
Arkansas is a team that not a lot of people talked about. They started the season struggling, and then they go on a roll.
That's right. They had a 1-point win against Alabama and a 2-point win against Auburn, and that's how they've been able to lock up the West to the SEC.
They're going to the SEC championship game. That one being played down in Atlanta. Let's continue now. Mississippi State against Alabama. The Alabama Crimson Tide, they've been in that championship game the last couple of years. Derek Tate, 4 yards to Eric Bowles. 9-0, Mississippi State takes the lead, but Alabama comes firing back behind Dennis Riddle. 3 yards on this touchdown run. He finished with 2 touchdowns, 181 yards, 14-9, Alabama gets the win, ranked number 16. And for Alabama, the folks down there, unless you win a national championship, it's a disappointing season. But after struggling early, they've really started to roll a bit.
That's true. Mississippi State defensively has not played well this year. They've given up an average of 55 points to Auburn, to Tennessee, and another team in the SEC. They have not played well with South Carolina, as a matter of fact. So I think that's the kind of team Alabama needed to play against today.
They had the early lead in the game to Mississippi State, and they end up losing. Stick around. We'll continue with more of the Thrifty Car Rental post-game report in just a moment. Some more scores and highlights ahead when we return.
Long ago, man began renting cars only at airports, where thrifty car rental was first discovered. But in the future, man would need wheels for reasons that had nothing to do with flying. Thus the dawn of neighborhood thrifty locations far and wide, assuring a practical, easy, and affordable way to rent a car, wherever you are, and wherever you're going. Your neighborhood thrifty car rental, historically known for low rates.
What brand of rotary tool does World Do-It-Yourself champ Larry Snyder endorse? Real. Larry needs all this power. Larry loves all these bits. In Larry's shop, there will be no limits. Why does World Do-It-Yourself champ Larry Snyder carve with Real Me? Carve like Michelangelo on 100 cups of coffee. He works fast, plays hard, but Larry sees, Larry carves.
Welcome back once again. John Saunders along with John Spagnola, continuing with the scores and highlights. Another game you saw on ABC, some of you, Oregon against Arizona in the Pac-10. And Tony Graziani, 5 yards to A.J. Jelks. As Oregon takes the lead 17-13, and Kevin Schmidtke is stopped by Rich Rule. Arizona would have taken the lead, but they are stopped in 17-13. Oregon gets the win. Graziani with the touchdown pass. Auburn trying to salvage the season and trying to get to a bowl game. Stephen Davis, 9 yards on this touchdown run as he gets hit late, but too late. 20-14, they lead Georgia right now in the third quarter. Very interesting for Terry Bowden. He couldn't lose his first couple of years there. Right now he's fighting to get to a bowl.
That's right. He's been taking some pressure, too, which I think is really interesting. I mean, here's a guy who's done so much there at Auburn in the past 2 years. But now, of course, he's got to struggle to get into a bowl. It looks like he's going to get that chance after a win today.
Yeah, the crazy thing about it is the sanctions that he inherited are probably starting to affect his program right now.
That's probably true because it hurt the recruiting and it hurt the ability to get players in over the years while they were on probation.
All right, let's move to the Big East now. Virginia Tech facing Temple, 38-16. Virginia Tech has now won 8 consecutive games after an 0-2 start, and they clinch at least a tie for the Big East title. Of course, that doesn't mean they get the Alliance bid.
And that's the most wins that actually they've had in a row, 8 in a row since Frank Beamer was the captain and defensive back in 1967.
Virginia Tech with the victory. Washington against UCLA. Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had to come out of this game with a sprained ankle. Washington goes on to the big victory. 38-14 is the final there. Syracuse blows out Pittsburgh 42-10. For Pitt, 8 consecutive losses after they started the season 2-0. Donovan McNabb, 12 of 15 for 157 yards and 2 touchdowns. Duke against Clemson. Duke quarterback Spence Fisher picked up by Brian Dawkins. His second of 3 on the day, all in the first quarter. And Clemson had a 7-0 lead. They blow them out. 34-17 is the final. Raymond Priester with a great day. 32 carries, 263 yards and a touchdown. He's the first 1,000-yard rusher for Clemson since Terry Allen back in 1988. Back with more in a moment.
Introducing an Alka-Seltzer that goes where no Alka-Seltzer has gone before. New Alka-Seltzer caplets. Now you can get the fast, effective relief you need in an easy-to-swallow caplet. So the next time you get acid indigestion or heartburn with headache, Alka-Seltzer caplets provide a very convenient solution. Anytime, anywhere. New Alka-Seltzer caplets, a great new way to feel better fast.
Shake it, no dandruff, you got Selsun Power. Brush it, no flakes, you got Selsun Power. With Selsun Blue, doctors recommend it #1 over all leading brands. Dandruff problem? No way, you got Selsun Power.
I wish this could last all night.
Oh, it can. And tomorrow night, and maybe the next night, and the following day. The copper top. No batteries, stronger, longer.
The Thrifty Car Rental Postgame Report, brought to you by Thrifty Car Rental, historically known for low rates.
Welcome back. We're just about done, but before we leave this one, we got to report Oklahoma State knocks off Oklahoma. Howard Schnellenberger loses in the interstate rivalry here. Tony Jones and Terrence Richardson gets it down to the 1 yard line. It sets up Tony Jones, who goes in from the yard out. 12-0. Oklahoma State shuts out Oklahoma. Not only beats them, it's the first win over them since 1976.
That's a big win for Bob Simmons, too, and that's going to help his recruiting within the state of Oklahoma.
All right, let's remind everyone we have a couple things coming up. The Sudafed Skate America tomorrow on ABC, and Monday Night Football, Cleveland against Pittsburgh. We'll see you next Saturday. Good night, everyone.
This has been a presentation of ABC Sports, recognized around the world as the leader in sports television.
Never in history.
It's the Tom Osborne Show with National Coach of the Year Tom Osborne and voice of the Huskers, Kent Pavelka.
Nebraska will win the national championship. The Cornhuskers beat Miami 24-17 and win the national title.
The Tom Osborne Show is being brought to you by the Pacific Realty Group, Target, and Rod Cush's Furniture.
Hi again, everybody, and welcome to the Tom Osborne Show, along with the coach. I'm Kent Pavelka. The Cornhuskers Saturday, clinching at least a share of the 1995 Big 8 title, manhandling the 10th-ranked Jayhawks of Kansas and Lawrence 41-3. Nebraska now 10-0, and just one more test on the road and a win over Oklahoma. If they can manage that, then they'll be in the Fiesta Bowl. Coach, congratulations. Your fifth straight Big 8 championship, at least you clinched at least a tie for it. And your 12th in your career. That's a tremendous accomplishment.
Well, thanks, Kent. We've had a bunch of players who have been very focused and very committed and have given us a great effort. Of course, against Kansas, it was a struggle. The first half, things looked a little tough at times, but we were able to get a few breaks. And then the second half, I thought we really took charge of the ballgame.
Yeah, in the end, no question about who was the better football team by a mile. Coming up on today's show, all the highlights of Nebraska's win over Kansas, of course. We'll also later on be talking with Reggie Ball and Michael Booker. Plus, at halftime, we'll have a close-up look at both of Nebraska's Heisman Trophy winners as they go head-to-head, one-on-one. It's all coming up next on the Tom Osborne Show.
It's well known that Cellular One offers remarkably clear service from coast to coast.
Father couldn't be here, so he's listening over the phone.
She sounds great, honey.
In fact, clarity could be why more people choose Cellular One.
The best ball over Tommy. He scored!
Cellular One, the nation's #1 cellular service, clear across America.
Cellular One, offering state-of-the-art cellular service clear across Nebraska.
Hi, I'm Rod Bush. We're heading into the time of year when families are getting together, and our family is celebrating our 8th year in business. And for our 8th anniversary, we'd like to offer your family a very special gift. Just stop into either our Omaha or Lincoln store this week, and you'll receive a certificate for a free family portrait from the area's finest studio, Rick Billings Photography. That's right, get a certificate for a free family portrait just for stopping in this week. This is our family's way of saying thank you, and we look forward to serving your family for years to come.
Rod Cush's Furniture in Omaha and in Lincoln.
Ooh. Valentino's Pizza, anyone?
At Valentino's Grand Italian Buffet, it's their tradition of quality, service, and variety that keeps them #1 year after year.
Nebraska coach Tom Osborne believes that the sport of football is not about height. It's about performance and facts. Fact, the average college linebacker weighs around 212 pounds. Fact, the average play lasts 5 seconds. Fact, the average linebacker will hit at least 64 times in the game. You teach it strong side turf trick. Get ready or get beat.
Well, it was a snowy, miserable night in both Nebraska and Kansas Friday. The weather taking a turn for the good, though, on Saturday. Cold, though, Coach, 30 degrees. And KU gets the ball. This first half, they ran the clock a lot. And I thought turnovers were a big factor, too. In this,
Well, yeah, there were some really critical errors by Kansas and Nebraska both, but I think probably the most critical errors were by Kansas. Tremendous following of Nebraska fans down there. I was amazed that they got as many seats as they did, but I would assume that maybe 40% of the crowd were Nebraskans, and they were very, very vocal and really a big factor in the ballgame. We played the run tough, and they came out, I think, wanting to run the football, but there you see Grant Wistrom and others in on the play. See a replay here. Grant hits Henley and threw him for about a 3-yard loss. And so it wasn't long before Kansas pretty much went to just throwing the ball, and they had some success. This was a deeper pass. We simply had a mistake on the coverage there. And I believe that was maybe the longest completion of the day, a 29-yard gain, and got them pretty good field position. And then the slant pass here, and that was kind of our nemesis all day long. It seemed like every time they got to 3rd and 6 or something like that, they'd throw the slant. They just didn't stop it very well. They're a good stop on Henley, no gain. Now they're back in the shotgun. They tried the shovel pass that we've run so well for several weeks in game 3. But that brought up a 4th and 8 here. And fortunately, we were able to cover the receivers well enough. Batted it, actually. That was Phil Ellison there at linebacker who knocked the ball away.
Didn't blitz a lot, did you?
No, we had a few in the second half that put some pressure on the quarterback, and I think got him out of rhythm, because in the first half he was really pretty much on rhythm and throwing the ball very well. Here we had penetration, really missed the block up front, and lost one. That was on the 2nd and 8. Now Tommie Frazier on 3rd down hits Clester Johnson, and Clester came up about 1.5 yards short. I was tempted to go for it, but we were pretty deep in our territory, and we decided to punt it away, and I'm glad we did.
Yeah, first of 2 huge kicking game errors.
Yeah, this was a real bad error, and then the ball was actually kicked out of there accidentally into the end zone. Jon Vedral recovered it, and as a result, we're ahead 7-0.
Who kicked it, Coach?
I can't tell who did it. I don't think it was intentional.
Yeah.
It was just we had a lot of guys around the ball. It looked like maybe Aaron Graham might have kicked the ball accidentally, and Jon Vedral was on top of it. We had way more players there than they did, and we've had good punt coverage. So it was a very, very fortunate play and a somewhat lucky play. And now a fairly good kickoff. The wind wasn't as bad as what we had feared, and now they get a real good kickoff return. This was really discouraging because we've done a great job of covering kickoffs all year long. And this one came up not too far from midfield.
In a tough run defense.
Yeah, no place to run. That was Levine with the ball, and another great job with run defense. You can see great pursuit there. And that was a loss of 4 on that play. We'll see it again. That was 3rd and 2. And they had Levine in there at fullback. And of course, he's normally a tailback. But just an excellent job up front that stopped them, and they had to kick it away. So we started out at our own 15-yard line now, rather poor field position, and Tommie Frazier hits Brendan Holbein on a sideline pattern, gain of 14. That was 2nd and 13.
As much as anything else, Coach, problem in the first half was you only had 25 snaps.
Yeah, we just didn't have the ball. They held on to it, and then, of course, when we did have it, there were too many times that we just held it for 3 plays. We only punted 3 times in the game, and here they really contained wide on the counter sweep, and we lost 2. And now we hit Johnny Vedral, and Johnny just couldn't quite elude that one tackler. And that was a 3rd and 9. We came up 4th and 2 or 3 and had to punt it away again. And they did a few things a little bit differently defensively that were causing some problems.
There's another turnover.
Yeah, the ball gets knocked loose and got stripped. And sometimes on a cold day like that, it's just a little bit harder to hang on to the football.
And Jared Tommich makes the hit to bounce the ball.
I think Jared comes from behind, and so often turnovers are caused by the player that you don't see, because you don't quite have that ball put away. So Tony Veland recovered it. So we have good field position here.
There's a Heisman run here.
Great run by Tommie Frazier. He made, I think, about 3 different people missing. And they finally pulled him down at the 1 yard line. But 3 complete whiffs by their secondary players. It was a great run.
He was on the bus, walked on the bus with crutches. How bad's his foot?
Well, he had a bad foot and ankle all week and did not practice at all on Monday. Very, very limited practice Tuesday, did a little bit more on Wednesday, and then Thursday I had a fairly normal practice, but he wasn't well going into the game, and he was limping when he warmed up. So we were very fortunate to get as much of the ball game as we did out of him, and I hope that he'll be able to recover. There he sneaks it in from about a yard out, and pretty good surge by the offensive line, and so that put us ahead 14-0.
So the short field pays off. They're -2 in turnovers, and you're ahead 14-0.
Another high kickoff, and kind of hung about the 1 yard line. And we did a little better job recovering here. Excellent job on that play there. That was Joel Makovic who got down the field and made the tackle inside the 20. And this pass here hurt us all day long. It's a combination that we'd worked on. But what they did was they had a slant, and then they had a hook behind it, and then they flared the fullback or the I-back out. And many times we let them catch the ball and get 8 or 9 yards.
One way or the other. 11 snaps in the first quarter, but Nebraska had 14-0. Kansas comes back in the second period. However, stay with us. There's a whole lot of action coming your way next.
So, where does quality check sour cream go? I guess you could say quality check sour cream goes anywhere it wants. By Brown Swiss Gillette Quality Check Sour Cream. Recently, Dave Thomas hosted the Big Eaters Convention. The meal, Wendy's delicious Big Bacon Classic with bacon fries and a drink. Everyone agreed they could barely finish except Big Bob Levitt. He had to.
He's the man.
Wendy's Big Bacon Classic Combo, official meal of the Big Eaters Club. And now for an even bigger meal, just say Biggie size it. And for just 39 cents more with our great Biggie fries and 32-ounce Biggie drink, we'll make your Big Bacon Classic Combo even bigger. To get it, just say
Biggie size it, please.
Hank's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning in Lexington is your Carrier dealer. Hank's qualified staff provides service to Carrier units as well as most other brands. They will travel to Johnson Lake, Elwood, as long as you're within 30 miles of Lexington. The top quality Carrier line of furnaces and heat pumps supply the comfort every family deserves. Through years of research and testing, Carrier has developed a history of reliable and efficient products. Whether it's residential, commercial, or new construction, see the hard-working crew at Hank's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning in Lexington.
Finding the perfect gift for that special someone is sometimes one of the most difficult things to do each year. Make this holiday season's gift-giving trial a little less painful and buy a Lazy Boy recliner, love seat, or motion furniture. With a wide selection of styles and colors, you're sure to find the Lazy Boy that will make you the most favorite holiday gift giver.
Stop in and see the selection of Lazy Boy furniture at Payne Larson Furniture, Kearney, Stagemeyer Furniture, Arapahoe, Lucas Savage Furniture, Carpeting and Appliance, Farwell.
14-0, our score. Nebraska goes into the second quarter of play against the University of Kansas. You referred to the slants, coach, and the little flares in the backfield. It was an offense that got a lot between the 20s, mainly.
Well, they didn't hurt us with the big play, and usually to have a good long touchdown drive against us, you need maybe a 30, 40-yard play somewhere. And here, the quarterback, Williams, does a nice job of scrambling. We had him pretty much contained in the backfield, and he got loose. And here's a stunt. He asked about blitzing. Jamal Williams plugged right into the play and did a nice job of throwing him for a loss.
Yeah, Jamal had a big day this ball game, and I think he had 9 tackles.
Well, Jamal's very quick and has really added something to our offense now. A great hit there by Tony Veland, stopping him short of the goal line. That was third down at about 4, and so I brought up a 4th and 2, and they kicked the field goal here. And strangely enough, even though Kansas moved the ball pretty well, This was their only points of the day.
Yep.
And but they did have the ball a lot in that second quarter.
A little surprised they didn't go for the touchdown, too.
Well, I don't know. They're behind 14. They want to get something. And Brooke Behringer's in the game here because Frazier was really hurting. And so we held him out for the series. We wanted to play Brooke anyway. And little trap play there.
It's Jeff McAfee. He bangs up his shoulder a little bit, I think, doesn't he?
Yeah, he had a sore shoulder and came out of the ball game at that point. Now a shovel pass, and they closed on the shovel. Brooke does a nice job here of keeping the ball and gained about 8 yards on the play, gain of 9 actually. And of course, this is the other option on the shovel if they don't come upfield.
I wonder
So we
about
can
that.
shovel it there and keep the ball around the end. And
This is a backward pass.
well, this was too bad. They blitzed us, and Brooke probably at that point should have just hung on to the ball. Instead, he tried to throw the ball to Lawrence Phillips, and of course it was a lateral pass, so it resulted in a turnover. And that was really our first turnover in a long time. And here they called that one incomplete. It looked like he at least had it on his back, but they said he didn't get it put away. And oops, it's a high hard one.
Yeah.
And tremendous break for us. But I don't think we converted here, and that was really probably my fault. We had a 3rd down and 3, or rather 4th and 3, and we didn't kick the field goal, which we probably should have done.
Did you call up a couple new plays you wanted to in this next series? Called timeout once, I know.
Well, I think we called timeout simply because of some confusion, maybe the way the play was brought in. Here's an isolation play straight ahead. Didn't get much. In this play, he hits the delay man out in the flat. Maybe could have hit him a little sooner, and I think he would have had a possible first down there. That brought up a 4th down and 3, and usually Tommie Frazier on an option was a pretty good bet there, and we thought we could get it in the end zone. Instead, we got stopped, and of course that was a very discouraging series of downs because we had the big turnover and we didn't capitalize. Nice pattern there. A good throw and a gain of 12. That was Williams on the throw.
Booker on the coverage here.
Yeah, that throw was just off the fingertips of the receiver. Now a little slant pattern again, gain of 7. And that was 3rd and 6, so we got the first down.
Got it going there a little bit.
Yeah, another one. And actually, we were talking about, we knew that they were going to throw the slant. We were in a couple of defenses. We thought we could really take it away. And now he dumps it out in the flat. And that was only a gain of 1 to the fullback.
Taking Tyrone Williams the whole year to get a pick here.
Well, Tyrone, that was just really a kind of a poor decision to throw the football because we had the receiver covered both short and deep, and Tyrone came up with the interception and returned it 11 yards. See it again here. See sort of the zone coverage. I think they were anticipating man-to-man because we've been in a lot of man-to-man coverage. And Tyrone was in the zone just underneath. And
So you can disguise that sometimes, can't you?
well, yeah, sometimes it's a change-up. And here's a little counter trap, and Tommie Frazier was able to pick up first down, gain of 7. And Kansas had a face mask there. Now an option play.
And your first turnover after 4 games without one is coming up here.
Well, we already have had one. That one where we broke through the ball out in the flat in a lateral.
Right.
Was the turnover.
That's right.
And so we're going to see another one. Unfortunately, there's an option play, gain of 11. And now we had a little trap up the middle, and Amon Green ran into, I think, his own blocker and lost the ball. And we still had about 40 seconds left in the half, and I thought we were at least going to get a field goal and maybe a touchdown. And so that turnover was really pretty costly. The defense rises to the occasion here, though. They throw an out pattern, and the ball came loose, but they ruled him out of bounds before they fumbled.
Then there's a penalty at the end of this the half here, and they wind the clock, and they don't get the field goal attempt on.
Yeah, we got a personal foul for face mask. Actually, somebody came in and sacked the quarterback pretty much by the face mask. And
Well, that's a correct call, though, to wind the clock.
yeah, they wound the clock, and so time ran out while Kansas was getting lined up. And what they really needed to do was get underneath the center and down the ball.
Yeah.
And then they would have been able to kick the field goal.
Yeah, didn't work out for them. As we head into halftime, Nebraska had 14-3. When we come back, 2 Husker Heisman Trophy winners sit down and compare glory days. Stay with us.
Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. First year offers no service charge checking. Yes, you can write as many checks as you want. Yes, all it takes is a low $100 minimum balance. Yes, you can get a first year teller ATM card. Yes, you can even qualify for overdraft protection. And yes, we have no bananas. Every first year personal checking account comes with our satisfaction guarantee. You see, we're just a bunch of yes folks here at First Year. Say yes to no service charge checking. Open yours today.
Amigos VIP Plus. Same card, same free food. We've just added free premiums. Every time you use your card, you accumulate valuable plus points. Redeem your points for exciting premiums like the Amigos Kids t-shirt, ski certificates, travel awards, or Amigo gear. So hurry in today, because the more you visit, the more points you receive. Amigos does all the work. You have all the fun.
Beef. It's what's for dinner at the University of Nebraska training table. Our student athletes understand that beef is a great source of protein and iron that helps them recover from hard bouts of training. Today it's easier than ever to find a great variety of lean cuts of beef that everyone will enjoy at your dinner table. Beef. It's what's for dinner at the University of Nebraska. Brought to you by the Husker Beef Club.
Jerry Michaels Clothiers in Lincoln and Hastings over the past years has become Nebraska's leader in fine gentlemen's apparel. And we've earned that reputation by being in the forefront of fashion year after year. We take great pride in knowing that all of our clients receive that proper image they work so hard to achieve. And once they have become acquainted with Gary Michaels, we make sure they stay with us for a lifetime. Our mission is simple: to provide Nebraska and the Midwest with the finest updated menswear in the industry. At Gary Michaels Clothiers, the way you look is our entire business.
Well, as you know, the Cornhuskers had a Heisman Trophy winner in the 70s, and Johnny Rogers, another in the 80s, Mike Rozier, now possibly the 90s, and Tommie Frazier. Our two trophy winners so far sat down for a feature recently that aired on the Tom Osborne Kickoff Show. We thought you, too, might want to catch this historic event.
What has the Heisman Trophy meant to you in your life?
The Heisman Trophy.
The Heisman. He is man trophy.
Yeah, they tell me it's supposed to mean a lot in my life, but
you told me the other day there's been an extra million in your pocket.
Yeah, it did help a lot, you know. But well, it's changed my life and what it's done for me. It opened some doors for me. It's the number one trophy in the world. You know, as far as the athlete can win. You know, it's like the presidency. You know, they got how many presidents? Like 60 presidents.
We got 50 some odd presidents, and they only got 60 Heisman Trophy winners. Probably the second most elite fraternity in the world.
Yes, it is. And I felt good about when I won it. You know, they say I won it after the game against UCLA game. I reverse fields. You know, since I've been there, that's like I talk about. I said I won game, UCLA game, reverse fields. And after that game,
you do that one darn time. Everybody talks about it. I used to do it every week, and I don't hear nothing.
Well, Johnny back in the days was 7 you know. This is yeah. But the Heisman, right now, as I get older, I appreciate it more. When I was younger, you know, it was just like, you know, I got no one running back and around the country, around the world. But now as I get older, you know, going back to the gyms and, you know, there's an old guys who won it before me, you know, open doors for me to win, like yourself.
Right, you know, it really makes a difference going back to hanging with those guys and a bunch of really class act guys.
Yes, it is. Most definitely.
It's really a pleasure just being around those guys and seeing how much that is actually did for them and know that we are following on the shoulders in their footsteps.
Right.
And that we have a lot to look forward to, that we have to carry ourselves accordingly. And it's not really that difficult doing it when you see so many people before us actually doing it and it's working out well for them. It's just so bright for us, we got to wear shades.
Gotta wear shades. That hasn't changed your life.
Well, it's continuously opened up doors for me. I mean, I have just as much notoriety here, 20 years from the time that I won the Heisman as I did back then. And I get as much notoriety for being in this elite fraternity now than I did before. I just did we did this autograph session here the other week, just the other day. And we had them packed in the house for two old guys that ain't played in years.
Yeah, you ain't lying. So I was there, you know, he's a good man.
He ain't played in years either. No, it's a great deal. It's a great award. I would do anything I can to actually support that concept because it really means something to be the very best football player in the United States of America. What do you think about Tommie's chances of joining this elite fraternity that we're in? So the Heisman Trophy.
You tell me how you think about it. You man from Omaha.
Well, I think that Tommie Frazier has a better than a 50% chance of winning the Heisman Trophy this year. I think that he's a field general. He's a very intelligent young man. He can read offenses as well as defenses. He's he can run the ball as well as throw the ball.
I think he's the number one candidate right now. You know, as long as he stays healthy and the team keep on winning, I think he should be able. He should win. You know, he got my vote. You know, John, we vote every year for it.
Yeah, we got my vote.
And he got my vote. If Tommy wins this year, maybe he won't really feel it until he gets older. I mean, he'll know he's been number one football player in America, but then you there, you got cameras, lights, people shaking their hands, you meet the president and stuff like that. It feels good. But, you know, you really couldn't sit down and really let it sink in. You really appreciate it.
No, I think that since it's a couple of us, no, we just have to get him to the, carry him through the ropes.
I'm quite sure
you're training well. I'm training you well. I'm training you well too. Coming up, I think that we have one in the 70s, we had two in the 80s, and we need one in the 90s.
Yeah, most definitely.
We might have a good chance of having two in the 90s because that Armand Green is about as good as it gets.
Hey,
he can shake around that roll.
You know Jersey guy. That's all you got to say.
Everybody said there goes Mike.
I saw him on Saturday. He's a big, strong, fast boy. He can break tackles. I saw one play, he broke a tackle on the right side, and it reminded me of the tackle I broke. I played against Missouri. This guy's really strong. He's fast. It looked like he's just jogging. But the kid got speed.
Oh, he's got speed. He's got strength. He's very intelligent. He goes to class. He takes his education serious. He has a very good, positive personality. I think he's a very legitimate contender as a sophomore coming up. For the Heisman Trophy. I mean, he would be a contender right now, other than the fact that they just don't want to consider a freshman, but he's probably one of the best running backs in the country.
Well, Coach, I don't know how to explain this. I just noticed that while Johnny and Mike have aged over the years, we haven't. I don't understand it.
Well, there's a couple of great players and great characters. I've enjoyed getting to know them over the years. It's been a lot of fun.
Well, the Huskers hit on all cylinders in the third period against Kansas. Those highlights coming up when we come back.
Hi, I'm Rod Good. We're heading into the time of year when families are getting together, and our family is celebrating our 8th year in business. And for our 8th anniversary, we'd like to offer your family a very special gift. Just stop into either our Omaha or Lincoln store this week, and you'll receive a certificate for a free family portrait from the area's finest studio, Rick Billings Photography. That's right, get a certificate for a free family portrait just for stopping in this week. This is our family's way of saying thank you, and we look forward to serving your family for years to come.
Rod Cush's Furniture in Omaha and in Lincoln.
Super Target beef is now being served at the training table of the University of Nebraska Cornhuskers. The Cornhuskers love our sterling silver boneless top sirloin. And so will your family. Nebraska beef, just one of the great fresh foods you'll find at Super Target.
Valentino's Pizza, anyone?
I'm a little too busy to eat Valentino's pizza during the game, but afterwards I know where to go to get the best pizza around.
From the kickoff classic in August to the final whistle in Miami, this was the year of Nebraska football destiny, the year the dream came true. Now from the sports staff of the Omaha World Herald comes the definitive chronicle of the dream season, 120 pages packed with full-color photos, stats, features, and game-by-game coverage. The 1995 National Champions book is the most comprehensive record of the Huskers' march to greatness. Nothing else comes close. Serious fans can find it at stores throughout the area or call the Omaha World Herald to order.
All right, the third quarter coming up. Nebraska had 14-3 at halftime, and you outscore Kansas 27-0 in the second half, Coach. And you referred to one of their kick returns earlier in the first half. You get a good return by Damon Benning out of the 42 on the opening kick here, and that really makes a difference, doesn't it?
Well, that field position is really critical. If you start out inside your 20, your chances of scoring are probably about 1/3 what they are if you start out on the 35, 40-yard line. Damon shows good power here, good speed, had some good blocks to get started, and got us up near the 45-yard line.
People always like to ask you about adjustments at halftime, and you really played well here in this first series.
Well, I think we came up with a few ideas and then maybe just execute a little bit better. Here's an option play, and Lon Green got some blocks out in front, gain of 15, and certainly got us going. Now, we ran a pass pattern here, and Tommie Frazier's going to hit Lester Johnson. Really had a lot of time here to throw this ball. Lester made a diving catch, came back for the ball, and picked up 16.
Tommie was 10 for 15 in this game.
Yeah, he had a good day, and I think he threw a couple away, too. This one here was a replay, as we said, and got us down around the 20-yard line someplace. Another bootleg here.
And the Cluster again.
Cluster, the ball was just slightly behind him, or Cluster would have scored. But Cluster made a nice catch there, gain of 14.
Cluster had 4 receptions on the day.
Yeah, it seemed like our receivers get their catches in bunches. Last week, Reggie Ball caught 4, and this week it was Cluster. And now an option play, and Tommie Frazier shows good strength here and almost got the ball in the end zone, gain of 5.
They bunched up here, and then
they had a goal line defense, and Tommie audibled this pass, and he scored a very easy throw out to Vershan Jackson. I think that was maybe Vershan's first touchdown catch. And, of course, that's very easy because they had nobody covering him. And that was heads-up play by Frazier to recognize that, because that particular defense was going to be very, very difficult to run against because they had basically 11 people on the line of scrimmage playing the run.
You're at 21-3 now. Does their game plan change as you saw the game on Saturday?
Well, I don't think it changed at this point, but I think it isn't very long before they almost have to change a little bit. Now they dump it out in the flat. The back didn't hang on to the ball. And here's one of those cases where we blitzed from the blind side. That was Terrell Farley, who hit the quarterback just as the ball was released, and didn't go as a sack, but certainly broke things up. And here, Frazier on the option was just about to pitch the ball, and there he had a personal foul. Somebody went after his jaw with a fist, and they were called on that for a rather flagrant 15-yard penalty.
Yeah, this will teach Dave Gillespie to go to Kansas. That was Gillespie, the guy that
Yeah. I saw Dave after the game a little bit and said hello. I didn't get a chance to talk to him very long.
Yeah.
And now an option pass, and they covered the deep receivers, so we dumped it out to Lawrence Phillips, and Lawrence had a very short gain, just a couple of yards on the play.
His first interception in 24 quarters.
Yeah, and that was really unfortunate because he had the fullback open in the flat, and he left him a little bit too soon, tried to force the ball into Sheldon Jackson, and somebody stepped in front, picked it off, and so we really got ourselves in a hole there because they got the ball in our territory. And one of the good things about our offense is we really haven't put a lot of pressure on our defense by turning the ball over in our own territory, but the defense comes in and really rises to the occasion, and I think that here in the second half we really played excellent defense.
They make one play here and then they go the other way.
Yeah, the receiver caught the ball and then fell down. Now a good penetration there by Christian Peter, and it was an excellent job there.
There's 10 on.
There was holding also, and we took the penalty because that tended to move them back, make a field goal more difficult there. The ball was stripped, and I think Kansas got it back.
Replay, but you're going to get it back on the next one.
I saw Christian Peter grabbing for that ball, and I figured, well, Christian Peter's stronger than Williams, and he's going to come up with it. But one of their linemen got in there and managed to get a hand on it and came up with it.
Phil Ellis here.
Yeah, Phil makes an excellent interception here, and Phil does a good job on pass defense.
How's his foot, Coach?
I think Phil's pretty much recovered, but it takes a while to get everything back, and he's probably still coming back a little bit in terms of quickness and reaction time, but he's certainly much better than he was 2 weeks ago. So we now have the ball in reasonably good field position, 41-yard line in Nebraska.
Do you feel like Lawrence, as we watch him here, starting to get it back here about this time?
He's starting to get a little bit quicker, you know. He made a nice move there, and he's still maybe a little bit heavy and maybe not, but he works so hard in practice, and he's starting to really generate that strength and that power again. And it's a 9-yard gain there.
But it wasn't a big day for the tailbacks. Did you think they'd be that tough between the tackles?
Well, you know, it was more a matter of not having the ball much. we didn't have very many plays. Now we put in a new pass and it didn't work, but it worked pretty well as far as the run was concerned. Tommie Frazier takes off here and picks up 28 yards, and was also they were also called for a face mask. You see here a play action, and we thought we could slip the tight end behind the safety, but the safety hung deep, and really Tommie had no place to go with the ball except to run with it.
Well, you got to know he's playing in pain here too.
Well, he's certain. Yeah, that was a great block out front there. I think that was maybe Vershan Jackson who got a key block, and we got a 5-yard penalty there at the end of the run.
Well, speaking of Vershan Jackson, they're kind of tight end right now, aren't you?
Well, Tim Carpenter is hurt. Maybe we'll get him back, and then of course a great isolation play there that went in from 5 yards out. We're starting to move things on the offensive line. You see Jeff Makovic with a good block, but Mark Gilman hurt his ankle fairly early in the ball game, so we were without him. And then Tim Carpenter being gone, that put us down to our number 3 guy, which was Sheldon Jackson, and then Vershan Jackson also has had to play quite a bit. Here's coverage by Michael Booker, but the receiver just didn't hang on to the football. Now a good pursuit here, and we got a sack, and I think that may have been the lone sack of the day. We hit the quarterback a few times and certainly hurried him. But this is Jared Thomas coming in from the backside. Jared seems to have quite a knack of getting in there and sacking people.
It'd be a coverage sack, they might call it.
Yeah, that's right. It took him a while. Now a fake shovel pass, and we hit Lester Johnson out in the flat, gain of 12.
I think that's the play that Tommie broke Jerry Taggy's
was that right? Yeah. Now another shovel pass, and Tommie kept the ball there for a gain of 11. He saw the strength there, and now a bootleg pattern, and this time they covered the fullback. And Vershan Jackson, or Sheldon Jackson, rather, caught the pass for a gain of 10. That was the same pattern that was intercepted a little bit earlier, and he just kept the ball out in front a little bit more.
Huskers leading at 28-3 after 2 scores in the third. We'll take a look at the fourth quarter highlights when we return.
Amigos VIP Plus. Same card, same free food. We've just added free premiums. Every time you use your card, you accumulate valuable plus points. Redeem your points for exciting premiums like the Amigos Kids t-shirt, ski certificates, travel awards, or Amigo gear. So hurry in today, because the more you visit, the more points you receive. Amigos does all the work. You have all the fun.
It's well known that Cellular One offers remarkably clear service from coast to coast.
Father couldn't be here, so he's listening over the phone.
She sounds great, honey.
In fact, clarity could be why more people choose Cellular One.
And there's more to coming.
He scored!
Cellular One, the nation's #1 cellular service, clear across America.
Cellular One, offering state-of-the-art cellular service clear across Nebraska.
Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. First year offers no service charge checking. Yes, you can write as many checks as you want. Yes, all it takes is a low $100 minimum balance. Yes, you can get a first year teller ATM card. Yes, you can even qualify for overdraft protection. And yes, we have no bananas. Every first year personal checking account comes with our satisfaction guarantee. You see, we're just a bunch of yes folks here at First Year. Say yes to no service charge checking. Open yours today.
Beef. It's what's for dinner at the University of Nebraska training table. Our student athletes understand that beef is a great source of protein and iron that helps them recover from hard bouts of training. Today, it's easier than ever to find a great variety of lean cuts of beef that everyone will enjoy at your dinner table. Beef. It's What's for Dinner at the University of Nebraska. Brought to you by the Husker Beef Club.
And with a 25-point lead going into the fourth quarter, the Huskers continued their drive that they had going in the third, and they eventually scored. Coach, his sun heads to the west. It got pretty dark there. They had the lights on.
Yeah, it got chilly, and now an option play is really well executed out here. And Schultz runs hard. He got a good block out of Jeff Makovic out in front. Also was split in, did a nice job. Here you see the replay. I think that's Brendan Holbein out there split in. So he's got that number one either out of bounds and clear downfield. That's a great job, and that's a difficult block to make. And now Tommie Frazier on the option play just ducks it up and shed a couple tacklers and goes in from 5 yards out. So that was his second touchdown of the day. And then he also had the touchdown pass to Vershan Jackson. So he had a good day. And I thought playing on that foot and without a whole lot of practice time, I thought he did an awfully good job.
Okay, you had a little luck on this series.
We a good tackle there by Terrell Farley, and also Grant Wishman was in on the play. And here you see a replay of it. Excellent defensive pursuit. We were pretty tough on the run. I think they ended up with maybe 60, 70 yards rushing for the day. And now a deep pass and pretty good coverage here by Michael Booker. Actually had a little bit of a shot at it, but it was out in front of him. So we hold again there. And Clinton Child ran really hard on a couple of occasions. He broke some tackles there. Made a nice run of 17 yards up the sideline. Clinton's a powerful back, and of course Phillips had sprained his ankle a little bit. Also Amon Green had a little bit of a leg injury. I think Amon's okay. And now Schuster gain of 4, just a short gain, and then we ended up having to punt it away. This is only our third punt of the ball game, and
Jesse only had 20 punts coming into this game all year long.
Jesse punted this one a little bit too far. Actually, the wind switched, and interestingly enough, there late in the ball game, it was their backs again. Terrell Farley runs the Levine down. That's the fullback who, at one time was an I-back. Now, this guy here is a pretty good runner. Van has a lot of maneuverability. We began to substitute some.
I was going to say they move it against the twos here.
Yeah, they moved a little bit. Van had 25 on that play, which was about half of their total rushing yardage. And then Mike Fullman tackled the receiver there, and here Mike stepped in front. Nobody's going to catch him. Ben Roots is trying here, makes a dive, but he simply can't get there, and neither can Van. And so Mike has made some big plays for the amount of playing time he's had. He's
not really earned for a touchdown.
And here you see him again. And of course, against Iowa State, he had the punt return called back. Right. And Mike is a transfer. Went to Rutgers, and for some reason decided he wanted to play at Nebraska. And he was playing at Rutgers. And he came out here. And
did he go to the same high school as Baron Miles?
Yeah, I think he was a friend of Baron Miles. And I think somehow or another that was maybe his tie into Nebraska. And here, Levine runs over one of our defenders and picks up a pretty good gain. And now a good job there by, I think, Jeff Hogart, who was in the ball game and made a nice stop.
And Van again.
And Van gets a short gain on that particular play.
They were trying to run clock here too, I think, don't you?
Yeah, I think so. They didn't seem to be real interested in taking any more chances with football. And we've got primarily our second unit in the ball game at that point, and some thirds.
Here's a nice run here.
Yeah, this is an excellent run by Joel Makovic, and Joel sprained his ankle a little bit. He's had a sore ankle and was kind of stung it on that play, and now see it again there on the replay. Damon Benning is going to make a nice run here. This is a counter sweep, and pretty good blocks out front. Brian Nuns. And Damon picked up 11 on that play. Now, see it again here.
Damon with the big kick return to start the second half.
Damon's a very valuable player. He contributes in a lot of ways, and he's just very steady. He's a good athlete. Nice option play here. After him, he gets the ball out front. Ryder Washington out ahead, and Damon picks up another 12 on that play. And of course, we're down here in a situation where we probably could have scored another touchdown, but we didn't want to throw the ball or rub it in. And we end the ball game here with Clinton Childs carrying the ball up the middle for a gain of about 6. And there you see him actually got tripped up. I think if he stayed up, he might have gone a little bit further. But that was the end of the game. And told Glenn that his team played well. I thought they did. They played hard. And so we're glad to get out of there with a win.
Sure, 41-3, the final score. KU's a good football team. K-State's a great football team. I mean, these teams you've beaten badly, a lot of them are very good.
Well, I think so. And anytime you're 8-1, like they were, and they've beaten Colorado at Colorado, they've beaten Oklahoma at Oklahoma, and so beaten TCU, and so we felt they were a very good team.
Closest team to come to Nebraska, 25 points, the spread between Nebraska and K-State. Up next on our show, we'll be talking to senior split end Reggie Ball, so stay with us.
Super Target beef is now being served at the training table of the University of Nebraska Cornhuskers. The Cornhuskers love our sterling silver boneless top sirloin. And so will your family. Nebraska beef, just one of the great fresh foods you'll find at Super Target.
Hi, I'm Ron Bush. We're heading into the time of year when families are getting together, and our family is celebrating our 8th year in business. And for our 8th anniversary, we'd like to offer your family a very special gift. Just stop into either our Omaha or Lincoln store this week, and you'll receive a certificate for a free family portrait from the area's finest studio, Rick Dillon's Photography. That's right, get a certificate for a free family portrait just for stopping in this week. This is our family's way of saying thank you, and we look forward to serving your family for years to come.
Ron Kush's Furniture in Omaha and in Lincoln.
It's preseason, and every wide receiver has just one goal. The 40 and 4.3. Adidas 4.3 turf trainer. Get ready or get beat.
Valentino's Pizza, anyone?
At Valentino's Grand Italian Buffet is their tradition of quality, service, and variety that keeps them #1 year after year.
One of the biggest reasons for the Huskers' big plays this year has been the play of the wideouts, the wide receivers, not only with coming up with the big catches, but also laying out those defensive backs with their downfield blocking. Joining us now, Reggie Ball, senior wide receiver from Papillion La Vista. Reggie, what kind of a day was it at Lawrence for the wideouts?
It was kind of cold, but, we're some of the toughest receivers in the nation, so, did some nice cut blocks, made some big catches, Lester and some of the other receivers, so we got involved, and it was kind of fun.
Now, you came up with a huge grab the week before against Iowa State. That didn't go your way very much against Kansas. How do you feel about that?
I think they're kind of looking at me because I played pretty well last year, so I think they're kind of watching me kind of a little bit.
You had some big plays against Kansas last year, a couple of touchdown passes, didn't you? I remember one long one, and so I think they did concentrate on you a little bit. As I recall, Reggie, when you came out of high school, you had more of a background in soccer, is that right? You didn't run track or anything? You feel like that helped you for football?
Yeah, I think it helped, for for feet and stuff, having nice feet and things, but I enjoy soccer. People kind of make some jokes about it, but
you still play soccer some?
Once in a while, recreation. I'm not as involved as I was.
You're gonna finish school this next spring, is that right?
Yeah.
But you're in a human development family.
Yeah.
What do you want to be after that? Do you know?
I kind of want to do a little counseling, but I kind of like sports psychology, so I might try taking that route.
You're like Jack Stark.
No, not that far, but get into it with some players and things that I have no background with.
Reggie, what's been the highlight of your career, both personally and I imagine as a team winning the national title last year?
Besides that, first thinking that I couldn't play up here because was a lot of, different things I hadn't seen in college, as far as the defenses. But I think, Coach Brown helped me a lot, Coach Osborne, in that aspect of bringing me along, maturing a lot. I think that helped a lot.
How do you see the momentum of this team at this point going into the last game? When you think back to a year ago before the Oklahoma game?
I think right now, I think we're doing a lot better offensively. I think we're kind of hitting on all cylinders on offense, and defense is starting to step up. I think we're probably ahead of the offense last year at this time.
That's mainly the wide receivers, right, Coach?
Wide receiver, Reggie would agree. Right?
Yeah.
I think, I don't know if this is the time and place, but he said we helped Jon Vedral out by making a pitch for a date. And
go for it.
You've been here 4 years, never had a date, Reg.
Yeah.
So you need help too, right? The Reg is available. Anyone wants to call, well, there he is.
Yeah, 1-800 call Reggie. Still more to come on this week's show. When we come back, we'll be joined by one of Saturday's leading tacklers, junior cornerback Michael Booker.
Point in the history of a company when you have to make a dramatic step to move to the next higher level of success. I suggest you keep your eyes on Kelchin Seed, the first seed company in America to bring you a complete precision farming package. Crop monitor, data card, plus yield and moisture maps of each field harvest. 7 new corn hybrids, 22 soybean varieties, 11 sorghum hybrids, and now precision farming too. Your Kelchin dealer is the man to see.
What do these beds have in common? They're all water beds. Today you can purchase a motion-free water bed that looks like an ordinary bed. Use the standard linens and adapts to your current headboard. And sleeping on a warm, soft-side water bed eliminates pressure points. It allows perfect body alignment for the healthiest and most comfortable sleep possible. And right now, all Sterling soft-side water beds are on sale at Nebraska Waterbed Mart. Get the Cayman soft-side for just $4.99, or the luxurious Majestic soft-side for just $5.99, and get 6 months interest-free financing right now at Nebraska Waterbed Mart, Grand Island.
Are you ready for football? We got plans and now again. We're gonna get it kick-started. So come join us for another blockbuster season on ABC's NFL Monday Night Football. Then stay tuned for NTV News, the late edition, only on the Nebraska Television Network. All right, friends, we're here for Monday night.
Here are some events happening across the Midlands. If you have something you want publicized in our community calendar, send your information to MTV Across the Midlands, Post Office Box 220, Pawnee, Nebraska 68848.
The loss of Baron Miles last season, the Huskers needed somebody to step up and take over at cornerback, and junior Michael Booker, one of the guys who's done just that. He's joining us on the show now. Michael, did you figure you'd be as busy as you were Saturday against Kansas? You guys had a lot of passes thrown your way.
I figured I was going to be busy, but not that busy. I think Michael's got probably the toughest job on our team. He and Tyrone Williams, because, see, we play the run, and so we invite the pass, and Kansas tried to run a little bit, and they weren't getting anywhere, and so they hauled off and threw it 50 times, and you guys are out there pretty much by yourselves, aren't you, with the coverages we play. They give you a kind of a lonely feeling sometimes?
Yeah, it's a very lonely feeling. A lot of times we don't even see the play or what's going on. I just hear the crowd. And a lot of times when I hear the crowd, the ball's coming to my side. So
You got 9 stops on Saturday. You were a busy guy. What did you think when fall camp started? Did you envision yourself as a starter?
no, not as a starter. I just figured myself as contributing to the team as much as possible. And then the starting job just came, and I just took it, one step at a time.
And you like, I know you play a lot of man-to-man. Do you enjoy that? Do you like to get up and press them, or do you like to play off them a little bit?
I like to play man-to-man on some receivers, and some I like to play off.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, sometimes I would love to be off the receiver, but I know I have to be up there on them.
Well, Michael's main asset, he's got a really good arm stretch, wingspan, and he does a good job of getting that initial hit. And so he plays bump and run really well. But if you miss that bump, it's all over.
Yeah, that's rough.
And you're from San Diego originally, and has the weather out here gotten to you? Today was cold, right?
Yeah, today was real cold. I didn't know how I was gonna make it.
Right?
Yeah, but I made it. It was. I had to keep jumping around and stay warm.
Tell us a little bit about the recruiting process, Michael. How'd you wind up in Nebraska?
It was a lot of it had to do with my mother. You know, she looked at all the schools, and then when Coach came to the house, she really liked Coach, and she liked Coach Brown. So that my mom, she basically did the picking for me.
We're talking about Coach Brown or Coach Osborne?
Coach Osborne.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Surprised, wasn't it? Well, sometimes those mothers are pretty critical, and I guess in Michael's case, I'm glad we did a good job with his mother.
Michael's been a joy watching it. Good luck the rest of the year and the rest of your career. Number 20, Michael Booker. Tom and I will be back and close out the show right after this.
Beef is what's for dinner at the University of Nebraska training table. Our student athletes understand that beef is a great source of protein and iron that helps them recover from hard bouts of training. Today, it's easier than ever to find a great variety of lean cuts of beef that everyone will enjoy at your dinner table. Beef, it's what's for dinner at the University of Nebraska. Brought to you by the Husker Beef Club.
Yes, Virginia, there is a Santa Claus. First year offers no service charge checking. Yes, you can write as many checks as you want. Yes, all it takes is a low $100 minimum balance. Yes, you can get a first year teller ATM card. Yes, you can even qualify for overdraft protection. And yes, we have no bananas. Every first year personal checking account comes with our satisfaction guarantee. You see, we're just a bunch of yes folks here at First Year. Say yes to no service charge checking. Open yours today.
It's well known that Cellular One offers remarkably clear service from coast to coast.
Father couldn't be here, so he's listening over the phone.
She sounds great, honey.
In fact, Clary could be right more if he would choose Cellular One.
Pass ball over to Tommie. He scored!
Cellular One, the nation's #1 cellular service, clear across America.
Cellular One, offering state-of-the-art cellular service, clear across Nebraska.
Amigos VIP Plus. Same card, same free food. We've just added free premiums. Every time you use your card, you accumulate valuable plus points. Redeem your points for exciting premiums like the Amigos Kids T-shirt, ski certificates, travel awards, or Amigo gear. So hurry in today, because the more you visit, the more points you receive. Amigos does all the work. You have all the fun.
Coach, again, congratulations on the big win, 41-3.
Thanks.
You clinched at least the tie for the championship. You got one more regular season game to go, a week off, and then Oklahoma the day after Thanksgiving. Oh, you kind of an enigma this year. I mean, they had a lot of players coming back, and a lot of the same players that gave you a pretty good going on Norman last year.
We had a tough game down there, and very, very strong defensive football team, and a lot of good offensive players, great backs, 2 great running backs. And at times this year they've been a very strong football team, and at times they've had trouble. So I don't know which one's going to show up, but it's the last Big 8 football game ever. And with that Oklahoma-Nebraska rivalry, you're going to get their best shot. So we'll see what happens.
Absolutely. Now, what's the plan with you guys? I know you might take a little time off.
Yeah, we'll take Monday off, and then practice Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and then take Saturday and Sunday off, and then get ready that next week and hopefully hit them in good shape and hopefully get healed up a little bit. We got a lot of players banged up right now.
Yeah, Tommie's on crutches. A lot of guys with ankles, it seems like.
Yeah, it seems like it. We've not had the huge major injuries, but we've just had a lot of necks, and it's been mostly ankles.
We will have another Tom Osborne show next week. So until then, for Tom Osborne and our Husker Vision crew, I'm Kent Pavelka. So long, everybody.
The Tom Osborne Show has been brought to you by the Pacific Realty Group, Target, and Ron Goodness Furniture.
The Tom Osborne Show is a Husk and Harlan co-op. Let me tell you about our unbelievable tire sale. AP 155 ADR13 Ultraflex is only $26. Or AP 205 75 R15 Dominator GB5 is now $45. For your pickup, try our Dominator ES size 235 75 R15 is now only $78. All prices include mounting, balancing, and road hazard warranty. If we don't have it, we can't get it, then they don't make it.
Has the right tire for you.
Here at London, Grand Island, and Kearney, we feature better sweaters. St. Croix, Rico St. Raphael, and Gameday, just to name a few. Are you ready for winter? We can get you there with wool top coats from only Cassini and hard shaft remarks. And remember, at Lundgren, we specialize in fitting tailored clothing, so every size man can look his best. Come see us at Lundgren's for Men, downtown Grand Island, and downtown Kearney.
Fox NFL Sunday, the #1 pregame show, previews all the big games and all the big names. Then, the NFC Central Division leading Bears and quarterback Eric Kramer host Barry Sanders and the Lions.
The NFL on Fox, Sunday at noon on MTV.
It's the Beagles Anthology on MTV.
I'm Franco Harris. The Steelers and the Browns have had many great battles through the years, but tonight is going to be one heck of a night. So are you ready for some football?
It's one of football's great rivalries, the Cleveland Browns and the Pittsburgh Steelers. When these two teams have gone toe-to-toe, the have had the electricity of a championship fight. The Browns may be headed for Baltimore, but tonight we sail two angry neighbors from Ohio and Pennsylvania, feuding over the backyard fence. When Cleveland plays Pittsburgh, the games are never sophisticated duels. You won't hear "on guard" declared by these two teams. They just come out swinging with the blue-collar work ethic of the two steel mill towns they represent. It's no hold barred when the Browns play the Steelers. Hand-to-hand combat, and the takedowns can be brutal. Ever since 1915, these two conference rivals have been pounding each other. A man who played for the Browns and now coaches the Steelers is Bill Cowher.
The Browns and the Steelers, while it's an important game divisionally, and from a conference standpoint, it's personal. I mean, this is a game that goes back to two teams that have grown an ability to dislike one another, and that goes from man to man and from team to team and from city to city.
They are the two top teams in the AFC Central Division, and the Sparks will be playing tonight